Well, hello there. Good morning and welcome. Welcome to a brand new day here at Sewing Street, and we have got the most amazing day planned for you. You're going to be in very good company because we've got lots of people sharing the morning with us, and we've got some amazing things. I mean, how beautiful is this quilt? Absolutely gorgeous. You're going to learn about this quilt a little bit later on. But of course, as you know, here at Sewing Street, we start the day in a happy way, and that is with a fabulous early bird special for you. And this is a corker, because this is something that as sewers, as quilters, we all need in our lives. And this is brilliant. It comes from Fiskars, so straight away we know we have got quality, and we have got an amazing rotary cutter, as you can see. It's got that middle of the road 45mm blade, so that is the one that many of us do start with. And I love the trigger action that you've got with this one. You've got this little kind of button that will help you pull the blade in, put the blade out. You've got the locking system with that. I haven't got one open actually. Oh, hold on, I might be telling fibs. Oh, there's one on the side. There you go. We've got one on the shelf. Oh, it's a bit dusty. Don't want to get my fingers too close to that blade. So that shows it's well loved to start with, doesn't it? So what have you got with this? Well, you've got your 45mm blade, as you can see there, safely kept in place with that kind of little locking system that you've got there. Very easy for you to actually rotate and change those blades as and when you need to. But what you actually got is that trigger action, and also as well, it's a case of that you just literally release that little locking mechanism that you've got there. You can see it kind of pushes from one side through to the other to lock that blade in or out. Nice easy trigger action with that one, brings the blade right the way into the cutting area, as you can see. But you know what, it's really easy because you can very easily convert this from left to right handed. So I'm right handed, like so. Do not blink. There you go. If you're wanting to go down the left-handed route, then you can do, because you can see you've got lots of access to that blade either side. And the beauty is because you've got such a large cutting area that's kind of protruding, if you will, it means you'll be able to go through multiple layers with that as well. When you're not using it, obviously automatically, and this is the thing that I love, my son, Josh, whenever he comes into the cabin, and I've been crafting my sewing cabin, if I've got a blade that stays out, he will literally be chatting to me. As he's chatting to me, I see him pick it up and he puts it back into safety mode. And he doesn't even sew, so he knows. But with this one, there's no way that you're not going to be able to do that, because even if you don't lock the blade out, when you release it, it automatically goes back. So that's what I love about this one. If you're wanting to hold it and cut at the same time, then you can do. If you do want to lock it so as to make sure that fingers come along and they can't open it up, then of course you can do so as well. But it really is a brilliant design with this. Now, we like an early bird. And one of the best things that we actually bring to you about an early bird is you know you've got a cracking deal. That's why so many of you tune in at 8 a.m. in the morning. So $14.99, to be fair, is a really good price to start with. For Fiskars, I mean, Fiskars, they're kind of a brand that we know and trust with regards to cutting systems. I mean, they've got involved with all sorts of different kind of cutting tools over the years, haven't they? But look at that, less than a tenner at $9.99. I don't think you can have too many rotary cutters, to be honest, because it might be that you'll use certain ones for certain fabrics. It might be that you're using delicate fabrics and you're wanting to use a rotary blade that's dedicated for those. It might be that you're wanting to use one for more of your weightier fabrics. It might be that you're wanting to use it, well, when you're actually finished with that blade and you've used it to the best of its ability, I often put P on there so as I can use it for cutting out paper. So when I'm doing things like my patterns or my paper crafting, then you can use it. But the beauty is you're only paying £9.99. Now, it comes beautifully packaged as well. So if you are thinking, well, do you know what? I do need a new rotary cutter, or I know I will need one, but I'm not ready just yet. Well, keep it in its packaging. Keep it in its packaging and you are good to go. You can see you've got your 45mm blade there, as mentioned with there as well. Perfect for cutting your fabrics. If you do want to use it for cutting other things, then you can do. And you can see there you've got your little imagery there. I'm just going to hold that nice and still for you, just so as you can see that it's really easy for you to actually change those blades as and when you need to. It's almost like you don't have to be in contact with it at all. Also gives you that detail in there on how you get it set up for your left and your right-handed, because you just need to move that blade over. But it's very simple, very easy to do so, and very affordable at $9.99. Might be that you're completely new to quilting and you've never worked with a rotary cutter before. Well, why not go for it now? Sometimes you get more accurate cut, well, quite often you'll get more of an accurate cut with a rotary cutter than you would with your scissors. But there you go. If you like the idea of that one, then there you go. £9.99. Brilliant little tool. Highly recommend it. Why not give it a go? So, what else have we got coming up? Well, you wait till you see what we've got ahead of us today. Oh my goodness. Lucy is here with that fabulous Thirkelow bag, which I know you are going to love. Katharine's here as well. First time I've worked with Katharine. Met her this morning. Lovely lady, very knowledgeable. Looking forward to seeing Lucy. Oh, here you go, Lucy's bag. I'm getting ahead of myself, getting a bit excited there, sorry. That quilt that we were looking at just a few moments ago, that is your retro curve pieces quilt. There's a book that you're going to love because there's loads of curved sewing. Now, I know you're thinking to yourself, oh no, we're dipping our toes into uncharted waters. Do not worry, I can rest you assured that you're going to be able to create some beautiful things with that. Now, I have to say, I did have my heart set on this little bag pattern coming up, the Aries bag, because I've seen so many of you making this on social media, and they all look amazing. Well, Lucy's going to be here with some fabulous selections of fabrics for you to create your own Aries bag. But look at that fabulous webbing that's been used there. Really gives it a professional finish. So we'll be covering all of that in that hour at 10 a.m. Then Katharine's back with some of her beautiful garments. So yeah, Leicestershire Craft Centre. Time and time again, these patterns sell out. And you've got a classic wardrobe there, haven't you, for the summer? Going right the way through to the winter with those as well, because you've got longer sleeves with those dresses. So I know you're going to love those, so please do make sure you stay tuned. And I've heard that it's really easy for those to come together, so I will be pinning back my ears as well. And then we have got an hour of crochet coming to you from 12 o'clock right to the end of the day. So a lovely little shawlette. I love that. I never even knew a shawlette was a thing. So there we go. Lucy, say hello, darling.
Hello.
All right. Oh, now before we get into introduce, well, you know Lucy anyway. We've got some issues with Facebook, I believe. So yeah. Oh, it's fixed. There you go. I need to keep with the times, don't I? It wasn't, now it is.
I feel tall next year.
That's all right, I'll go up on my tippy toes. Lucy, so lovely to see you again.
Thank you.
We're going to have some fun this morning. I can feel it in my water. And I have to say, this bag is beautiful. And easy, you were telling me about.
Oh, it's really easy. Oh, do you know, if you've never made a bag or you're an absolute beginner, honestly, give this a go. It doesn't take much fabric and you'll get it done. If you're new, give yourself a couple of hours. If you're not new, 30 minutes to an hour perhaps.
Okay, really?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So
but
will we likely make a bag in this hour?
we're making a bag today. That's
From
what we're
beginning
doing.
to end?
We're doing it.
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
It's
Okay.
cut out.
Yes, yeah,
But-
naturally, yeah. I
Yeah.
love it. Because I was about to say, oh, is it like a weekend project or something? But literally,
No.
you could be making a bag and going out with it later that day.
Oh, honestly, if you wake up in the morning and your friend says, do you want to come for a Barbie tonight? And you think, do you know what I could do with a little bag to go with that? Or I want to give a little thank you gift. 2.5 metres,
that all it
easy.
takes?
Absolutely. And you're not just getting the one bag, the pattern's two patterns.
Oh, okay.
Two sizes.
Oh, right. Well, we'll chat about that a little bit more because I've actually got the pattern here to share with you. But we've got different variations of the pattern. Well, not variations of the pattern. We've got the actual fabric as well. Now, one of the ones, and then, in fact, I'm going to go straight in with the one that's we've just shown you there on the display because this one is flying out already. So, what are you getting with this one? We're getting the pattern to start with, Lucy.
With templates.
Okay, so everything you need to know is going to be included. And we've got a couple of different sizes with regards to
Correct,
that, which
yeah.
we'll chat
Yeah.
about. But then you get your fabric. And this is when it all comes like, would you mind me just popping these on top of here? Sorry, just to show you those fabrics, because these are beautiful. And these are the actual fabrics that you've seen on that bag that we've just been sharing with you a few moments ago. So a little bit of cave.
Oh, honestly, it makes my heart sing. It really does. And that pink is just phenomenal. We played around with colours trying to choose the right colour. And I did make up in a different colour.
Gorgeous.
I thought, no, it needs something really zesty there, doesn't it? And that pink, it just works every day of the week. Every day.
Love it. And of course, when the bag is all made up and put together, there you go. You can see exactly how it comes together, which is beautiful. Almost looks like a reversible type bag, doesn't it? 'Cause
Yes,
kind of
you
got your
can throw it
inside,
inside
yeah.
out, absolutely.
And that pop of pink that you've got there is beautiful. And then, of course, it is going to come with your instructions as well. Just £19.99. So half metre of the two different fabrics, giving you a full metre in total with your pack batten there as well. So that is brilliant.
Do you know if you're doing craft fairs as well?
Yes.
These would be so easy just to make them on repeat and then take them along to your craft fair. Oh, people would love buying them.
And I love these. These are kind of like when you know when you go to like a little farmer's market and you need to take a bag with you. You could have this in the boot of the car.
Something for your potatoes.
Absolutely, yeah. Love it. So there you go. That is proven to be a very, very popular option. You're going to get your pattern. We'll tell you how to get the pattern in a few moments. Is it £9.99 for the pattern by itself? So I'm thinking, why go for the pattern by itself when you can get fabulous fabric just for that extra tenner? And don't worry, we'll be talking about handles as well, because we've got a lovely selection of handles to share with you as well. So there you go, if you like the look of that one. Do we need to add anything else in? Do we need anything like age 640, nothing at all?
No, this is the simplest, cheapest, if you like, shall we say, most affordable bag you could ever want to make. You don't need to put interfacing in it. You don't need to put any foam in it. If you want to, you can, but I haven't. I've made it so it's soft, floppy, and
So just handles, and that's all you need
handles
in addition.
And 2 half
Perfect.
meters.
Love it. There you go. So with regards to that particular option, just to warn you, if you're checking your baskets out, you're going to be in very good company. But we are looking at a limited situation when everybody checks their baskets out. So yeah, thank you for taking advantage of that one. Where shall we go next? Next favourite, it's got to be the one that you're working with, I think.
It's beautiful.
This, I do love a Paisley.
The fabric, the Paisley fabric is so soft.
This is beautiful.
It's gorgeous. It's almost like a cotton lawn, isn't it?
It's gorgeous.
Now, when you feel it, single layer.
Oh, wow, that is gorgeous.
It is, it's like a cotton lawn.
I've not seen that one before. I wonder if you sell that one by the half metre, because that'd be a gorgeous one in dressmaking.
Yeah.
That is beautiful. So obviously, as you can see, they're teamed up with a fabulous contrast there for your lining. And also, as well, your pattern in there. And to be honest, I mean, this pink is absolutely spot on as a match, isn't it?
Oh, it's an amazing match. It's perfect.
But saying that, you might have in your stash, you might want to go down a different route, and you've got some of those darker tones in there. Well, by all means. Or you might have different fabric completely in mind, and you think to yourself, do you know what, I've got another project in mind with that fabric.
Well, do you know what I was thinking was like one of those infinity shawl, the scarves. That'd be quite nice. It's so soft.
Yeah, beautiful. So this particular one, if you're wanting to go down the route, we're calling this Paisley Navy Garden. I like that. Why not use? Why use 3 words when you could have used 1? We're not going to do that. So everything that you've got here is what you need. Just to add in some handles. Handle-wise, now I'll show you these in a little while, but I'm going to give you a little sneaky peek because it's kind of deciding. And I love this because the black works beautifully, which we'll show you later on. But equally so, if you have got some lighter ones, they work too.
Be still my beating heart.
They're brilliant. Show you those in a moment.
They're all nice though. They're all really nice.
We've got some gorgeous kind of wooden type ones as well.
Yeah.
But we're talking about the kits at the moment. So details are on your screen. If you like the idea of that particular one, then there you go. Those are the details that you need. Lots of you pop that one into your basket. That's the one that Lucy's going to be using in the demonstration. But we know what you're doing. You want to see them all, don't you? You want to make sure you've got the right option. So where should we go next? Let's go blue. Now, with this one, you go, oh, look at that. Classic navy and white.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
What fabric's this? Is it a William Morris?
It's not, and I'm looking at it, and I've got this fabric, Liberty. It is Liberty. I couldn't remember for a moment. So Liberty, we're obviously getting into the more expensive range now with regards to the fabrics and prices. And no, we're not. Okay, fair enough. At £19.99 again, half metre of your Liberty fabric alongside your gorgeous classic white there, and of course your £9.99 pattern that you'd normally be paying for as well. So brilliant.
Fresh looking, isn't it?
Isn't it lovely? Yeah.
Really nice.
Love the contrast between those two. Yeah. Very dramatic. So there you go, option number 3, but we have one fourth and final option for you to take advantage of. And this is if you like your kind of more earthy tones, which I think is beautiful. I love this little ditzy print that we've got.
Yeah.
Isn't that pretty? Absolutely gorgeous. I love it. So this one's been teamed up with something that's more of a creamy nature to it, as you can see. But again, 2.5 metres. Again, pattern included. And again, £19.99. Brilliant value for me. Don't forget your handles. We have got those handles. Jump ahead and have a little look, but I will bring those to you in a few moments as well. Now, I know what some of you are saying is that you want to go for the pattern by itself. So let me show you those details as well. So if you do want to go for your beautiful, I mean, the quality of this pattern is phenomenal. Love it.
It's good, isn't it?
Absolutely.
It's good.
And we can see now, now, what sort of things are we going to learn that we're creating with this?
Tailor's tacks.
Okay.
Put some tailor's tacks in. And then in these smaller patterns, because I was saying that in this pattern you can make the size that you see here, or you can make a smaller one, which I would say is about 3/4 of the size. And I actually made that on request by one of my lovely ladies who sort of had a play with this pattern for me. She said, I'd love to make one for my daughter, but this is a bit too big.
Okay.
So, well, that's fine. What I'll do is I will make it a bit smaller, but whilst I'm at it, I'm going to almost simplify it. The skills are exactly the same.
Okay.
It's just we're making half of the amount of the details.
I love it.
Even
And
quicker.
no pockets. I mean, obviously you could put pockets in if you want to, if you know how to do that. No zips, none of those things that we
No.
shy away from.
Absolutely, and on here, which is very unlike me, I used a variegated thread on my final top
Okay,
stitching
yeah.
row. But it's a chance if you want to use your decorative stitching. It's not something I normally do, but it is actually, like if you've got one of those solids in the
Yeah.
whites or the cream, yeah, you can really go
That's
to
a
town,
nice
use some
idea,
nice bright
yeah.
threads, use some nice decorative stitches all the way along,
idea.
flash it off.
And we've got some fabulous threads that will show those decorative stitches off
Yeah.
as well today. So there you go. £9.99. EGLZ67 if you like the idea of that. Beautifully glossy, as you can see. Yeah, you've got your template. Are we okay to trace those templates off when we're
Yes,
using them
please
rather than
do.
chopping
Yeah,
them?
yeah, absolutely.
Perfect. So there you go. And that is your fabulous Thirkelow bag, which is a place. So you didn't.
It
you told
is.
me.
Yes, I did. I went away on a little sort of a staycation with some friends, just a bit of sewing time together. And when I was there on my second day, I just like this had little inspiration. I thought, I've got an idea. I'm just going to go with it and just make it. I had a bit of fun. And then I made it. And then Nettie, who was sat next to me, I said, would you like to make it? So she made a couple. And then I said, does anybody else want to make it? And by the end of the day, on the stone brick wall, we just had a row of all these bags in different sizes. It was lovely. And this couple walked past and they said, excuse me, where can we buy those bags from? They're really nice.
Oh, wow.
Well, now they can buy the pattern, can't
Perfect. I love it. Now, one last thing I will share with you before we get into demo, because you've already jumped ahead, so I better let everybody have a chance, because I know not all of you can shop online. So this one is a pair of blank handles, as you can see. Good size handles these as well, Lucy. I like these.
Yeah, lovely.
Yeah. Nice and comfortable. If you do need to put your bag over your arm, you've got plenty of scope there as well. They come to you as a pair, and you can see there, if you fancy taking advantage, then you can do. So oh gosh, we haven't got a huge amount of these available now. Just looking at the quantity that are flying out. So yeah, if you're wanting these, £5.99, brilliant value for money. These, do you know what? I'd be going for a couple of sets of these just in case.
Oh, there's no doubts about it. There's no just in case, Hayley. You're going to make more than one, I promise you. I promise.
Yeah. And they're not always readily available, are they? So if you're already shopping for one item and you paid your post and pack, it makes sense to go for several of these, doesn't it? So
And I'm going to show you how to get those in.
Okay,
We will
perfect.
be doing that.
So half the stock, in excess of half of the stock has gone. And we've got the same quantity in baskets. At this stage, by the time we get to demo, you're probably going to find that you're not going to be able to get your hands on the handle, so to speak. So now we did have more of the natural ones. Again, we're not a bountiful supply, which is why a third of the stock has gone of these. And these are nice neutral almost, really, aren't they?
Yeah,
So,
gorgeous. They're going to go with everything.
Absolutely,
Absolutely.
yeah. Loads of you are going for these as well. So yeah, I think there's a third of the stock has sold, and I can see the numbers diminishing on the screen straight away. So if everybody is ordering these and going for a couple of sets, whether it's a couple of sets of the neutral, the black potentially is on a sell-out situation as well. But yeah, it is going to be a case that these are going to be, they're going to be going. So be quick, be quick. So those are those two, which I kind of gave you a sneaky peek of. Are we doing the other handles as well, Mr. Ben? Lovely. We don't often see these. Don't often see these on the shows. So these are lovely. They're like a bamboo feel with these.
Oh, they're gorgeous,
Yeah,
aren't they?
they're very lightweight.
I really like them. I have to say as well, when I first used them, I thought, oh gosh, how am I going to get on? Because the space is so wide, the handle's so narrow. But actually, they're not at all hard. Not at all hard to do.
Yeah. Now, this one is a little bit different. So the price on your screen is just for one handle, which I know is a little bit odd. And I was trying to figure out why would you just want one? But sometimes people will make things that they just want to hang up with just one handle. So I suppose that's the thinking behind it. And it's priced accordingly. So yeah, £2.99 for one handle, but you can increase your quantities. But that does mean that the stock that we have is going to be halved if you're ordering 2, if that makes sense, which means we haven't got a lot of these, and nobody's ordered just 1. So make sure you're going for a couple of those. Oh, Lisa, that's a good question. Really good question. Lisa Cardiff, are the bags easy, beginner easy, friendly?
This one, honestly, if you have never sewn a bag before, please buy this. It's going to be the easiest bag you have ever made. There's no zips in it. There's no fastenings. It's easy.
And I like this because once you've actually got the concept of how to put these together, you will be able to like grow with this. So if you're wanting to actually kind of patchwork your fabrics before you make your bag, or embroidery, if you've got a machine for embroidery, then again, it's understanding the basic bag.
Do you know what I did, Hayley?
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt.
No,
but on our last day when we were all together, I went round all the ladies and I collected all of their scraps.
Okay.
And we were all kind of using the same brand, you know, my favourites. And I pieced them all together, just in strips.
Oh, wow.
Until it made up the space that I needed to cut my shape out.
That's a nice idea.
And it felt like a bit more like a memory kind of bag of our lovely time together.
Yeah, that's a really nice idea. And things that, I mean, are we okay to make and sell the bags that we make with these?
Yes, please do. Yeah, absolutely.
Or fundraise?
Absolutely, do it.
Because it could be that you've got a charity that you like to support, and using those offcuts of fabrics, because you've made your pattern, you've done whatever your project was, and we all keep those, then you could be making something from nothing, couldn't you?
It's school fete time as well, isn't it? All the schools, they want little donations and things.
Perfect. I've been chatting a little bit too long.
Oh.
Sold out. So sorry about that. I'm going to move that out of the way. So there we go. Right. Okay. Now, should we focus on the bag?
Let's focus.
Is there everything else? I've covered everything else. Check out on the website if you want in threads, if you want in pins, we've got those. Might show you those in a little while, and I'll keep you updated with regards to stock. But just to warn you, everything is selling very, very quickly. Right, so the Cafe one, that one, which is the finished sample that you've seen on the set, we've only got a handful of these ones available now. Single figures.
There's some people with good taste out there,
Absolutely,
isn't there?
that's gorgeous. Perfect way of using your Cafe as well. So there we go, love. I love it. Beautiful. Oh, now Ben's talking about, what's it, beta bundle? You did some bundles. So people are getting, of course, the famous Cafe bundles. People might have fabrics at home and already have their second, third and fourth project.
And you will, I promise. And on your next ones, put 2 fussy fabrics together.
Yeah, absolutely.
Go mad.
Right. What do we need to know?
Can I ask a little favour, Hayley?
Of course you can.
Sorry, everybody, but do you think somebody could get me some water?
Yes, of course, my
Thank
darling.
you very much.
Water for the lady, please.
Thank you.
We'll get that sorted out for you. Thank you.
Right, okay, so this is really, really easy. So
Okay.
what we've got, I'm just going to show you the shape first. So this is for the larger size that I'm showing you.
Beautiful.
Okay, so you've got your front and you've got your back, and it's going to come out something like this.
Okay.
So what we've got is a shape. It might not show on camera, but it comes out here.
Oh, I can see like you've got little step bits.
A little step, yes.
Okay, just on the corners. Oh, my hand's under the thing.
Now, what we do on the front and the back, we're also going to do on the lining.
Okay.
So in total, please do not fear, you're going to be doing 16 tucks and 16 darts.
Over all pieces.
Yeah, so it'll be no surprise that I've started some prep on this, else you're going to get a little bit bored of watching me.
But you'll be an expert by the end of it, won't you?
You will indeed. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to work on the lining first, because then when I'm working on these pieces, it might be when you want to do a bit of a recap.
Okay.
But I'm going to do the lining because then you can really see, because obviously we haven't got all that print going on.
Okay.
I've started some of these darts already, so I'm going to show you the tucks first, and then I'll show you the darts on the other one.
Lovely.
So when you've done your darts, just give them a press. Now, I'm not going to be fussy about which direction you put them into. Thank you very much. You can press them outwards or you can press them inwards. It really, really doesn't matter. If you want to start your fabric in advance, again, please do. But again, it doesn't matter. This bag is so forgiving. So if I seem a little bit lackadaisical in what I'm doing, I'm not. It's just, it really doesn't matter. Everything just relaxes so beautifully.
Okay.
Honestly, it's great. So what we've got here, up here, is I've cut out some little snip marks.
Okay,
at the
yes,
top.
yeah.
Can we see those?
We can. We've got those, Ollie, yeah?
Yeah.
Perfect.
And then we're going to sew them into channels all the way down. And we've got the same on this side as well.
Okay.
So this is where we're going to do 4 of our tucks. Now,
and I suppose when you said at the beginning 16, that sounds like a lot, but it's only 4 on each piece. So yeah.
Oh, and
doesn't take long at all, does it?
And again, this is where I say I might sound lapsy-daisy. Please don't mind me. But if they're a bit wobbly, nobody's ever going to know.
Fair point, yeah.
You're not going to see. It just creates a nice little bit of detail.
Lovely. So
just switching my pen. So what I'm going to do, so you guys can see at home, is I'm going to measure down. You've got all these markings on your pattern piece. Let me show you in the pattern.
There you go.
So obviously the pattern piece just overlap, but we've got our little dots here to indicate where that's going to end, okay?
Okay.
And here we've got our dots.
Perfect.
Okay, so you can transfer that however you want.
That's easy done, isn't it?
Let me just check that measurement. See, I thought I knew what that was, but now I'm thinking, was it that?
It's that little bit of, that little voice in your ear, isn't it?
It is, and I was slightly wrong there. I got a bit carried away.
Okay.
So this is how we do it, and then we're going to make our edges meet. Now, the way we can check that our edges meet, let me get a couple of pins, is we can just pop a pin through the wrong side. I say wrong side, remember there's no direction, so it doesn't massively matter.
That's a fair point.
You're going to make sure your little darts, your little snip marks match up here.
Okay.
And now I can just transfer that there. And now I can just sew straight down, okay? Now, I'm going to do it how we should do it, and then I'm going to show you how I do it.
Okay.
I'm happy to have that conversation later in the office, but this is a...
Well, the thing is, when you and I found this myself, sometimes you'll write a pattern and you'll do it one way, and then as time goes on, the pattern kind of evolves, doesn't it? And people have different techniques and different ways of putting it together. So.
Because, well, what happens is you grow in confidence.
Yes, yeah.
And you start realising, actually, she's right, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's interesting when you teach people, they want to be verbatim.
Absolutely, yeah.
And that's absolutely fine. But when you've had a few years' experience under your belt, you realise, actually, that doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Now, when I reach the end, what I like to do, and this is entirely up to you, it's just I know that I can be a little heavy-handed, is I like to reverse back, come forward and go back again.
Okay.
Give it a real good reverse there, and it'll hold things nice and tight.
But it's just reinforcing that.
Yeah, and if it overlaps a little bit, don't worry, it's totally fine. So this is how we should do it, and then we're going to press. In fact, I'll do that now.
Lovely.
So we press to set those stitches in, and then I'm just going to press it outwards. Look, I've totally missed my line. That's why it sometimes doesn't even matter, doesn't it?
Oh.
But like I say, you're not going to see it.
Well, I suppose if you've used it, I know we've got the friction pens, I think, on the show today as well. So
I thought I've used the biro.
Oh,
it's the same colour. It's the same colour as my red friction pen.
Oh, that's
I put that in my back pocket so it doesn't happen again.
Oh, bless you.
Doesn't matter.
I'm sure we got one earlier. I'm sure I saw one when we were getting ready.
The way I normally do it, because obviously that's failed, it's fine. You can all have a little chuckle at home. Is I just fold it over. I iron it first so it's nice and crisp. Then I measure my line down and I just put a pin there.
Ah.
And I do the same thing.
Perfect.
I actually like my fabrics to be nice and crisp before I iron them.
I love it. Oh, very quickly, thank you whoever sent the message in about the app, saying that it's showing yesterday's shows. We've double checked. There was an update that's gone out, so it might be that you've not got the latest version. So all you need to do is go wherever you shop for your apps, update it, you'll get a new version, and hopefully you'll be watching us now. And if you're not watching me now, you'll have missed all of that because you're watching yesterday's show. So yeah, quite often, if you find something just isn't quite right, then by refreshing the app or refreshing your browser online, quite often it kind of shoves everything along a little bit and it's all good as well. So yeah, and it can happen. Sometimes you forget things need updating, don't you? I mean, Ben was saying he went into his bank app and it came up and it said he'd got no money, but it's because he hadn't got the update. So yeah.
That's scary, isn't it?
That would be scary.
So we're just going to do this on repeat. I'm ever so sorry because I don't want you all to feel
No,
bored.
not at all. I love it.
But you'll see how now, if you had a few bags lined up, you could just do all the darts.
Have a proper little
all in one-
production line.
Yeah.
I will just warn you, our 4 bundles are now down to 3 because the cave one that we've seen the finished sample with, that one has now sold out. So thank you
well
to
done.
everybody. Yeah. Thank you to everybody that took advantage of that particular one. So I'm going to move that one just to the side so as we don't get tempted by that one. However, I will warn you that this particular one that we're working with, I say we, I'm just stood here doing talky bits.
You're busy looking beautiful,
Oh,
Hayley.
bless
Don't
you.
underestimate it.
But this one is gorgeous, absolutely beautiful. So this has got that lovely kind of paisley feel to it, which is really pretty. It's got beautiful flow to it as well. And don't forget the way that Lucy's designed this bag is you don't need to put any kind of facing or anything like that. We've got H640 on the show if you wanted to give it more of a frou-frou feel to it, shall we say. But you don't need it. And this is proving to be the next popular one, next one likely to sell out. Now, ooh.
Oh, what are you thinking?
Ben's just feeding me some information. Oh, Ben has been having a little bit of a rummage for you. So what have we got? What have you got for us, Ben? Oh, nice choice.
What's he found?
He's found another cave bundle.
Oh, amazing.
So,
Chrysanthemums, that, isn't it?
now,
Is it?
Ben put together some fabulous cave bundles a little while ago. This is the only one that is left. But do you know what? This would be a cracking one
That's
for the bag.
gorgeous. That is
wouldn't it?
gorgeous. Well done, Ben.
It's only single figures though. Only single figures. So if you do like your cave fabrics and you want a version of it, cave fabrics would be brilliant for this, wouldn't they? So get your pattern, or you might already have your pattern. You might like this one as number 2 that you're going to be creating. It's only £9.99. Pattern by itself, if you want the pattern on its own, then you can get hold of that. Make your own little bundle, and you're still looking at around £19.99. So that's definitely worth doing it. So get the pattern by itself, and then get those. But be quick. Because we're trying our best for you. We know that you like your caves. So Ben, bless him, he's just gone a little off-piece to try and find that one for you. So thanks, Ben. But we're back. We're back in the room.
Don't we have any Tula half meters?
I don't know. What about Tula pink half-metre bundles? Oh, no.
I am a bit of a Tula queen, mate.
You like your Tula?
I do.
Poor Ben, he's working his little socks off there and we're like cracking the whip. Go and find us some more bundles, Ben.
Brilliant. Right, so that's that one done. So we've done front and back, and I've done the darts on this in advance. So now I'm going to show you the darts.
Okay.
Now, because I haven't brought my version of the pattern, I can't show you how to do the tailor's tack, but this is going to be quite hard to see, you know.
Okay.
But what I'm going to do instead, I'm going to go off-piece myself.
Oh, okay, right.
So rather than showing you how you would do the tailor's tack in order to transfer that marking, because I haven't got markers on this, instead I'm going to show you actually in this bag how it doesn't really matter.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
That's what I'm going to do.
Yeah,
I'm going to get a
sure.
sip of my water first.
We are very, very busy. It's nice as well because you're liking all the different styles of the bundles that we've put together, which makes me really happy as well. You're loving the paisley, as you can see. Something that's got quite a lot of print on there, I think can be very forgiving as well when you're actually sewing.
This is what I keep saying.
Yeah.
You're not going to see. So just have an eye's time.
Absolutely.
Right, so am I okay?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, this is so fine. I can't get over it. I literally opened up my parcel when it arrived. I was like, that's amazing. I love it.
It's gorgeous.
Right, so what we've got on each side is 4 little snips again. So I've got
Shall I bring the pattern to show everybody?
1, 2, and then 3, 4. Okay. Now, the important thing is we're working in pairs, and this is the only important thing you're going to do here, is making sure that they match. Everything else...
similar to the tucks that we saw a few moments ago, mark up those lines.
Yes, and everything else can go wrong.
Okay.
You know, if your point wasn't in exactly the right place, it doesn't matter.
Right.
It's making sure these bits match.
Okay.
So as long as they match, everything else will be good in the end. So if I was to iron it so it's crisp and flat so you guys can see, and if you're particular and you want to use your ruler and whatever, then you can just mark a line. Now I know, because obviously I designed it, that ultimately I want it to be 2.5 inches long.
Okie dokie.
So it would stop there. That's where it should be.
Yeah.
However, if I hadn't got my marking on there, I would just take this to my machine start on the dart edge. I feel like I'm teaching you to be lazy, but what I'm trying to teach is back to that earlier question, can a beginner make it? You can, because it's only this starting stitch.
Do you know what you're
right.
teaching us? You're teaching us to take the pressure off ourselves.
Yeah.
It's not to be lazy, it's to take the pressure off and go the easy route.
Well, I wish I knew all this when I
Yeah,
started.
yeah.
You know, I've had to, it's like that, I've had to kiss a lot of frogs before I found my prince. I've had to make a lot of mistakes as well. So, right, so I'm going to put my foot down and I've started about 1 centimetre in and I'm going to reverse back instead.
Okay.
And now I'm going to come forward. And as long as it's done that little thing, you know, where it takes your fabric down a little bit.
Yes.
So I've just started in again. It's fine.
There you go, you're all right.
Now I've come off the edge. Now I'm 1 stitch down right on that edge. And this is the way I do them. Now, if you want to take tails and do maybe 3 knots, that's absolutely fine. When I do 3 knots, I do one way, then one the other, and then one back that way.
Okay.
That's how I do mine. However, when I do darts, and I'm not too fussed, which is all about today, isn't it? Then I'm just going to go within that little dart. So we've got that little triangle shape here, and I'm just going to reverse back inside.
So it's almost within the seam allowance of the dart.
Yes.
Got you. I'm just going to do something. I hope you don't mind. I'm just going to move that bag out of the way because it's just in the shop.
Is it getting on your
there, and
nerves?
it's really getting on my nerves. So I will be back in a moment.
So this dart now looks a bit like a tick. See, it's come down and then it's gone within there. Can you see it's like a tick?
Oh, yes.
And that's fine. It's locked it, it's nice and tight. And then I'm going to go and do my next one. So again, I'm just going to make sure my points match.
I love it. It's very methodical, isn't it, when you're doing this? So nice and easy.
So can you see how that's come off slightly there? I'm not really worried because, again, it comes back. As long as these bits match, we're all good to go. My foot keeps going for a walk today.
I love that. It's like a little flow to it when you're doing that.
Yeah. I do normally stop and move, but hey, look, we've got a message.
Oh, so we have. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
I can't read it.
Morning, I'm really enjoying this show. Lovely fabrics, great pattern and fabulous tips. It's all inspiring. Isn't it just, Judith? Told you we've got a fabulous day today. We are so busy for those fabric bundles, though. Don't get distracted. I know we love the demo, but please make sure you're checking those baskets out, because what often happens is once we get to the end of the demo and you realise just how achievable the pattern is, or the bag is, then what will happen is you'll be like, I'm going to go and order my fabrics, and it'll be like, oh, okay, they've all gone now. Because lots of people have been doing that. And I do apologise, we didn't have huge quantities of the handles to start with. I'm sure we will get those back again, but have they all gone now? They're both gone. Oh. But yeah, today, I need to have a word with them upstairs later on, so we'll see if we can manage to get hold of some at a later stage, but sadly it's not going to be for today.
I don't think you've really had them on before, though, have you?
No, it's probably just a case of I thought, oh yes, but didn't realise just how popular the patterns were going to be.
I'm just looking for my little snip marks.
And off you go again. While you're doing that, are you all right if I just go through the fabrics
Please do, yeah,
again? 'Cause obviously
absolutely.
it's
I'm
the
just on
same.
repeat now.
You're
I'm just repeating.
So let's start off with the one that Lucy is working with. Now, just to reiterate, what you're going to get in each of these bundles is your pattern, that's normally £9.99, and then you'll get in 2.5 metres of fabric, and that's all that you're actually going to need with regards to these. So you've got your lovely solid, which has been picked out to complement your pattern fabric. So it's beautiful. It's one that we're very familiar with here at Sewing Street. We stock it all the time. And then you've got your gorgeous, I mean, how amazing is that? That is beautiful. I would love to know if we have got this available by the metre, because it's got such a beautiful drape to it. You're going to love working with this one. So if you like the look of that one, Moda fabric, I think, if I can read that rightly. It is a Moda, so yeah. If you like
and do you know, can you see the selvage?
Yeah.
Read it.
Oh, what's it say? Moda fabrics. Oh, isn't that lovely?
It made my heart sing.
Can you see that? Hold on. Which is the best way to do this? Where do you want me, Ollie? On the overhead. There we go. So I've never noticed that on fabrics before. There must be something Moda thing. Oh, let me just grab hold of it.
I've never seen it on these ones before. I think
so there you go. It's a little quote from Oscar Wilde there, which I wouldn't have known. But with freedom, books, flowers, and the moon, who could not be happy? Oscar Wilde. I'd be keeping that. I'd be keeping that, any of those.
Sew it in.
Making
Cut
those
off about
bands.
that.
Yes.
So you've got a nice strip. You could sew it into something, couldn't you?
Isn't that lovely? Oh,
Really inspiring,
that's made
isn't
me all
it?
warm and toasty.
It does, doesn't it? I know, we're as daft as each other.
So there you go. If you like your paisley, you're going to be in very good company, but please check your baskets out. We don't have a bountiful supply of those. And if you are going for that one, now is the time to check your basket out. So there you go. You've got that one there. And of course, it might be that you're wanting to use the fabric in a different way. Infinity scarf was a brilliant suggestion, I have to say. Another one for you. If you like something more of a uniform kind of look to it, this one is a lovely one. I'm thinking kind of almost like that red, white and blue look, you know, the classic one from the summers.
Yeah.
Maybe with your jeans, a little bag that is going to work alongside that. So you're going to get, again, you're going to get your pattern, obviously with all of your templates in there that we are learning about during this hour. So you're going to get your bag, you're going to get your 1/2 metre of your Liberty, which has got that beautiful navy and almost like a purpley blue on top of there as well. And then you've got the fabulous contrast of your white, which is going to look beautiful as your lining. So if you like the look at that one, £19.99. £9.99 for your pattern just by itself. So these are really good value bundles. Last one that we've got for you, and again, this one, if you like something more of a kind of earthy tone, more of a kind of floral accent with this one, little tiny ditzy flower. Maybe you want something that's got more of a subtle finish to it, then this one is going to be beautiful. And I love that kind of vintage cream tone that we've got alongside it. But of course, you're going to get all of your components there to make your fabulous bag. And again, £19.99. But let me tell you about the pattern by itself, because again, it's always a popular way to get hold of a pattern. If you've got a metre of fabric in your stash, and it could be that you're piecing your fabrics together. Maybe you've got a few fat quarters that you're going to be putting together. Well, £9.99 is all you're paying for your pattern. Beautifully concise, loads of photographs in there as well. So as you know, I mean, Lucy is a great tutor. You are not going to have any trouble with this one whatsoever. But I will warn you, nearly half of the stock has gone of the pattern by itself. It's popular in loads of different ways. So whether it's the pattern by itself, whether it's the bundle, or maybe go off and have a little look on the website. Go and have a little look, see what we've got there, bundle prices. I love it. Incidentally, that beautiful chrysanthemum bundle that we saw, the cave one, that has gone now as well. Didn't have any of those as well. Oh, you're just too good, Lucy. You're just too good.
Thank you. I just wanted to do something that felt really achievable. I really did.
It's a nice little kind of what I call a breakaway project
Yeah,
as well. So
yeah,
if
I know
you've
what you
been
mean.
focusing on something and you've got a project that really takes a lot of your attention, sometimes you just want, like, I call it a control, alt and delete moment, when you just kind of just like reset, and it's just something that you can do that's quite mindful. So
I thought I'd finished all my darts, all my
you found
tucks,
one.
and I haven't. I've started putting the lining together though. But we've broken the back of it.
Perfect.
We're all good.
Lovely.
I am going to do this bag, you know.
I was just looking at the time and thinking we've only got about 15 minutes or so
Oh,
left.
we're doing it, don't you
Okay.
worry.
Right, we're on a mission.
We're not messing. Some of my stitching might be wobbly, but I'd like to be forgiven today, please.
Wobbly is the new straight.
Cheers. Who wants to be straight when you can be wobbly?
Exactly.
We want to stand out, don't we?
Exactly.
Right.
Nearly there. It's just straight lines though, really, isn't it, ultimately? That's all that we're stitching.
And for anybody that's been watching, you'll probably think, well, she stopped measuring. I have stopped measuring. It's fine.
Well, the key thing is you've already put your little snips in there, haven't you? And that is the key bit.
Yeah, but
at
where I
the
stopped
top.
sewing,
Oh, I see.
I stopped. But it's fine. You'll not notice. I've just roughly guessed where it is. For the purposes of sewing on TV.
Do
Right.
as I say, not do as I do.
Let's get our pins out.
Okay.
Oh, right. So what we're going to do, like I say, I've already done one. We're just going to place them right sides together now. And we're going to pin from this little bit that I said, this jaunty angle. We're going to pin from there. Now we're going to start. Oh, I can hear a noise.
Oh, they're ever so noisy. It's a rowdy lot they are in that other studio.
About 1 centimetre down. And then the important thing, it's the only important thing, is that our darts match at the bottom. Get those to go together. For anybody that was watching me, you'll see I wasn't even actually pinning these because it just nestles beautifully and I didn't really feel the need to. Just make sure on your lining you leave a hole for turning. I choose to do mine on the side for this bag for whatever reason.
And locking in those little darts as you go.
Locking them in.
You need to be conscious of, or
if you were slightly off, you're not going to notice. I
Okay.
mean, this fabric's so fussy, you're just not going to say.
do you want me to pin that one while you sew that one to save you a bit of time?
Well, you can, but it's already sewn.
Oh, yes, you did it. When did you do that?
When you was talking,
Oh,
Hayley.
that happens a lot, you know. I'll get waffling on and I'll miss
No
what's going on.
messing, no messing. And then go between. So we've pinned all of our important bits, which is those darts. And on the outer piece, like I say, we're going to be sewing all the way around. Okay. Now on the lining piece that I've done, you can show that, Hayley.
Okay.
What you'll see is that there's a little area down the side that I didn't sew. And on the curved bends,
Oh, just on there?
I've just given them a little trim down as well on the curves.
Okay, so you've kind of gone all around the parameter and left that little gap there.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, it's a reasonable gap. Don't be too stingy with your turning gaps either. I'm terrible for it because I'm like, quite often you have to hand stitch it, but being the lining, you might be able to do it with a little bit of machine sewing anyway. But if you make it too stingy, that turning out, make it a little bit difficult to actually get everything
Shouldn't be
through.
too bad though, because we haven't got any interfaces.
That's true, yeah. Nice fluid fabrics as well,
Yeah.
so yeah.
And then I'll do the same on this one. And then I'm going to turn this bag the right way out. That's what's going to come next.
Have a proper little production line going with these, couldn't you?
You really could. I've got a lot of these. As you know, I'm a knitter, so I like to keep knitting projects in them as well.
Well, the thing is as well, you're going to like the show that we've got coming up later. Oh, it's crochet a little bit later on.
I like crochet as well. I don't discriminate.
But these are nice little project bags because, like you say, if you were doing a knitting project or a crochet project, you could put all of the elements in there, couldn't you,
Yeah.
that you need? And also as well, don't forget, when you're making these bags up, if you are using your bona fide things like your Liberty or your Cafe or your William Morris, you could actually make and sell these as William Morris bags, couldn't you? Because you're actually using the William Morris fabric.
Yeah, absolutely. Just be warned though, because everybody will want one.
That is a thing, yeah, brace
And that'll
yourself.
be your fault, not mine. So I'm going to turn one through now.
I'm thinking about using them with like recycled denim, and I like the ideas like the memory projects, maybe using fabrics from garments. That's a nice idea as well.
What I'm going to do, just at this top seam, I'm just going to press that little seam open and flat.
Okay. Just a little press. I don't know what they're on next door, but I'll have a bottle of it.
I'll have some. Right, and then I'll just do this one.
I think they've had too much sugar this morning.
If only you could all hear what we hear.
I think it's over on, is it Jewellery Maker?
It is, yeah.
A rowdy bunch.
Happy in their work. That's
They are
what they are.
indeed. They are.
Right, now we're going to slot one inside another.
Okay.
And I'm going to start pinning from the top.
Okay.
Grab my pins again. Keep tidying up. And then what you'll find is these darts, these little tucks at the top, should start meeting.
Ah, okay.
Mine not, 'cause mine might not, because I've been doing my happy, just whooshing it along, but thereabouts it will fit. And
I've been having such a lovely time. I've just realised I didn't get the tablet. So if you have been sending messages through and you're thinking, that Hayley's a rude one, she's not replying. I'm sorry, I forgot to pick the tablet up.
I bet there'll be samples on the fans page for people to be inspired
where's
by.
your fans page? Oh, you mean the Sewing
Sewing
Street
Street
fans?
fans
Sorry,
page.
Yeah, Sewing Street fans, yeah. But you've got your own social media as well,
I
haven't
have,
you?
yeah. I've got my Facebook page, So Pretty So Mindful, but I also run, I call it So Mindful Makers, much more of a sort of a chattier space where people that make my patterns go on, and we have albums in there, so you can see my
lovely.
patterns made up their way and whatever. Much more sort of a, I'd say, community feel, if you
Yes.
like. It's lovely, I really like it. So just flick that down.
Coming together nicely.
It is.
Oh, talking of messages, I've got a message. Good morning. I think Lucy will guess which bundle I bought. I think this will be great to hook over my crutches to use around the house. And that's Tanya.
Then that has to be the Cafe.
Oh, is she a bit of a Cafe fan?
She's a Lucy fan and she's a Cafe fan.
Well, I hope
and
you got in early.
Well, she's been getting her fingers warmed up, ready to press buy on an Aries bag as well. She's excited about that.
The Aries bag coming up as well. There's so many people have made that. I've seen them on Facebook
Lots.
in different places.
Lots, and I've been teaching it all weekends as well. I do a 3-day retreat for that one.
Okay.
So I had 3 new bags finished yesterday.
Lovely.
Very exciting. Now I'm going to sew down, and I'm going to sew down to where that little join is. Because our seams are open and flat, it helps me just nip across a few stitches. And then I'm going to go back up again, the opposite side. I'll give you a closer look in just a second.
Oh, so straight across the top.
Straight across the other top.
Okay.
And then back down the other side.
And I suppose because you actually made the turning gap, then it makes sense.
And this little area where I said where it nips in, it just helps it sit really nice. Otherwise you get like that little bunching happen.
Yes, yeah.
So this just helps with that process a little bit. So go back to across again. And then we're nearly ready to put some handles in, Hayley.
Fabulous.
Please tell me I've got time.
Yeah, well, we've got, what, are we looking at about 9 minutes or so, something like that?
Oh, let's do it.
Okay.
Let's do it.
We'll at least get one in, won't we?
Oh,
So,
yeah. Yeah.
Perfect, so you've gone all the way
And then,
around.
yeah, all the way around. And then I'm going to trim off my corners.
Okay.
Okay. That'll help when we turn it all through. I feel like I'm sewing like the wind right now.
Speed sewing.
But you can see it's not a long
Well,
bag.
in all fairness, by the time we kind of had a chat about the different options, I think it's probably about 20 past that you got started. So
Yeah.
the fact that you've got so far in such a short space of time just shows how achievable it is.
Right, now, really important bit. Can we see where I sewed across?
Yes.
Now I'm going to snip into that corner,
Okay.
hand underneath so we don't do anything damage,
Yeah.
and I'm going to cut that bit away.
Okay.
Gone.
That little tiny notch bit. Okay.
Yeah, makes all the difference to your finish. If you forget, you will see when you turn it through. I encourage you to go back in, pull it through and trim it.
Okay.
I'm saying it from experience.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
Go back to our little hole. Now, if you've got one of those prim tool turners, really good idea to get it out, to push your corners out now. I'm getting a cold.
Oh, I picked up one. I had a flight the week ago, yeah, you know when you get off a plane and you think, oh, I've picked up a cold.
Yeah.
So yeah, and it took me a week to get over it, but there's a lot of it about, I think.
Yeah.
So, yeah. It's a mixture of kind of hay fever and summer
Yes.
colds.
Now, normally I'd be sewing my hole closed at this point, but I'm not going to. I'm just going to push you in and we'll deal with that later.
Would you do that usually just on the sewing machine and just turn
Yes.
it in?
Now,
and
if you
stitch?
want it to be reversible, though, please do
Do like
hand
a hand
stitch it,
stitch, yeah.
so it's a bit more hidden. I'd probably use like a little ladder stitch.
Yeah.
So we'll get that in. Shame I did that, isn't it?
Oh, don't worry.
Can't believe I did that. Happens to the best of us, doesn't it?
Doesn't it just?
Give it a nice press.
That lining is perfect choice, isn't it, for that fabric?
It's gorgeous. Really classy. The thing about this pattern, I think, is, I mean, fashions come and go, don't they?
Yes.
But there's some fashions that just don't go.
Yeah.
And I just think this bag is going to be one of those.
Yeah,
It's always
this is
going to
it.
be here. Bit like crochet's made a bit of a resurgence in clothing.
Yes.
It's, I don't know, I just think it's all part of that same kind of vibe.
Yes.
Love it.
Yeah.
Love it, love it. Right.
Now, the handles. Now, if you were fortunate to get hold of the handles, well done. If you didn't, then sadly, we haven't got them available at the moment. Do keep a note of those item numbers because they can tend to pop back into stock every now and again. So, when we do tell you to check your baskets out early, there is a reason for it. And on this occasion, it's because we knew we hadn't got a huge quantity of these as well.
Right.
What are you up to?
I'm just going to increase my stitch length. Now, this is where, if you had all the time in the world, you'll find yourself a nice stitch or something.
Okay.
but I'm just going to press that over. There is measurements in the instructions, but I'm just going to eyeball it and press it. Look at that.
That's beautiful alongside that pattern.
Yeah.
Paisley, gorgeous.
And like I say, I would be pulling those corners out, which I'll do with a pin later anyway. Okay, so now you're just going to slot it through your little hole here.
Okay.
And just let it rest and pin. Just pin it to hold it. And we're going to feed it in as we go. As long as we make sure that the end ends around about here, we're all going to be good.
Okay.
But don't be scared. So get it under your needle. Foot down. My foot's flicked again, look.
So go across.
And now I'll take that pin out. And I'm just going to keep that on that line. Because we ironed it, we know where to keep it. Pull it across.
So just do it in little segments.
Little sections. Slow and steady wins the race. And I'll just keep pulling it as you go.
And obviously it's not an easy thing to show you when we've got the sewing machine kind of head there, but you can kind of see from the angle over there what's happening. Just little, you kind of stitch in what, an inch or two, and then move, have your needle down as well.
Yeah,
That's a good tip.
Keep it in the needle down position, definitely.
And then just keep feeding little bits through.
You might find your own way, you know, of what works for you. Oh, I need to take that out, that's why it's not popping.
Oh, I see, yes.
There we go.
But you're a distance away from the handle, aren't you? So you don't have to worry about getting close to the handle or anything.
Now I reckon I've got time to put that second one in.
Let's do it. Let's
surely.
Do it. While you're doing that, I'm just going to recap very quickly. So you guys, if you're wanting the paisley fabric that Lucy's working with, we have only got a few minutes left on the show, so please do take advantage of that one. We've only got single figures left. Many of you will be checking out your baskets now. So the paisley comes alongside that fabulous pink, as you can see there, and of course you've got your pattern as well. £9.99 would normally be for the pattern, and then you've got your 2.5 metre fabrics complementing each other. If you want the look at that one, PL6692. But as I say, I'm looking on the screen, the stock is diminishing as I'm giving you this information, and there's a lot of people have put that into their baskets as well. As Lucy is just sewing that second handle in place, let me show you another of the options. Again, the pattern is going to come with you alongside your 2.5 metres of fabric. This is your Liberty option, where you've got your gorgeous Liberty fabric there, and you've also got your white fabric there as well. Absolutely beautiful, which is
classy,
gorgeous.
classy.
That's classy. So if you like the look of that particular one, HB, whatever it was, HB6681 if you're wanting that one. The last one, again, pattern is going to come as that as standard. And there you go, of course, you've got those gorgeous fabrics there. I keep moving it into the wrong way. But again, this is your last option with this one, your Sage Dipsy, £19.99. So really pretty little fabric. It might be that you're liking the actual pattern and you just got the idea of using those fabrics in a different way. By all means, you can do. But the last option that you've got is if you wanted to go for the pattern by itself, which is £9.99. So if you like the idea of that, then you can do. So there you go. Get that one into your basket. Oh, I can see a bag popping onto our screen there. You've only gone and done it.
I've only gone and done it.
Love it. I love it. Now, before we say goodbye to you, I'm going to have a chat with Lucy because she's got another show coming up. But I've been told that I've got some very important information coming into the studio, so bear with me just a second. You're back in an hour's time.
I am making the Aries bag.
Now, the Aries bag is it's more of a structured style bag, and I'm sure when you see this, you're going to want to get involved, because I know that lots of you have actually gone for this in the past, and I've seen all of your examples on social media. So, okay, right. This is a little bit.
What
Have you got here?
These are Designer Block 2024
Ben.
winners.
You know Ben,
Hello,
don't you?
how are you?
Yeah. Okay.
I've got them here. We're going to announce at the start of the next hour.
Oh, so if people have submitted their blocks? Oh, I've not seen these.
So we'll do it straight after the break.
Perfect. Time to grab a brew then.
Yes, I think so.
Lovely. Well, Lucy, thank you very much.
Thank
See you in an hour's time. Go and grab yourself
Congratulations,
a cuppa.
everybody.
Yes, we'll find out who's won in the next hour. Stay tuned, though. Grab yourself a brew, and I'll see you in about 2.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1p&p with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Hello there and welcome back. Welcome back to what's going to be an amazing hour. My first time working with Katharine, but I will introduce Katharine to you in a few months. You know who I'm talking about, but I must tell you about these. We have got the most amazing blocks that we are sharing with you, and I am sure that these will look very, very familiar because, of course, we have been giving you the opportunity to get involved with our fabulous little competition, and these are your Design a Quilt block. We've got everything from piecing to a plique in here as well. I love this one with the little bird houses on there as well. All these fabulous little elements, beautiful, all coming through. So thank you from the bottom of our hearts to each and every one of you have created, because you all started off with exactly the same elements, didn't you? The same base, but so many different variations. This work is exquisite, so thank you. Now, sadly, we could only choose, I think it's 12. Oh, look at the little dog there. I think we could only choose 12. And then we picture here and Sewing Street over there as well. We could have literally chosen thousands because there were so many beautiful pieces. I love this idea. I've got an inspiration there. I'd actually go off and make a human-sized one. But these are beautiful. So please, thank you so much. Each and every one of you that took the time and trouble to actually get involved as well, because as I say, we had to limit the ones that we could choose, but you have done yourselves proud. You really, really have. And of course, you want to know who has sent us these lovely blocks in. Well, let me enlighten you. You can see all these fabulous names there, so thank you to each and every one of you. Really do appreciate it. Your work is amazing. You never cease to amaze me. And of course, I think the quilt itself, I believe it's going to be featuring at Festival of Quilts. So if you are coming along, I think that's where you're going to be able to see it all put together. Don't quote me on that, because I'll kind of pick that from snippets of conversation. But yeah, I'm actually going to be on the Sewing Street stand on the Saturday as well. So if you are there at Festival of Quilts, come and say hello. Come and say hello. So that's enough about that, because this is an hour where we're going to be learning how to create the most amazing curved elements to our quilts and projects. And look at this. I mean, Katharine, this quilt behind you is absolutely incredible.
I'm really quite proud of it. This is the first quilt I've made with all curves.
No.
Yeah. So it was a challenge for me as well.
Oh my goodness.
Because they sent it to me and you sort of
amazing.
think, oh, that looks a bit tricky. But actually, it was really, really fun to make. I enjoyed it a lot.
I love it. And you know, sometimes it's nice to step into those uncharted waters and try something a little bit different.
Oh, I love trying new things.
And prove that you can do these things. So, oh, that is gorgeous. Thank you for putting that together. And the inspiration and everything came from this book that we've got.
So yes, they sent me this lovely book. It is a really nice book, I have to say. And the quilt is one of the ones in it.
Absolutely. Now, when you actually look at the book cover, and I looked at this and I thought, oh, that's cute, little rainbows, and I noticed there were snails. Quite a kind of innocent, I don't like to use the word childlike, because it kind of, in my opinion, can make it look disrespectful when you're calling that. But you're looking as if maybe they are quilts that are designed for younger members of the family. But it's not. It's all about using curves into the most creative of ways and learning so many different wonderful elements. I've opened this here on the projects, and we've got that gorgeous kind of wall hanging there. And that is from the quilt that we've got behind us.
Yes, it's just one section.
Wow. It's got a lovely retro feel to it, hasn't it? But learning about curves. Now, curves, Katharine, curves are one of those things that many of us shy away from. They can be quite terrifying, really, when you think about it.
Well, yes, you think they're going to go all wrong. But there's a technique, and it's quite straightforward, actually. And if you dressmake, it's the same kind of technique as when you ease in, like princess seams as well.
I love that.
So you can kind of transfer your skills over.
I love it. You're going to learn so much in here. You're gorgeous. I mean, look at that with your Dresden plate. Absolutely beautiful. Loads and loads of ideas, loads of inspiration, and a nice, what appears to be a logical book. The way that everything comes together.
Yes, it's very nicely written, really clear, the instructions, your cutting and your piecing, which is nice because there's nothing worse than when you start to get a bit confused about what you're doing, but really clearly laid out.
I love it. Quite constructive as well, as you can see. I mean, I love the owl that's creating in here as well, but breaking everything down. So when you look at these, you think they're very, very complex, but I suppose repetitive. Once you've learned how to do one of the blocks, you're repeating it over and over.
So you get very good at it by the end.
Absolutely, I love it. Now, it's a brilliant book, as you can see, by Erin there as well. You've got templates and everything featuring in there, and we will chat about those and how you get those ready for your project. But what a brilliant book. And we have got fabrics that are going to help you create that quilt that we've seen behind Katharine. But straight away, very popular book. 15 fabulous designs. I love this. Beautiful.
That's the good thing about a book, isn't it? You get so many different ones.
Well, this is it. But when you look at £14.49 for 15 quite dramatic projects, I mean, we often will sell a paper pattern at £9.99.
Yes.
So if you consider that, that could be any one of these, could be a single pattern. £9.99, £9.99, £9.99. You'd be looking at what, in a region of £150 if they were pattern by pattern that you were buying them. But having them all together is brilliant, and it's nice that you've got a technique that you might want to practice over and create. Love it, absolutely love it. So if you're wanting to go for the book has got the full instructions for the pattern, the Retro Blooms quilt, which I am sure that you will agree is absolutely amazing. I love it. And one thing I was saying to you, Katharine, earlier on is when you actually look at it, depends where your eye lands on the colour as to how it comes together. Because I didn't even notice almost like the stems of the flowers. I just saw circles to start with.
Yes. You can just get, I think it also depends how you've quilted it, maybe as well. Beautiful. These are like little mini rainbows at the top, aren't they, too?
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful through and through. And you can achieve that. You can achieve that. We're going to have some demonstrations to show you, but the book, literally, you've got everything that you need to know. And that particular quilt is 60 inches square, or 1.5 metres if you're wanting to go for that as well. So, yeah.
I quite like quilts that aren't too massive.
Yes.
This is a very manageable size to quilt on your own machine sort of thing as well.
Yeah. And it works out, it was just working out that I was liking the fact that 15 patterns, if you're looking at £9.99, let's call it a tenner, it's £150 worth of patterns if you were shopping for them individually. And let's face it, you would, if you saw that as a quilt pattern, you would pay very easily £9.99 for that pattern. You're actually paying the equivalent of 96p when you're shopping for it in a book. Now, these might not be projects that you're going to do all of them, and you might be, if you're buying one pattern, you think, right, I'm going to do that straight away. That might be the case with the book. But what you have then got a fabulous library of different projects that you can go back to. And it's just a lovely book to look through. I mean, isn't that fabulous? But I could just imagine, obviously it's beautiful in the rainbow covers. Obviously, Pride Month, many of us have got that in our mind. But also it could be like gradients of blue.
Which would look beautiful.
A pastel blue through to a deep blue, or pastel, or maybe a William Morris range that you've got from a collection, and using each of those fabrics. But I just love that curve. It's the fluidity, isn't it, of those shapes? Beautiful, I love it. So there you go. That is the book. If you like the idea of the book, then please do take advantage of it. Popular book, lots of you taking advantage of it, which I like the idea of. Can't wait to see what you've created. But I promised you fabrics. So the fabrics for the pattern or the quilt that we've seen hanging behind Katharine, we have got that one as a bundle. Got some gorgeous colours in this. Nice, happy colours.
Very much so. I'm not normally a fan of orange, but it works so well with the blue and yellow, and it just makes the retro look perfect, isn't it?
Absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. So the fabrics that you're getting, you're going to get 4 of your fabrics. Now, when you actually go into the pattern, it breaks it down of how much you need of each of the different fabrics. So with this one, you kind of bundle it all together. It comes to 10.5 metres, which is what you've got here. Obviously, you've got your layout. We'll chat about layout and cutting out your fabrics when we get over to Catherine's demo, but £74.99 if you want to replicate the quilt that we've just seen behind Katharine, 1.5 metre square, 60 inches if you will, then these are the fabrics that you're going to need, and beautiful fabrics to work with.
Very nice to work with.
They're
Yes, it went
personalised.
together very nicely actually, and that does depend on the fabric. It's got the right amount of sort of stiffness but flexibility.
Yeah, that's the key thing, because if you're talking curves, you need to consider that as well. So if you fancied going for the 2 together, that is making a quilt top for less than £100, and you've still got another 14 projects to work your way through. That is really good. That is really good, and I just love the simplicity of the colour with it. But of course, you can add to it if you're wanting to. I feel the urge to put like a pom-pom trim around the outside or something like that.
That would be funky.
It looks amazing. Proper sunny, happy colours. So if you like your fabrics, there we go. If you want to create the quilt that's in the bottom of your corner there, then you do need to get hold of the book there. I've lost the page now, but I will find it again for you. There you go. So there you go. If you like the idea of that, then please go for it as well. I love it. So there you go. Gorgeous colour combination. Now, maybe that is a little bit too bold for you and you want something a little bit more muted. Well, we can help you with that as well, because this one has got some lovely kind of calm, restful colours. I think it would look lovely in this.
I like
well.
that.
Yeah.
That's going to give you a real garden-y, spring, flowery
I'm thinking
feel.
orangeries.
Yeah.
Or conservatories. Things like that. I think
Yeah, I
that'd
like
look
that.
lovely in there. That kind of dip into the outside from the inside. So again, 10.5 metres. Beautiful colours to complement each other, and another variation. Perhaps if you don't want to go too bold, or you want something that's going to sit within your kind of home decor, maybe a little bit more forgiving. £74.99. Obviously, if you're wanting to go for your own fabrics and introducing, might be you want to take one of these out and bring in a fabric from your own stash, but I think a very affordable way to make a very big quilt there at £74.99. So there we go. That is that option for that particular one. Then we've got what we're going to go for next. We're going to go for something with a little bit of a pattern to it. And this is lovely. This almost reminds me like sugared almonds or ice cream or something like that.
Yeah, sugared almonds, definitely.
Beautiful. And again, it's got that little repeat in there. Gorgeous pastel finish with this one. Again, if you don't want anything too bold, maybe you are thinking for, I don't know, it could be pastel tones, pinks and purples. I always think of little girls' bedrooms. Not necessarily, because I had a little girl that would have preferred that one probably, to be fair. So yeah, it's horses for courses, as they say. But lovely, absolutely beautiful, Liberty. And when you bear in mind this is Liberty fabric, 10.5 metres of it, to make a quilt top in Liberty fabric for that price.
Brilliant.
Phenomenal. Now, split pay is there for you to use if you're wanting to. Means you can spread the cost of your purchases, so you don't have to invest in it all in one go. And if you do want to split the cost of this one, it's over 2 payments, as you can see there. So yeah, £74 and 49p, I think it was. Don't forget, if you're wanting to create the pattern that we've been chatting about, then the pattern is within the book here. But to be honest, any of these you could be doing with that. There you go. That's the one that we've got in the studio. So beautiful. So there you go, £144.99 if you like the idea of that one, which I will pop to the side as well. And then the last one, is it the extra wide fabric that we've got on the show? The backing bundles. Shall I go through these quickly, and then we can get into the demo then, and then literally I can leave Katharine to get on with it. So these now, where we're going to go? We're going to go bold to start with. Beautiful peacock blue. So again, we were looking at the peacock blue on the front there. So if you want to complement the back, is that the colour
That's
that you
what I
used on the
used,
back?
yes.
Oh, perfect.
There we go.
That
Which
is-
goes beautifully, doesn't it?
Doesn't it just? Yeah. Gorgeous. Lovely. So there you go. You've got your backing there. Wow. £32.11 for 4.5 metres. Wow. That is a brilliant saving on that one. So perfect, because it's going to complement obviously what we've been looking at. We've brought in other colours as well. So if you are wanting to go down the route that we saw of the kind of the neutral with the duck egg. So if you've gone for that bundle, then this is the one that you need to add in to add your backing to it, which is beautiful. 32.99. Sorry, 32.11 again. I'm just used to saying 99p's, aren't I? And then the last one, which is going to complement that gorgeous Liberty bundle that we looked at a few moments ago. There you go, £32.11. So absolutely gorgeous, absolutely ice creamy, isn't it, that one? So there you go. Any questions that you'd like to ask during the course of the hour? If I don't ask them on your behalf automatically, then do message in. But yeah, please do get those messages in. But I think it's worth a go. As I say, £14.99 £14.49 for 15 projects. Brilliant value for money and definitely worth going for. So there we go. Feast your eyes on all of that. So when we get the book home and we've chosen our project, if we choose to go for the same quilt, what do we need to know?
Okay, so first of all, you've got to, everything's cut out with templates.
Okay.
And they are in the back of the book, but there's also a very handy little QR code, so you can do it through your phone,
okay.
You can download it, you can just print it off. So
Oh,
you don't have
perfect.
to trace or photocopy or anything like that.
Oh.
So that took me, a couple of minutes, and so there's my things. Now I've put them on, I always back mine on card because I haven't got any of that lovely template plastic that you guys have, and they never send me any. So I tend to just put them on something just to make them a little bit sturdier.
Okay, lovely, good tip.
And the cutting out instructions are very, very clear. You cut a strip and then you use your template. Now there's a piece in it, so I'm going to do one just to show you, because there's a bit in it later for block 2. It's this little section where you can see there's like a template cut out across the fabrics. You piece your strips and then you cut it. So I thought I'd cut those two just to show you.
Okay. We didn't quite catch the one that you pointed to.
So it's like this part here. Can you see?
So
that
it's almost
little
like
part
where the
there?
leaf is almost.
Yeah, just the top of the. So it makes the top of the flower coming down into the leaf stem.
Lovely, thank you.
So it's important with this, and it's very clearly shown in the book which way to do it. That you've got to mirror them.
Oh, okay, right, yeah.
So that it works out right. Now she's only given me one block, which means I'm not very tall.
Oh.
So I'm going to just do my best to cut out.
Oh, bless
It's
you.
all about height, isn't it?
It's not easy. Do you want are you okay there?
I'm all right. Normally I have two.
Oh, I see, okay.
Two little black ones to stand on.
Oh, I haven't got one here to share with you.
You're all right.
I could crouch down on the floor and you could kneel on my back.
I'll manage fine.
Perfect. That's our early bird rotary cutter that you're using there, I believe.
It is. Now, when I do this at home, I do it on. If you haven't got a rotating cutting mat, and I've managed to set this and not set it rotating.
Oh, bless you.
But I do it. So I always stand at the end of a table.
Okay, yes.
And then I walk round the table rather than turning the thing round.
That's a good tip. You're kind of locked in over there, though, aren't you?
Yes, I am. So I can't do that here. Okay, but you can see. So you're just going to carefully cut them out like that.
Wonderful.
You can see it's gone across the thing. So that's that way. Let me just do one the other way, and then we'll be able to make all the
And the bit that you cut away, I mean, we're not going to waste that, or we can keep that to one side for another project.
Oh, I would, because it's a
good size piece.
Good size piece, isn't it, for doing something else with?
Yeah.
There is plenty of fabric in the bundle, plenty. So you've got time to go wrong. you've got enough to go wrong, which just happened, doesn't it? I did find if they don't go together very well, your curves, and you unpick them, they can stretch a little.
Well, I'm guessing that with the actual cut here, it's almost like a bias cut, isn't it? So the fabric comes a little bit more vulnerable when it's done across the bias.
It does. But you've got enough in your bundle that it's, if you're just setting out and you make the odd mistake, you'll have enough to cut a new one without any problems.
And I suppose it's kind of the initial blocks that you can make those mistakes with, if there are any mistakes to be made.
Yes. We're all friends with our unpicker, aren't we?
Absolutely. I'm on first name terms with mine. There you go, just trimming away.
There we go. I'm managing to trim my template as well, aren't I? There
But
we go.
the beauty is, if you've mentioned that you can actually use the QR code to download it, if
Well, you
you
could,
need
yes,
it
exactly.
anymore,
You can do another one. You can do
That's it.
multiple ones. Okay, so you'll get everything cut out nicely, and it doesn't take as long as you think. When you get into it, you can stack it up with your rotary cutter. You don't have to do it one at a time.
And in the book, it tells you how many repeats of each piece you need.
Absolutely.
Perfect.
Okay, so we've got sort of 4 different blocks to do to make up the quilt. So the first one is the nice little rainbow flower piece. So there's one half of it. We'll show you how to do the second half.
Wonderful, thank you.
Okay, so now, as with any quilt, as you could, I don't know if you can see, I've labelled them all up so I know what I'm doing.
Good tip.
2 of the templates are very similar. And I can tell you, because I always do something wrong, so I can tell you what not to do. Those 2, number 6 and number 1, look virtually the same.
They
But
do.
if you get them the wrong way round, it doesn't work.
Oh, okay.
So I
right.
spent an afternoon putting things together and then realising it didn't work and I had to undo them all.
Right.
Yeah, there's one of them is just slightly longer. So when you cut them out, label them up, and then it won't be a problem.
Fabulous.
Okay, so we're going to start with the small little central bit. Now, you need your iron on hand with this to get your curves. It's all about starting at the centre and then working out. So the easiest way is to press yourself the centre point.
Oh, so
in
you've
your
just folded it
curves.
in half,
So
right?
just
Okay,
folded
yeah.
it in half. They should be, if you cut them nicely, symmetrical, shouldn't they?
That's true.
Okay.
Clever way of getting that continual line to line up.
Yes. And I have to say, in the beginning of the book, she does give you all the information on how to do it. It's not like, oh, here's the book, just get on with it. There's lots of, instruction on how to tackle your curves and everything. Okay, so we're going to go right sides together, match up that central curve. Now I'm going to put a pin in this to hold it in place. Now, I would say, and when I started doing this one, because I have done curves before, but I've never done loads of them.
Yeah.
So I did approach it like a princess seam on a dress.
Okay, yeah.
And secured it at the ends and secured it in the middle. So I would say, if you've not done that, not done this before, it's quite a good way.
Okay.
As I got into it, I got better, because practice makes perfect,
Absolutely.
always.
It's all about that practice.
Yes, and so I pin in the middle, and then you're going to use your fingers to manipulate it and curve it round as you sew.
Wonderful.
That is that's the plan anyway. So we're talking a 1/4 inch seam. Where's the lever gone? There we go.
And I'm guessing, if you've got the ability to have your needle down when you stop, that's going to be useful with this as well.
Oh, absolutely, yes, yes. And the bigger piece is what I would have on top.
Okay.
Because if anything's going to catch and pucker, it is that sort of fuller
Yes.
part of the curve, if
Yeah,
you see.
makes
Whereas
sense.
if you've got that on top and you can see it, you can make sure it's not going to do that.
That's
And
it,
then
put it
the
where you
smaller
want it.
curve and the kind, it's maths, isn't it? Concave and convex.
Oh,
and I don't know which
gosh.
is which, but
I was off
that
school that day.
outside is the one that's flatter and going to make it easier.
Innies and outers, that's how I remember them.
Yeah. So as we come round,
Do you need to consider the length of your stitch when you're working with these?
well, I know traditionally in quilting people use a very small stitch, but I tend to just use it on its normal setting.
Okay. With mine, I think it's 2.5, it automatically sets it
It
up.
does. I mean, you
suppose-
can go a bit smaller till
Yeah.
2. Okay, so as I'm coming round, just stopping every so often and bending it round that curve. And all being well, it will have gone in nicely. We'll see. It's always hard, when we're doing it like this, standing up live to you.
That's looking good so far.
That's looking all right.
Look at that.
Okay, so there's your first one.
That's pretty good. Well, it's very good, in fact.
Okay, so then the next one.
So is it any trickier whether it's the kind of the inner circle or the outer circles with these?
Not really. They're
It's
all
the
kind
same.
of going the same way.
Yeah.
This is probably, they're all a very similar shape, actually, in this quilt. So once you've got the hang of it, you know, you can sit and you can do all the same ones at once, get them all ready. I'm just showing you one of each. But obviously, when I did this, obviously I did like all those ones. And I did all those ones. Yeah. Because then it speeds it up, doesn't it?
Absolutely, yeah.
But it's always, I always recommend doing one to start off with so you know what you're doing. You can make the mistakes on the first one. And then you go, oh, yeah, okay, I know what I'm doing now. And then you can zoom them all through.
Because quite often I would say to you, use your scraps of fabric before you use your proper fabrics. But here you've got so much of that fabric. You're going to have plenty there if you do your practice pieces on. And if you're quite happy with your practice pieces, either use them in your quilt or maybe use them for making complementary cushions and things like that to work alongside it.
Yeah, so if you did a practice one and it looked really nice, there's a panel in there, isn't
Yes,
there?
yeah.
Save it and then carry it on for the panel. So, you know, steady is the way to go with this.
Absolutely.
You can't whiz
Slow and
them
steady.
too much. But you kind of get into a little rhythm and a technique with it.
And a dry iron as usual, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I never put steam in mine.
No.
For anything.
I do sometimes if I need to kind of ease things into place. If it's, yeah, a bit of operator error.
My husband and I have separate irons because he likes a very hot, steamy iron for his shirts.
Okay.
And I only ever want a dry iron.
Ah,
It
okay.
used to cause a lot of arguments, so we now have separate irons. And there is harmony in our household.
There you go. Well, that's a small price to pay for that then, isn't it?
And then we've just got the nice little background piece. See, they don't look so hard, do they?
That is brilliant. And you've explained it so well. Proper confidence builder. And when you look at the actual finished quilt, I mean, it looks way more complex than the what you've taught us. It's classed as an an intermediate project within the book. But I've worked with in the past I've worked with somebody who often said to me, don't look at that level, because just look at the finished project, and that is your kind of your inspiration and your drive to complete it. And as is the case with any quilt, you're not looking at the finished result as being the starting point. It's everything is broken down.
Absolutely, and if you fancy a go at it, it's okay.
That's
you
it.
know.
And it might be that you do a couple of the blocks and you don't like them. You think, well, I'm not going to do that. So I'm not going to make that up. Then make them into bags and things like that. There's always a use for those blocks that you've created. But then you might find that it's your new favourite thing, and you want to do more of them.
So then
Look
we're
at
going to
that.
put these together.
Wonderful.
Deciding which way round is going to be best. Oh, look, I've done that one the wrong way round.
Have you?
I put that one out. Okay, I've not done right size together.
Oh, I see.
I was doing
right.
it this morning out in the green room and I wasn't quite awake, was I?
Oh, bless
Never
you.
mind. We'll carry on.
I hadn't even noticed that.
I didn't till I looked just then.
Oh,
So you have got a seam to match here as you put the two together, because you want them to go across if you can. But just, you know, in the normal way. And pressing your curves, they sort of automatically want to go outwards.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
She does talk in the book about you can, you know, snip into them, but I didn't feel it was necessary on any of these curves. They just went really nicely.
They sit in beautifully. Mind you, I suppose that's down to the fabrics as much as anything as well.
Yeah. It's nice. It's lovely cotton. I mean, obviously this is Liberty, and that's always nice, isn't it?
Presses beautifully as well, doesn't it? I mean, I've used this fabric before and it's gorgeous.
Okay, let's have a look. Okay, so there's our,
Beautifully, look at that.
our first part. I haven't quite matched it there, but you'll forgive me, I'm sure.
Gorgeous.
So then once you've done all your nice little, so you do the same quantity of everything. So there's 8 of each. It wasn't too many to get bored.
Ah.
I've got very low boredom threshold, and if I have to do the same thing over and over and over, I do get bored.
Well, it can affect your accuracy, can't it, when you start getting bored? Yes,
Yeah, but there were just enough that it was like, it was all right. I didn't get bored.
But equally so, I mean, it's a pattern that you could easily adapt. So if you wanted to make it wider, I mean, there's plenty of fabric in there. Because of it being almost like a modular system, it might be that you will take the quantity that's mentioned in the book to start with to make it the size that it is. But you might think, do you know what, I actually want to put an extra flower on the row and an extra column, so to speak, to make it even bigger. Well, you could do that very easily. Very easily.
You could. Or smaller.
Yeah.
If you do a couple and you get fed up, just make a little wall hanging.
Yeah. That's a nice idea. Actually make a nice wall. Or a table runner it'd make nice as well.
So the first leaf we do is the one where we use these nice pieces that we cut.
Okay.
But we're going to put fabric A on first.
Lovely. So this has got that kind of, it's like is it orange peel that we call it, that shape? That's, yeah. It is orange peel, isn't it, that it's called, that kind of, it's like an elliptical shape.
So absolutely same idea, press in your centres. And then it will work.
Perfect.
So you can just, you can stand, you can have a pleasant eye. I don't do a lot of ironing, but I do iron my sewing. And, I just stood and ironed all the centres in and everything was ready. Do you know what? I teach a lot, Hayley. Okay. And I'm currently teaching a beginner's sewing class. And the first week was last week. And I had a lady come who was probably in about her 30s. And she'd never touched a sewing machine in her life. Which, that's okay. I could expect that. Yeah. But also, and we were all in the group just like stunned. She'd never ironed a thing in her life.
Oh, wow.
I know. And we were kind of like, I was kind of like, well, you're going to have to get an iron now because you can't sew without an iron, can you?
I must admit, I do kind of shy away from garments if I can get away with ironing them.
Well, no, I mean, none of us want to that much, do we?
But to not have done anything,
to manage to have never done anything.
Wow.
So I had to teach her to iron as well.
Well, if she needs any help, then I've got a big basket that needs doing.
So it's exactly the same idea that we're going to go round the nice leaf shape.
So where do we find about things like your classes in workshops and things like that?
Well, I have a lovely website.
Lovely.
Leicestershire Crafts Centre is my nice, lovely little business. We're in Market Harbour and we do lots of nice workshops. Teach a lot of dressmaking and patchwork, and then I have other tutors come and teach them too.
Lovely.
So we do all kinds of crafts. It is a very nice place. And never mind going to work,
That's it. I think is it Richard Branson that says if you enjoy going to work, then if you're happy at work, then you never work another day in your life or something. I'm paraphrasing.
Oh, I don't know. I do work really, really hard, but but I don't mind it. I like it.
There's worse things that you could be doing.
Oh, too right.
And I love it because in this hour concentration on kind of quilting and the projects from the piece book, but we've got a totally different style of show coming up it's a little over an hour and a half, and dressmaking we're looking at a little bit later on.
Yes.
So, yeah, love it. Love these garments. They're beautiful. So we'll see those a bit later.
Let's find the centre of that one. Now, if you think, oh, I've not cut out my templates brilliantly and they're not going together perfectly, we do trim them down a little.
Okay.
The blocks. So you're fine. So can you see there where it's slightly over?
Okay, yeah.
Doesn't actually matter because you end up trimming a very, very small amount, but enough to make them nice and good and square. So don't worry too much.
Perfect.
I think often with patchwork, people can worry a lot about it being perfect. And mostly, it's millimetres. And it's more important to enjoy the process, I think.
It is about the process, isn't it? And the achievement, the sense of achievement at the end of your project. I think that's the big thing. I will mention as well the templates. We have got your template plastic as well. Don't forget, when we started off, I haven't managed to get these and show you these just yet, but you have found them yourselves on the website. So of course, when you're using those templates, then you're going to be cutting out over and over again. Rather than using your cardboard and cutting into them, then you could actually be using these to trace and then obviously cut on the rotary line. Got two different variations for you. So you've got your plain, as you can see here. The idea being is, obviously I haven't got the right size of the project, but you would be able to use that and actually cut them to size. Some cutting machines, if you've got something like the Scan and Cut, you might even find that you are able to cut it through with your digital cutting machines. It is quite a dense plastic though, so just be mindful of that when you come to it. But the idea being is you would trace out your pieces, obviously the right size pieces, and then cut them accordingly, and then that way you've got a nice solid template to use over and over again. So £2.99, that's all that you're paying for these. They come as a pack of two, so you've got two sheets which are in there as well. And then if you do prefer one that's got a bit of a grid-like formation on it, then here you go. We have got your gridded one, and this one you've got 1/4 inch grid there, so 7mm in those little squares. And again, it might be that you're wanting to use this because you've got a pattern flow, or you're wanting to line up the pattern. Well, you've got your option there. £3.99 if you're wanting to go for your gridded version as well. So useful one to have in your stash, both of those, I think. So yeah, and of course you can use them for any templates that you're creating, or the ones for the book that we're working with in this particular hour, if you're wanting to. And of course, just to recap, you can go back to the beginning of the show, obviously, when you're wanting to look back, but we are featuring this amazing book that's got all of these wonderful projects featuring curves, which we are learning are not as scary as you might have first thought when you tuned in. Making it lots and lots of, well, you've got 15 projects in here, all featuring that gorgeous retro curve. But we say retro because it's blocky with the colours. But if you're wanting to do something a bit more fluid or floral, just like the one that we're seeing Katharine put together in the show, you can replicate that. And this is the quilt that we're featuring from the book in the show, this gorgeous kind of retro one that you can see behind Katharine as she works.
Okay.
Beautiful.
So you can see that that's then going to join like that.
Oh, now I can see it coming together, yes.
And then, well, what did I do with my other ones? My
Kind of
other
there you go.
Yeah, there we go. I can show you how it's going to build up, and then we'll carry on with the other side and see how much we can get done. So it's like that. So you can see these outer ones
so
are what make the nice inner curve. Yes. It's really delicate, this combination, isn't it, actually? Really delicate. And I think on this combination, your flowers would really, really stand out.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Like the leaves, that part, yeah?
Yes.
Really, really stand out.
I just think it's lovely. And it's just, I can't get over how flat the fabrics are sitting with the actual curved seams that you've done, because you've not snipped into the seams.
No.
I mean, it's mentioned in the book.
No, they just, you can see on the back, it just wants to kind of go that way, and it just kind of does it. It turned out to be much easier than I thought it was going to be quite honest. I was pleasantly surprised. Right, so. See, I start off really organised. And then this is how I got it wrong, you see. It's because I had it all really organised and then I muddled them up. So this is on a very small scale, how disorganised I am, really.
Well, it's all coming together, so that's the main thing. And again, those little points there. For anybody that's just tuned in, Katharine was talking about the curves and how you might look at it and think, oh gosh, that's quite complicated. But those little pins in the kind of the ends and the halfway point really do make a difference.
Yes. It's that central point, because you find, I mean, the templates are perfect, they match perfectly. So it's just about, if you line it up right and get that central point, it's all going to fit okay.
So I'm just counting, is there 4 different blocks with this?
So, yes, so there's the rainbowy flower head, And then there's sort of the bottom of the flower and the first petal, and then there's 2 different petal colours.
Yes, yeah.
So that is like, so there's like 8 blocks in a big bit, and then you make 8 of those.
Yeah, perfect.
To make the whole thing, and
It's
they're
almost like
just
mirrors,
reversed
isn't
on
it?
each
Yeah,
other, yes.
yeah.
So that you get that. So then you get this lovely like circle in the
Isn't it
middle, don't
brilliant?
you?
Yeah.
Which just works really well. And actually, I mean, hung up here where you can't see the top, your eye's really drawn to that circle.
It's almost like a
isn't it?
secondary pattern, isn't it? That's
Yes.
within it.
It works really nicely. It's
Beautiful. Again, just ease it as you go, needle down.
So if you don't feel confident about doing it like I'm doing, I would say pin it all first. And I certainly started off doing that, but now I've done lots. I feel much more, okay about doing it like this. I think I've done the wrong one first.
Oh, okay. I hadn't noticed. I'm supposed to be
It's all right.
your wing woman for
I
this
know.
hour. I'm not paying attention.
I've done the wrong one first. Because that's the larger one. That one goes on second.
Oh, I see. Oh, not to worry.
We'll go on to a different one.
Shall I go through the different fabrics? Just
You
before
do
Shall I do
that
that?
now.
I'll just detract. I'll do something. I'll do something else. So, of course, the book is key because the book has got everything that you need in there. So, as you've seen, beautiful project with regards to the quilt. In addition to that, though, you've got 14 other projects. You've got all the templates, and you've also got the ability where you can take them from the book, photocopy them to whatever percentage is required, and then obviously you have your templates. But as Katharine mentioned, you have got a code in there that you can literally scan with your phone or your tablet, and it will take you off where you can literally print those off in the real size, the correct size. But project-wise, you've got 14 different beautiful projects, all featuring that curved seam. Curved seams are something that we do shy away from a lot. Quite often we get a little bit frightened. They look way more complicated than perhaps that they actually are. But when you're being taught by somebody that gives you some fabulous techniques, some wonderful hints and tips along the way, then it's all simplified and it makes it so much easier. A lot scarier than you might think. Now you've got different projects in here, so some of them are quite sizable, very retro feel, as you can see with this one. Not just about curves though, actually popping those little stars in alongside, giving you lots of interest with regards to that project. Or it might be where you've got the repetitive nature of one block that you're doing in different colours. You could almost do like an ombre effect, couldn't you, adding in your own fabrics, or using it in that retro style, which is quite blocky. You've got featured quilts in here as well, which almost tell a story. So you've got things like your owl, again, using those curved seams there. Fabulous strawberry vine that's running down there. I like that idea. That's a nice idea for a border around a quilt, isn't it? Like that one. And then, of course, the quilt that we've been chatting about, the retro blooms, that is featuring in here. We've got some fabric bundles that I'll show you in just a few moments. But you've got some incredibly stylized projects. I love this one. I mean, if you've got Japanese print style fabrics, I think that would look amazing. You could almost applique chopsticks alongside it, couldn't you, if you wanted to? Very much that kind of stack system. But then it might be that you're wanting to put some applique stems in there, and you've almost got quite a funky flower appearing from those. Oh, let's turn it around the other way. Sometimes you get a different look. See, I like that there, balloons.
No, that's almost jellyfish.
Or lanterns, jellyfish, yeah. It's good to look at them at different angles as well, so different perspective.
I like the idea of that in Chinese style
yeah,
fabrics.
I think
That'd be lovely.
those gorgeous fabrics have kind of got the metallic threads running through them as well. I love this one. I mean, this one is just such a cute one, isn't it? Almost like a fairy tale going on with the little toadstools and then little toadstool houses. But you are going to learn just how creative you can get with those curves. I love this one. You could replicate that, couldn't you, going further down if you wanted to? And obviously lots of blocky colours with the designs here, but there's nothing stopping you using a gradient of colours if you're wanting to, maybe fabrics from a collection that you've got that you're yet to use, and loads of hints and tips along as you go. Now, as we mentioned, patterns individually here, you're probably looking at £9.99 very often. And the quilt that we've been looking at with Katharine, it has been a case that you would literally be paying £9.99 for that if you were buying that as a pattern by itself. So the fact that you're actually getting 15 patterns or projects and the templates for just £14.49 means that rather than £9.99, you're looking at 94 pence. 94 pence. Phenomenal. But fabrics, let me quickly take you through the fabrics so as you know that we have got the fabrics that we've got. So we have got these beautiful, almost like Mexican inspired colours, as you see. Beautiful. You've got that gorgeous blue there, which is almost like the ocean. Then the bright orange that you've got there, that gorgeous yellow. And then, of course, you've got your space that is going to be given to you using that plain fabric. Now, this is a lovely bundle where you've got way more than you need for your project, but it means that it's giving you the allowances to make it larger if you're wanting to. Also for you to kind of make mistakes along the way if you need to as well. And, of course, taking the techniques that we've been learning within the book, you're going to be able to use that fabric that you've got there. You may learn your own techniques along the way because sometimes we do adapt, don't we? Incidentally, we have got a backing fabric, so if you like the look of that particular one and you're wanting to go for the peacock, we have got a bundle of the peacock fabric by itself. So there you go. If you fancy the idea of backing your fabric with more of that gorgeous blue, then £32.11 will get you a 4.5 metre bundle, which is brilliant value for money. Next option that we've got for you, more of a pastel tone with this one. So if you like that kind of earthy one, I kind of like the idea because when you look at the flowers, you've almost got the foliage with the green, and yeah, I just love it. It's a nice restful combination, I think, with these ones. So again, lovely combination, brilliant quality of the fabric, and again, 10.5 metres. So yeah, if you like the idea of that one, then you can see your green retro. With this one, to complement it for a backing, we have got your bundle, or not your bundle, your 4.5 metres of your duck egg. So thank you for that duck noise, very much so, in my ear. Can you
I heard that.
Can you do an egg noise? There you go. Oh, that's a good one. Like it. Very quiet. So there you go. So if you want your duck egg, there you go. £32.11 being your price for that one as well. Yes, yeah, there we go. Like that one. Pop that one to the side. And it's throwing in a peacock for me. Go on then, Ben, do your peacock. Very good indeed. Now your last combination is this one, which is the one that we're seeing in Katharine's demonstration. Absolutely beautiful combination. So you've got the kind of lilac, the pink, the blue, and of course that gorgeous kind of berry tone there. What noise would you make for Liberty? Oh, la-di-da, la-di-da, I must say, very good. And you've got that fabulous solid there as well. The complementing backdrop for this one might well be this one that we've got with that gorgeous pale pink there, which is really, really pretty colour. I mean, these bundles have been put together very, very well. £32.11 if you like the look of that particular one as well. So those are all the different fabrics that we've been featuring. Don't forget your template plastic, we've got that. The rotary cutter, the early bird. Don't know if you saw this earlier on today. So we introduced this to you, dropped the price down to just £9.99 if I remember rightly. We have seen this being used throughout the morning's demonstrations. So yeah, 8 a.m. every morning we bring you an early bird deal, and that was the one for today. Perfect, love it. How are you getting on over there, my
Not
lovely?
too bad, not too bad. So we've got our lines. Now you have a tiny little stem that goes at the middle, which I've forgotten to cut out. So I can't put them together.
We will use our imagination.
But I think that you can start to see how this would look, this particular block. And do you know what, Ot? I think it would be a beautiful baby quilt.
Oh, that's a nice
Because it's just really delicate.
Yes.
And it's got like the blues and the pinks and the rainbowy type idea.
Gorgeous.
Yeah, and what was nice, I found as well. Now, I am not a big fan of quilting. I love patchwork. I love putting it all together, but I often shy away from the quilting.
Yes.
But I enjoyed quilting this. It got really nice shapes to do. And to be quite honest, if I'd had more time, I would have done more on it.
Okay.
Because I think there's like just really good shapes to follow.
And the scope to do, because you could almost do like an echo quilting with this if you wanted to get that kind of, or a little bit of free motion in there as well. So you could really go to town.
Absolutely. So I felt there was a lot of fun things you could do with your quilting on this one. I mean, I just went round the leaves, but it would have been nice to, more in the leaves
Yes,
and maybe round my rainbows a little bit more, my flowers, yes.
Beautiful.
But for me, I've done a lot of quilting.
Well, I have to say, in the time that you were given to put this together, it's phenomenal how much of an achievement you've done.
It's lovely. It's a
love
really
it.
nice quilt to make. It was fun to make.
Good. I'm
Yes.
glad you enjoyed it, because we're certainly enjoying it, because it looks beautiful. And of course, just one of the projects. I mean, that's a sizable project within a book, isn't it? A 60-inch square quilt. It's just one of the projects that you're in there. It's amazing. But you've got 14 other projects in there as well. So the quilt that we've just been looking at, obviously you can utilise your own fabrics in there if you're wanting to. So you might have an idea of how you're wanting to put this together. It might be that you're going for, almost you could do a monochromatic version, couldn't you, with your blacks and tones of grey in there if you wanted, for a very contemporary look to it.
That'd be stunning, actually.
I think that'd look quite nice.
I mean, I think it would be quite interesting to play around with pattern in them.
Yes, yeah.
If you got a cave bundle.
Oh,
and to have bright cave flowers and then the boldness of the plain leaves standing out, I think would look lovely.
Absolutely. But everything that we've learnt in this hour, you will see, if you have just joined us, don't worry, you'll learn all about putting all of those different elements in there as well, which I think is brilliant. Teaching you how to do those curved seams, which are not a skill. I feel more confident now having watched you put those together because you gave us so many fabulous hints and tips. Everything is detailed there, and all the construction is there as well. So thank you so much. Now, we're back in an hour's time.
Yes.
With dressmaking. Beautiful dress that you've got on at the moment is gorgeous. I love that. But then we've got variations to share with you as well. So we're taking care of your summer wardrobe really in the next hour.
Much.
Yeah. Love it. So make sure you do come back and join myself and Katharine in that hour. I'm going to give you the opportunity to grab yourself a cuppa, and then we are going to be joining lovely Lucy again and creating that fabulous Aries bag. Now, I don't think she's going to complete this in the course of the hour. She did in the last hour. She made a bag from beginning to end, but I'm very interested to learn how the Aries bag comes together. If you are as well, then join me after this.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye!
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1p&p with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Hello there and welcome back. Welcome back to an hour that I'm very much looking forward to, purely for selfish need. My selfish need is I need this pattern. And everybody that I've seen making up these and putting them onto social media, my goodness, there's been some amazing results from it.
They really have. They really, really have. I love seeing each and every one of them.
Some fabulous variations. And of course we are talking about the Aries bag, and the Aries bag is a brilliant bag that you're going to be able to use almost like an organiser. I'm thinking weekend bags, project bags, and it could be something that you are creating and making in all sorts of different styles of fabric. I'm thinking things like your canvases. We've got some kind of like faux leather type fabrics as well. It could be your statement fabrics. I mean, imagine getting your William Morris out, your Tula Pink, your K fabrics. Oh my goodness, you will be having some amazing time and creating some beautiful bags. And it's one of those ones that I don't imagine that anybody just ever makes one of these, because once they've made it, they just can't stop.
Well, no, because the first one you're going to practice with, aren't you?
Okay.
And the second one you're going to really snazz up, and you're going to think about what you did like, maybe what you didn't like, what you want to improve on, what can I do more of. So the pattern is obviously to do one big pocket on the front, but who's to say you can't have two?
Yep,
one on the front
true.
and one on the back. You'll start thinking, well, actually, I remember when I did this pattern with Lucy, she taught me how to do a zip pocket. Why don't I put a zip pocket into it? So these all things become
Lots of
transferable,
dividers and all
and you add
sorts,
to it.
yeah.
But yeah, for me, it was definitely about, can I take this on a plane?
Yeah, absolutely, and you certainly can. Now, this is a brilliant, brilliant pattern that you will find yourself making multiple times, I am sure. And we've got loads of kind of hardware and accessories that are going to work alongside this. So, now, the pattern is key. We've got bundles of fabrics, but the pattern is the starting point. And you can get hold of the pattern just by itself. We're only looking at £9.99. I'm just glancing my eyes around. There you go, I've got one tucked away under here. So, with this, the pattern itself comes beautifully prepared. You've got all the information that you need on there, loads and loads of photographs in there, lots of information. But for £9.99, I think that is phenomenal value for money. Absolutely amazing, and you can get as creative as you like, only with your fabrics, with your piecing, with your own ideas as well. And I know that you are going to love to create these. I'm guessing, Lucy, when people make these and they actually go out and about with them, they run the risk of people saying, oh, could you make me one?
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, if you make one for yourself and you've got a partner, you'll probably want to make one for them as well.
Yeah, yeah.
And do you know what I realised the other day, actually? This was just totally by chance, because I've made this before on TV. And I was going through some of my samples in my hub back where I work. And I realised I'd made another bag, my CC bag, out of the same fabric. So now I've got a backpack and a holder.
Perfect.
Perfect. Love it. Love it.
And it's perfect size. I mean, for obviously this season, am I all right bringing it towards me? Sorry, just I'm going to bring it towards me. The reason being is, I think when you see this, this is the perfect kind of size for carrying onto an aeroplane. I mean, obviously I haven't got one of those boxes that you drop it into to make sure it fits within the measurements. But you know, the beauty is, it's quite soft, isn't it? Depends on what you put in there.
Yeah.
So you could quite easily squeeze it into the space under your seat or whatever on a plane.
Yeah. I mean, on the inside of this bag, I've put H640. Now, that's not to say you can't use foam or Bosal or something. You can. I've never tried it.
Okay.
You would want to keep it out of your seams, but give it a go, and that's going to give it a much more stronger shape.
When I work with Bosal, I do like a narrow zigzag around the edge. I had a top tip from somebody at a retreat, and it flattens it down, so that's a good way of doing it. Love this pocket on the front here. Oh,
Piping,
yes.
very discreet on this one, because I've got white against white.
Yes.
But I've just, on the pattern, it shows
Am I all right to open this up? I don't know what's in here.
All over the bag you can put piping, or you can just do it in sections. That's entirely up to
look
you.
at that. But you could have almost like dividers in there, or put like a piece of PVC on there, clear plastic.
That's what I said. You could put mesh in there if you wanted to. So just do the first one as it is, and with as much or as little of the piping as you want. But then, go again and be really adventurous and bold with it. That's my recommendation.
Pockets. You can adapt it, can't you, to
there's
whatever you
a big
want.
slip pocket inside. It's filled with H640. I just wadded it out at the moment.
That's
it's got
beautiful.
a nice big pocket, and then it's all beautifully bound on the inside.
Lovely. I'm going to pop that back on there and try and get that back to where it was. You watch, I won't be able to, but I will try.
Gorgeous, though, isn't it?
Isn't it gorgeous? I haven't got it's. There's room for improvement, but there we go. So should we look at fabrics? Because we've got some fabulous fabrics. Now, you can't fail to love the gorgeous, bright, almost like a leaf print that we've got with this one, coupled up with that gorgeous metallic style PU leather that we've got. And we've got that one as a bundle for you. So naturally, you're going to get your pattern, obviously, because you need your pattern. That makes sense, doesn't it? Bear in mind, £9.99 for the pattern by itself. So that is your pattern. On this one, you're going to get that fabulous PU, which is so buttery soft. It's beautiful. Then you've also got your lining, I'm guessing this one is.
And your piping if you want it.
And then your outer as well.
And you're going to have loads of PU left as well.
So you might be able to make like a little purse or something like that.
Yeah,
to
a
go
little
inside.
pouch, little cosmetic bag, anything like that, definitely.
Passport cover or something like that. So you're actually getting 2.5 metres worth of fabric within the bundle there. So brilliant value when you consider £9.99 for the pattern, and then obviously your extra £30 is covering the fabrics, which you can have more than enough of, and you're going to be able to create that beautiful version that you can see in the corner of your screen. So that is your first opportunity with regards to your fabrics and pattern bundle. I'm going to keep the pattern there just a few moments because
Top tip, number one. When it comes to copying your stencils off,
just mind your microphone, because when you lean forward, we can't hear you lovely. Oh, that might be why, because it's not
clipped
tough.
in. Sorry.
So that's okay.
Top tip, just photocopy that back page 4 times.
Okay, four
That's how many
times.
you want it to get all your templates together.
Fair enough. So there you go. Don't cut into your pattern because you'll want to use this over and over again. So you can see, obviously, all the information is there. You'll learn about that information, how you use it when you actually get into the inside. But have a look at the fabrics in this bundle. Beautiful.
It's
look at that.
gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. And I have taught a lot of people recently with these type of tapestry fabrics, and they just look stunning. This bag I know it will look stunning when it's done.
Well, we've got the one there that you're making
I'm
up
working
as well.
with it
It's
at the
gonna look
minute.
gorgeous.
It's really well behaved as well.
Reminds me of like the carpet bags that they,
They're
like the
gorgeous,
Mary
yeah,
Poppins
lovely.
bags. Yeah.
It's like what I said in the first hour. It's not going to go out of fashion.
No,
It might for a
absolutely,
little
yeah.
while, but it'll soon be back again.
But you've got so many different colours you can pick out for your outfit that you're
Yeah.
wearing with these, your jeans or whatever.
Yeah.
Colour. Beautiful, love
Yeah.
it. So that is a really popular one. And again, it's going to come with your pattern as well. So very, very affordable price there, £39.99 for that one. I'm going to leave the pattern in situ because you are going to get that alongside your next fabric. Now we're going pretty.
Oh, gorgeous.
Really?
I have just finished a sample. It's on my Facebook page, but this is, although it's a different colour, this epitomises it.
Absolutely, it's beautiful.
So you can start imagining it, beautiful.
And I love this because this has got that gorgeous pink in it. I mean, that pink, it's kind of a subtle pink that's going to work with so many different colour kind of combinations, clothing-wise.
Yeah.
The combination that's been put together with this, I think, is phenomenal because
is.
inspiration from the florals, and obviously you can see that pink coming through. But the green that's been chosen is absolutely perfect because it looks like it's literally been made to work with this fabric. The fabric itself, it's like a woven, this one, isn't it? It's beautiful. Kind of got that weave in there,
Yeah.
which is lovely, but obviously it's printed on there. So you've got the clarity of the print of this one, which is gorgeous.
It's what you'd expect, is Okie-Tex.
Yes, yeah.
Good standard.
Absolutely. And it's gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. So when you're actually creating this and you've got the combination of the different fabrics together, it's going to look beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. I love it. But you're getting 2.5 metres worth of this quality fabric alongside your pattern, and you're going to make something that is going to look so incredible. Everybody's going to want one.
Do you know what I see with this one as well? Is if I just do this, just show you
Oh,
the
just that
tiny
little
pink.
bit, yes.
Can you see now how well the piping would look with
Yeah.
that in that green?
Yeah.
Just a tiny bit, it really, really stands out against those two colours.
That separation, beautiful. I love it.
Definitely.
And do we need to be nervous about working with this kind of fabric?
Not
Because
at
I've never
all.
worked with this before.
No, don't be nervous at all. It's actually incredibly easy to cut and work with.
It's got that
As
fabric on the
always,
back,
and it's
yeah.
probably written in the instructions, no doubts, fresh blade in your rotary cutter. We're going
Okay.
to do a few strips on it where you want them to be really crisp and sharp. So make sure your blade's clean and nice and new. That's what I'd
Perfect.
say.
Only rule that you need to know. So there you go. If you like the look of that combination, which many of you have been, you've got a very kind of florally feel about you today. If you want to get hold of it, details are up on your screen there. IQ6687, and that is that beautiful floral combination. We've got one more to share with you, which is kind of a nod to florals as well, but more of a kind of foliage type, really, because you've got your banana leaves.
Very nice.
This
very
is
classy.
nice, isn't it?
Very classy.
Again, what a brilliant combination of fabrics.
Should we open this up one a little bit more?
Yeah.
Let's see it. Because that is nice.
It's got a nice big print. Lovely fabric feel with this one as well. Reminds me
It's
of
going to
half
behave.
Panama,
Yeah, this sort of fabric, it just behaves really well in these patterns as well. Look, that lilac looks really nice against it. So if I do that thing again where I lay it down and just show you a little peek,
Perfect.
it just really brings it to life.
Doesn't it just?
It really, really does. It works so well.
Beautiful. Gorgeous.
I'm a fan.
Now on your screen you might look at this and you might think, oh, it's got a velvet feel to it, but it hasn't. It's got a lovely kind of brushed feel to it, but it's actually digitally printed and it's 100% cotton. So yeah. Beautiful. Certainly got that feel of luxury. And of course, you've kind of got that almost like a navy PU with this. And it might be that you like the idea of the navy PU, and it's a case of that you kind of got other ideas of other fabrics that you might have. Well, by all means, introduce those as well. But what a brilliant combination, yet again. Oh, we are putting our combos together well
I know.
today,
This
aren't
blue's
we?
really nice as well.
gorgeous.
It's got a really
isn't it?
nice feel to
Yeah,
it.
they've got a lovely soft back to
Yeah.
them. So yeah, you can like these a lot. So there you go. If you're wanting that one as a bundle, again, your pattern's going to come alongside that one. So £39.99. Very, very affordable, and it will become a firm favourite of yours, as it has done on social media. Loads of people shopping for these as well. Now, something else I do need to mention to you is the webbing, because the webbing, we had kind of like an order of what we were going to chat about things, and the blue, that one there's gone. Oh,
There's one underneath it, look.
oh, so that got caught up underneath. There we go. So the
The
black,
blue's gone already.
black and the blue houndstooth, those have gone. So
Gorgeous.
well done to whoever
Absolutely
took
gorgeous,
advantage
they
of those. Mind you, fortunate for us, the finished sample that we've got in the show is this particular one.
Yeah.
So we have got this one, your orange zigzag. So if you like the look of your orange zigzag, you need to be quick.
These are really nice and firm as well. Sometimes you can get webbings that are a little bit softer, but these are going to last you. They're going to work really, really
And
well.
also, I've seen some in the past that are very plasticky, I think
Yeah.
is the phrase, and they don't sit nicely in your hand.
Yeah. No, these are
These.
really good.
Oh, well, that one's gone as well now. Oh, no.
We've got that nice green. Look at that green.
To
That
be
green's
honest, they're all
perfect.
lovely. So,
Yeah, yeah.
So it doesn't matter which one you go for. But the green, shall we give you the details for the green? It's almost got that kind of Aztec look to them, hasn't it? Yeah.
I mean, that would work with the Aztec kit.
Yes,
That
yeah,
the
wouldn't it
pinks,
just?
That
Yeah.
pink set would look gorgeous.
Yeah, if I'm going to bring in the feature fabric from both of those bundles rather than the complete bundle. So yeah, that would work well with
That's
that one.
amazing.
Lovely.
Knockout.
Or
But that works
Yeah.
really well as well, doesn't it?
yeah,
Really
Love it.
nice.
absolutely brilliant. So if you want your green diamond webbing, you need to be quick, because we've only got 2 of our 5 original options left, and that one is flying out as well. So it's a very forgiving colour as well, isn't it, green?
Yeah.
Just works with so many different other
Yeah.
complementary fabrics.
It's
so-
nice how the back looks different, though, doesn't it?
yeah.
The green looks more dominant on that side.
And I suppose, I don't know, is there a right and wrong side of it? I
I
don't
don't know. I just thought that was.
Hmm.
But either's fine. Which means if you twist your straps in error, you're all right. You're covered.
Been there, done that.
Me too.
So that one is your green, and the last one is this fabulous, almost like an animal print, which I think is amazing.
Gorgeous.
So yeah, if you're doing something, even if you're doing a plain bag, this one I can't imagine is going to hang around for very, very long, because we do like an animal print, don't we?
That'd look gorgeous with the gold set. If you wasn't using the yellow, but you wanted the gold and
you
the
mean
white.
the hardware?
No, the vinyl.
Oh, I see. Yes,
You
of
bought
course.
that
Yes,
kit?
yeah, yeah.
That'd look really nice.
Beautiful. So yeah, we've got 1/2 metre increments of this one, so it is cut to order. With the bag, how much do we need?
3 metres.
3 metres.
Yes.
Fair enough. So there
Unless
you go.
you're very tall and you want a longer adjustable strap, then you might want a
Okay.
bit more.
There you go. So just increase the quantity. For each 1/2 metre, increase it by 1. So if you're wanting your 3 metres, you just need to put 6 in that quantity box. And because of that, that's why the stock is diminishing so quickly. At the moment, we've got reasonable quantity of the animal print one that we've got, but you can see there, it's going to be such a useful one to have. Proper statement piece, really. Love it. So there you go. Make sure you are quick with that one. So I'll keep you updated with regards to those as the hour progresses. So, Mr. Ben, where are we going next? Straight into a demo then. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Right, let's
Here we
start at the
go.
very beginning then. What we're going to take on is this front pocket. Now, first thing I am going to show you though, because I know you like to see this, is I'm going to show you the back panel.
Okay.
Just because it's done, and I want you to, so you can start imagining it for yourself. I thought that'd be helpful, so you can see those colours put together. This is what we're aiming for.
Lovely.
That'd be helpful.
Nice.
Okay, I'll come back
Thank
to that in
you.
a bit. So we're going to start by doing this front pocket.
Okay.
Okay. So we have got our main panel, and then we've got an outer piece. We've got our lining piece of the pocket, which I've put my fusible on.
Lovely.
Okay, so we're going to start by making all of this. I've got my very long zip here. Now, if you prefer to, do put 2 zip pulls on it so you can pull it that way, but I'm going to do mine so it just pulls that way, okay? I do tend to cut it longer than's needed, and there is reason behind that. I do like to have it so it just comes over the edge on one part, makes the process a little bit later on that a little bit easier. Now, it's up to you if you want to use tape to glue this into place. as you go around. But we are going to sew close to the edge on this, and we're going to snip our tape a little bit just to help it ease into the corner.
And it's quite a weighty zip, this one, isn't it? I know we've got this on the roll.
It's a lovely number 5 zip, one of my faves. So I'll just pop some pins in just to start holding it. My preferred way normally is actually I will sort of clip as I go. So I work with it on the machine and then I'll just clip and finger press it into place where it needs to be. But if you want to, do it this way, and then by creating those little markings, those little nips there, it will help it go nicely up to that edge, like so. And then you can pin and hold.
Lovely.
If you were putting in the piping, you would be putting your piping in before this step, okay? So you add your piping.
Do you mention the piping in the pattern?
Yeah, it's all covered. All of the dimensions are in there, how to do it, how to make it, if you're going to make it yourself, and how to place it, etc. So that just wants to go in like so. Now, if you're an impatient sort, of course, you can now lay your lining piece directly on top and do it all in one go. But as I always tell people, I do think it's worth just slowing down for this bit and getting it in right.
Yeah.
It's a nice feature bit. Let's get it right.
And it's these little finishing touches that really do make the difference, isn't it? Give it that professional finish. And I'm guessing that looking at the pattern pieces as well, if you want to position your fabric so you've kind of got, especially with this particular variation, the diamonds at certain points.
I spend a lot of time thinking about my fabric and where it wants to be with this, Yeah,
so as everything's kind of sitting nicely.
Yes, definitely. So now I'm just going to go ahead and sew this into place. I am actually using, because this machine comes with this lovely foot, it actually allows me to sew 1/8 of an inch away from the edge, which I do quite like. It acts like a walking foot as well. So I tend to keep it, because I've got this machine at home as well. I tend to use this machine for a lot of my sewing. It's one of my favourites, especially when it comes to doing your top stitching, because it means you can get really nice even distance from the edge all the way around. Push your zip out of the way when you get to it. Can I say hello to Oliver? Because I don't know who Oliver is, but he did put a message on Facebook a short while ago to say he's really looking forward to this demo. So we'll say hello to Oliver. Say hello.
Hello, Oliver. I'm just wondering, Oliver, have you gone for the pattern yet? Have you gone for one of the kits?
And if so, which one?
Yes.
Right, so that one's in place. Now what we're going to do is we're going to add our lining. Like I say, I've already put some squidge in it.
Okay.
Again, get adventurous. If you want to add an extra little pocket, I don't cover it, but just add a little pocket if you want to. If you fancy doing some quilt and do some grid lines on it, you can absolutely do that. Have fun with it. The main thing here is that we're lining up at the bottom edge. That's the important bit in this. So start at the bottom and make the rest meet. So if you feel like you need to pull and shove a little bit, do it. It's fine. But we're just going directly over the top again.
Okay. And it's a good idea to actually do it in this way, rather than, sometimes people might think, oh, I'll do it all in one pass.
Yeah.
So it is important to lay that zip down and get it into position to start with because of the snips. And you might think you're saving time by sandwiching the zip between the in and the out, but you're not. You probably will find yourself not getting that perfection that you would do if you broke it down into the 2 stages.
No, I have been teaching 3 ladies this weekend making this bag, and at every opportunity I was saying, no, do that first, then go back. Gives you the chance to get closer if you need to.
Yeah.
But, you know, I've been on this programme before and sewn too close, and then you spend the rest of the time trying to unpick and get it right again. It's not worth it.
No, definitely
Just do it one at a time. So I'm just going over again. I'm going just a tiny bit closer to the zip tape this time.
You've got your little stiletto there.
Is it a stiletto or an awl?
Oh, right, okay, yeah. Well,
No,
actually,
question, what is it? Or is it an
Well, actually,
interchangeable name?
If you use it for making holes, then I think it is an awl, isn't it? If you
Oh, well,
use
it's
it,
spiky enough for it.
Oh, there you go, yeah. I think it's to do with the thickness, isn't it, of the actual pokey bit.
On how tight, sharp or blunt it is, maybe. No, I didn't put my iron on. I should have done.
Oh, no, that's my favourite trick. An iron's always much more effective if you've turned it on.
With this bag as well, and if you've got a clapper, get your clapper out. I introduced my clapper to a lot of people this weekend. They were loving it. They were absolutely loving that clapper. Oh, yeah, life-changing. But I mean, it is, isn't it? We love a clapper.
Absolutely, yeah. We've got Millward ones on the website, I believe.
Yeah, honestly, highly recommended.
Oh, look at that. That's fancy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Looks good.
If you want to, you can top stitch. I'm not going to. But if you want to get a nice thread out, you can consider going around and doing that. Now what we do is we find the centre of this piece, which you'll see I've made sure I did a bit of thinking about where that line would be, so I know. But otherwise, you just take your little piece and you're going to snip it. And then you find the centre piece here, and then you can snip it. And we know that that's now where it wants to go.
Wonderful.
Okay, so I'll just pin that for a minute. Then this, what we're going to do here, is I'm going to take my tape. Now I'm being naughty because I've got the wrong tape with me.
Oh, okay.
But I am going to use it. So this is a crafter's tape, not recommended in sewing, okay? But I'm just going to put a little bit down the side, just to start her off.
Okay.
A little bit down this side, just to start her off. And I'm going to put a little bit down here.
Now we have got the quilter's tape on the show, so if you do want the sewy version, then we have got it available for you, so you can get hold of this one if you choose to, and you'll find that on the website.
Highly recommended. Don't use what I did, because what happens is the tack is so high, it will grip onto my needle now, and it will obviously need to go in the bin.
That's it. So that's why you need to make sure you've got the right one for the job, which is this one. Yes. So there you go. If you like to get hold of it, I mean, it's so affordable. I mean, look at that, $1.99. If you've already shopped today for something, yeah, $1.99.
That's only single.
Is that just single-sided? Oh, it's single-sided. Oh, so the double-sided you need.
You need double-sided, yeah.
So sorry, yeah. Not on this occasion, because it's just got one single-sided with it. I didn't realise that.
I didn't mean to ruin the party.
We will have double-sided, I'm sure, that's on the website, because they do make it double-sided.
See, it's so sticky, this stuff, that when it drops into the wrong place, you don't want it. Not to worry. Anyway, so what you do now is all you're going to do is flip it and place it. You need to be paying close attention because you're going to be making this.
Oh, yeah, I am.
And then do the same here, flip it and place it. Now there are lines in the instructions on where you need to place it, but honestly I would follow this method because it just makes more logical sense.
Sometimes it's one of those that you let it find its own way of doing it.
It does, because as soon as you flip it, it knows where it wants to be. Don't pull it so far under you can't see it. I would allow it just to go easily under, because we want to see that zip tape. Your zip tapes are beautiful. Yes. Let's see them. Let's see the ring pulls. Now, we've got these little bends to do. What we're going to do is, now I'm going to make you all gasp, okay? And I'm not going to worry about it. I'm just going to take this off.
Oh, okay.
I wouldn't normally. I'd open it up. Oh, no. Look what I've done. I'll open it. I'm not worried because I'm confident in putting my zip pulls on.
Oh, I see, right. Oh, okay, yes, fair enough.
So I will. I'll just take all that off. I don't normally, but I am going to, just so you can fully see what I'm up to here.
No, that's good, actually, because it makes it very clear, yeah.
Yeah. And then what I'm going to do on these bends is I'm just going to snip into them.
Oh, that's a very satisfying sound, isn't it?
And this
I
time...
did enjoy that, I must admit.
I'm just going to take my pins and I'm just going to pin it into place. And those little snips, it's obviously allowed it to sit flat, but they kind of crisscross over each other a little bit.
And sometimes it's not worth battling, trying to ease it into place.
Well, I don't think you would because there's no stretch in it.
That's it.
So I'll pin that as well. And then we're going to go in and sew. We're going to do 2 rows of sewing. Now I've got...
Oh, Lucy, could you just pull that just a little bit? Because we didn't quite catch it then, sorry. There we go, got it. Because sometimes as you lean forward, your head...
Is my hair getting in the way again?
Perfectly placed so we couldn't see a thing.
maybe I'm just
easily
proud.
done. It's easily done.
So what I'm going to do, is, and it's up to you how you do this or if you do it, but I'm going to sew one row of stitches around about here,
Okay.
which is about
Kind of
just
like the
over
halfway point,
mark,
isn't
yeah.
it? Yeah.
And then when I'm happy with that, I'm then going to come to the edge and I'm going to sew there as well. And that second row is just to make sure it sits nice and
Is
flat.
that like a belts and braces kind
Belts
of?
and braces
Got it.
stitch, and that's what we're after here.
Lovely.
Okay,
So just a straight stitch.
straight stitch
Does it
all the way
match
around.
like the stitch length at all?
I always work with a 2.5.
Okay.
Happy with that. Take your pins out as you go.
Needle down as you sew as well.
Always in the down position.
Okay.
I always say, in my opinion, this is the hardest bit.
Okay.
Getting the pocket in.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's almost like a feature, isn't it? But I would imagine once you've done a couple of these, that's it. You'll almost be able to do it with your eyes closed then.
I don't know that I could ever do it with my eyes closed, Hayley. I think you're being very adventurous there.
Just a touch.
We might have some injuries.
Yeah.
There we go. I'm
Not
just going to do
suggesting you sew with your eyes closed.
So I'm using a contrast thread. You probably wouldn't really. I probably would have used a black had I been at home. I do
so beautifully.
I do flick, but can you see the benefit of the foot?
Yeah, yeah.
It really is good.
You have a little foot that I've not seen that one before.
Haven't you? Well, you get your regular walking foot with this machine, but then you get this one, and you'll see me use it in a minute. It comes in so handy.
Perfect.
Right, so now I've got to stand by my sword and be able to get this pulling.
Okay, shall I hold something ready to distract people just in case, or are we confident?
Well, this is how I do it, and I know
Okay.
I do this demo all the time, so many apologies.
No.
But I go in on one side and I cut some teeth away.
Lovely. Oh, okay, right. So you've got a bit more tape than teeth.
Yes. Then on this side, what I'm going to do,
There you go. I don't know if you can see that there. Got a little notch cut. Lovely.
Yeah. And on here, we'll call this the nose. So I've got my bar. Now I am going to be fiddly because I'm working not in my own surroundings, but get that in.
Okay.
And I've pulled it down. Can you see I've pulled it a good way down?
Yeah.
Has my microphone just fallen down?
I don't know if you felt. Oh, it has. Oh no, it hasn't. No, it's still there.
Oh.
It's just your cable that's.
Sorry, I felt it move and tickle. So when I've got it down, the idea is we've done that so that when we get that in, that's on, so we've got something to grab onto. That's the hardest thing with all these things.
Yeah.
And then this will slip in, and by the time it's slipped in, can you see how that's even at the bottom?
Yeah.
So now we know we're going to feed it at exactly the same pace,
Oh, okay.
same rate,
Right. Yes.
and now we're in.
Perfect. But
Now-
don't go right the way around because you'll just put it straight back off again at this stage.
Yeah. Although I would have preferred to have had it at this end. So what I'm going to do, it's all right, because we're having another lesson, aren't we?
I love it.
I'm just so used to pulling them. It doesn't matter. I think if you were a lefty, perhaps you might prefer it that way.
I think if you've got confidence to put these zips on and off, I think that's the trickiest thing, isn't it? That the technique that you're showing us is a really clever one. Nice and easy.
It is nice and easy. I think that for me, it's about your preparation. What you need to have is clean cuts.
Yes.
That helps a great deal.
Yeah.
Clean cuts. So if you can afford to snip it away. Don't have lots of fluffy bits everywhere.
yes.
If you really come unstuck, you can get a little flame and just waft it over and it will
okay.
singe the ends.
Fair enough.
Right, so now we are in. So I can open that. So that's where we want to be.
Lovely.
So I'm just going to base the bottom close now.
Wonderful.
And then we're going to add our bottom piece of vinyl.
Wonderful. Don't forget, Lucy was here earlier on today, very briefly, because I know we have had a request of somebody asking about the pattern that was featuring earlier on. I'm not going to go through all the different fabric combinations that we had, because there are loads, but the pattern by itself is very popular, details of which are on your screen. And if you do want to see a demonstration of this one, then you can go back and watch the, was it 8 a.m. we were here?
8 o'clock.
Oh, it's 8 o'clock. It was very early, doesn't it? 8 o'clock. And there's the fabulous Cafe bundle that we had. I say had because it's sold out. But to be honest, just getting hold of 2.5 meters of fabric, turning it into a fabulous bag. You could use any from your stash or go and have a little delve on our website. So there you go. I know somebody was asking about the pattern from earlier. So hopefully that has helped.
Or dive into your scrap bucket. You know that bucket you've got at home where you just chuck all your bits in? Go get them, chuck everything together, iron it nice and flat.
Yeah.
Make yourself.
Lovely. What are you doing now?
I'm just getting prepped. That's what I'm
Okay.
doing. Now, it's as do as I say and not as I do. I realised this at the weekend. I placed this strap in the wrong place. So I'm going to follow the wrongness, but it's actually, you find your centre mark.
Okay.
I mean, there's not really any wrong at all, but... So there's my centre mark. I'm just going to line her up so I can compare. And then I'm going to get my straps here, which I've pre-cut, and I'm going to lay it down into place. Obviously, you've got all your measurements in your instructions. And I'm just going to lay this into place, and then I'm going to baste across the bottom. And then we're going to get a bit sassy.
Ooh.
We're going to get a bit sassy with our strip.
And I
okay?
guess at this point, this is where you make sure you haven't twisted them or anything like that.
That's exactly right. So just
Okay.
make sure.
Yep.
Okay.
Perfect.
Unless you're using your green strap, and then we don't mind, do we?
That's it.
So we're just going to go across the bottom. And again, like I say, this tip comes in handy more for when we're doing our long strap. But you see how it's fraying a little bit? Doesn't matter what we're doing here. But if you just get your flame and just waft it across the bottom, this cinches in and it melts into itself.
Perfect. Now I'm just going to move this out of the way so we can get a proper good look at what you're up to. It was there earlier on, and you know, I was looking at it, I was thinking, well, I've got all sassy earlier on moving the bag out of the way, so I don't want to turn into a diva and move that one as well.
I don't mind. There we go. Right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to hide. Effectively, this strip, whilst looks beautiful, is hiding our ends.
Very clever though.
So my strip that was just here a minute
That's it.
ago.
Oh, there it goes, by the tape.
Oh, yeah.
There you go, got it.
I've got my tape. And we're going to remove the backing off it again. And we're going to place it into position.
Okay.
Nice and even.
So it's covering the raw ends.
Covering the raw ends. That could have been straighter, but not to worry.
Wonderful.
And this is where this foot really comes into its own with this machine. I'm going to turn it up to a 3.5.
So it's tucked away under there, those raw edges, just before you go to the sewing machine. Can you see them there, tucked away? So under there, lovely.
Tidying up our mess, that's what we're doing.
Okay.
And now I'm going to use a nice 3.5. Turn your stitch length down if you need to.
So why have you opened up the stitch length?
Why?
Yes.
Because I do prefer a longer stitch length for top stitching purposes. It is, whilst functional in this situation, it's also decorative.
Ah, okay.
So we want to see it.
Okay.
When we're working with vinyl as well, if your machine isn't quite playing ball with you, you'll know what I mean. Go through a routine with yourself. What do you need to change? Is it your needle? Did you clean your machine recently? And I'm saying that on purpose, and you know exactly who I'm talking to now. Increase your stitch length.
Yes, yeah. I had a bit of machine shame recently because I cleaned my machine, but obviously you can't always access all areas, can you? So I did still send it off for a service. And,
Yeah.
oh my goodness, they sent me photos, and it's like in my defence, I couldn't get to the bits where all the fluff was. So
Well, the lady
yeah.
I was teaching, she's never cleaned a machine.
Oh my goodness.
Never.
Yeah.
So I do go through, well, we'll sort that out before you leave. You know, there's like a routine. Well, I've tried using this tool and I can't get... Well, we'll sort that out before you leave. You know, it's not on the tutorial list of what we're going to be learning, but we make sure we cover it anyway.
Ah, fabulous.
So I've got a front and I've got a back. So now I'm going to go to that zip area, okay? Ooh. Again, you can see I've started it, but all we need is we're going to need our vinyl on the top, like so.
Lovely.
And again, you would be using your zip tapes, you know, your sticky tapes. Oh, what does that say?
Is this beginner friendly? Oh.
Always a difficult one to answer this, isn't it? Because I don't know what kind of learner you are.
But you know what? And I go back to this, and I know I sound like a broken record saying it over and over again. If you like the look of the bag and you have the passion of completing the bag, just break it down. When you actually look at the instructions that Lucy gives you, she explains everything so well. You've got all the breakdown of what you need with regards to your requirements of your fabric. You've got all of the templates that you need. You've also got all those fabulous, oh, which way am I going? That way around. So you've got, oh, sorry, I feel like I'm covering over Lucy, bless her. But you've got all the full photos there as well. So everything is broken down. So you can only ever do, of any pattern, it doesn't matter the complexity, you can only do one step at a time. So as long as you're following that step at a time element, then yeah, I think.
And don't try and do it all in one go.
Absolutely,
Like I say,
yeah.
it's a 3-day course when I teach it.
Yeah.
You know, don't try and do everything.
Take your
in one
time,
go.
take your time and enjoy it. And then you can kind of relish in the satisfaction that you've created a fabulous bag. The zips that we're using, incidentally, I know a couple of people have asked about those. We have got the zip on a roll, and we've actually got 3 different colourways of this one as well. So it's a number 5 zip, which is your chunkier of your zip when it comes to the teeth. And you've got different options there. So let's start off with the one in the middle there, which is your black. This is one that Lucy's working with. So you see you've got substantial teeth with regards to these. Do they automatically come with the pulleys, or is it just the zip by itself? Just the zip by itself, so you will need to get hold of the pulleys. We did have some earlier on, some really pretty ones, but sadly they have gone, so yeah, I'm sorry and apologies for that. Next one that we've got for you is your ivory, so a nice neutral tone with regards to this one. Again, it is your number 5, I nearly said 5mm, no, it's not your number 5, so absolutely brilliant there. If you want £9.99 if you fancy getting hold of that one. And then the last one that you've got is the white, and the white again, number 5, you've got your 5 metres, so it's just beauty is you don't have to worry about the specific length because you cut it to whatever you need it to be. And as I say, sadly we don't have the actual pulleys, the teeth available. The teeth are attached to your zip, but the pulleys have sadly gone as well. Have the little hemline ones gone as well, Ben?
They always sell out so fast, don't they?
Because I know we had some fancy ones, but I don't know about these. I've got an item number ending in W82 and W87. Yeah. So we have got some. So these ones will work if you are looking for kind of like a standard zip, yes, yeah. It's almost got a bit of an antique finish to it. So that one is the black. If you want that one, at £5.49. And then the lovely kind of chrome finish. Very fancy, like that one. Nickel, this particular one. So is it plastic zip? Doesn't feel plastic. Oh, to go on your plastic zip, I suppose, isn't it? So there you go. Yeah, £5.49. I really should not just stand there and read it and question myself out loud. I forget sometimes. I forget. How are you doing?
Well, that's in. So now what I'm going to do is I've got my lining piece and I've got this. Silly, I haven't fused this, but it doesn't matter. I'll take care of that later. I'm going to just top stitch all the way along the edge here.
Okay.
So all I'm going to do is rather than standing and pinning and clipping, well, not pinning, clipping, I'm just going to pull them taut together and that will get that in nicely. Again, my 1/8 I'm using here. And again, I've increased my stitch length to a 3.5. Use a 4 if you prefer. Either will look good.
And of course, with this one, as Lucy said there, use your clips, don't use your pins, because your pins will make little holes. So I suppose, again, it's one of these projects, because if you're actually sewing it, make sure that you've got it all right and ready to go.
Yes.
Just in case.
Move your zips out, your pulls out as you go. Be careful with your pulls, you don't just whip them straight off the end. Although you now know how to get them back on.
That's it, yeah, top tips.
And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go across the bottom and I'm just going to base these raw edges together. I might end up cutting them in a bit, but I just like to get them together just to be held.
Makes it a little bit easier, doesn't it, when it comes
Easier
to
to
the next
handle,
stage.
yeah. In fact, I'll turn that stitch length up for this bit. If you've got a walking foot, make sure you put it on.
Gorgeous fabric, I say. It's almost got like that metallic sheen to it.
It has, yeah.
Lovely.
Okay. Now, one I made before. The gusset piece on the end.
Oh, okay, right. So when we're looking at the bag, it's this piece that's on the... Oh, can
Yes.
I turn that round so you can see it? Let me there. So it's this bit at the bottom.
Yes. Now, I have just remembered, so I'm just going to quickly do this. I've I never finished this bit off, Hayley.
Oh, okay.
You should be keeping an eye on me.
Oh, sorry. What's happened?
I've forgotten to put this onto the bottom, that's all.
Oh, I see, right.
Look, so when we did this pocket, I'm so sorry. It's because I'm so keen to get on with it. That's what it is.
So it's kind of like the extension of the pocket that goes down into the base of the bag.
Yeah,
Right, I see.
Yeah. So we get this in, and then we'll give it a top stitch again. You'll put your binding in, your piping in if you want it.
Okay.
So we'll get that in, and we'll flip it down, top stitch it, and then we're going to sew it together with our back panel, so it's the same as this one.
Oh, okay,
See what
yes.
I mean?
You've already put it on that one, of course.
I
yes.
have, yes. My foot's gone again.
You lost your foot.
I've lost my footing.
It'll be at the end of your leg somewhere.
Steady over your zip. And also in response to that question about being beginner friendly,
Okay, yes.
remember we've got this demo and I've demoed it before.
That's it. Do you know when you were last on air with this at all?
A couple of months ago now,
Okay,
not
so-
that long ago.
So we could go back on YouTube and find
Yes,
it.
you could, yes.
Benny's on it, 19th of April, that's when it was.
I knew it wasn't that long ago, and it did ever so well, it sold out then.
Ah, okay, so we can go back and watch those demos as well.
Yes. So now I'm going to flip it down, and now I'm going to top stitch.
Now, with regards to the actual zippage, for the want of a better phrase, you're getting 5 metres with those zips. So 5 metres worth of zip, I'm guessing it's going to more than cover what you need
Yes,
within
it
this
is.
bag. And of course, it's up to you. You're going to get the pulleys that we've got. We've got the 2 different variations of the pulleys. So if you want to do a double pulley on your zip, then just bear that in mind. You need to bulk up on those.
Steady when you sew over that zip area again.
Okay.
There we go. And then I can just square up my ends. That one's quite straight, so I can leave that one.
Lovely.
Straighten that off. There we go, that'll do it.
Beautifully neat.
Thank you, ma'am. So now I've got a front and a back, and I can obviously sew that in. Would you mind clipping that for
Not
me?
a problem at all.
Keep your straps out of the way.
So we've got
Pin
wrong
it,
sides together with that. Yeah.
That's right, yeah.
Okay.
And I'm going to start talking about this, the
No
gusset piece.
problem.
So I've made the pocket all ready, but what we've got here, I'm leaning forward again, sorry. What we've got here is just a little end pocket. You can do this on both ends if you want to. I only ever do it on the one. And it's just got the simple lining on the inside again. You basically make this as one piece and then you lay it down to sew it into place. And then you have this little strip of fabric here that might almost disappear.
Okay.
That you'd lay on top. And I think we've already had that question, haven't we? Oh, we're getting it again.
There you go, refreshed.
So then I just top stitch here. But if you want to put in some piping here or here, then you can do, just to really make it pop. Then comes the fun bit. So what we want to do is we're going to be stitching this face down against one of our end pieces. Now, dependent on how you have sewn in your zip and how much space you've given that zip tape, you might now find that this piece is wider than this piece. Don't worry, it needs to come back to the width of the gusset panel, which is 6.5 inches. That's where you want to be. So just trim down those sides. Remember I said I might sew this, but I might end up cutting it down?
Okay, yeah.
That's why that happens.
Ah,
Nothing to worry about. This is the one we want to get in though.
Lovely. Now, I think we did have another message come through. For some reason, we can't get it to pop up on the screen though. Ben, did you want to feed it to me? What was... Oh, so Alison, thank you. Hi, Lucy. So there you go.
That'll be Alison that was with me, I think, yesterday.
Also, there you go. She was saying about that she attended the Aries Bag workshop. There you go.
Now, I had some fabric in the green room and I was thinking, I'm sure that's scrap, so I've left it, but it's not scrap. I needed it, but that's fine. All I would do now is, once that's trimmed off just here, see we've got a little bit of overflow there, I'd trim it off and then I bind this end piece, okay? Obviously I can't do that because it's in the green room, that's fine. What I'm going to do now is we're going to be ready to set this into the bag, okay? So let me just whip that round.
Now, I've not pinned anything along the bottom for obvious reasons, but hopefully it is in the right position.
Now don't sew your handles in, okay? So we're just going to base that all in so it's just all as one piece of
And
fabric
again, this is one of those stages that you might think, oh, I'm not going to bother, I'm just going to layer them together and stitch them.
No,
Honestly,
you must.
you need to, because it means that everything is perfectly positioned, which in turn makes it so much easier for you to do the construction of your bag as well. And the kind of 3D sewing, three-dimensional sewing, can be something a little bit different if you're not used to it. So all of these little kind of hints and tips that Lucy's sharing with us really are there to make life that little bit easier. Now this is where you have to be careful about your straps.
Yep,
Just
get your
moving
straps out of the way.
It's lovely fabric, this one.
It is.
Good choice actually. So if you're into your florals, we've got this geometric Aztec look.
You gave me a fabric like this to make my backpack that I did last time I was on. So again, I feel like I'm creating a little set for myself, which is nice.
Lovely.
So that's all in, and then you can just go around and have a little bit of a tidy up. Just a little bit.
And
get
it's
rid of some of
worth
bits
doing
of
that.
foam. Tidy as you
Perfect.
go, Hayley.
Absolutely, neat and tidy.
Everybody knows I'm a bit fussy about tidiness, organisation. It's good to be though.
Oh, there we go.
Just take a little bit of that off.
Wonderful. Just to give you a bit of a time check, we've got about 10 minutes or so left.
Okay, so what is nice at this point, before I put this in, is if you want to use your green machine.
Okay.
So you can put rivets in different places. Now on the sample, you'll see various places. I've put them mainly on the straps. So we've got, and I've done a little array of 4 there. Make them a little feature.
Nice and secure.
Got 2 just there. Oh,
Whoops.
we're on for a walk.
I got it.
Other place that I'd recommend is here.
So where your handles meet that kind of PU leather.
That's right, yeah. Now let me just have a
Okey-dokey.
quick peek.
Now, we've got a variety of different kind of bundles available for you with regards to the green machine. Fabulous machine, I have to say. I only recently acquired mine, and it's one of those situations, like, why didn't I get this sooner? That was my only regret. So, yeah, I invested in mine when I came to create the shacket pattern. That was the first time I'd used it. And I use it a lot for the press studs, but it's brilliant because you can use it for your rivets, you can use it for your press studs, you can use it for your magnetic clasps. There's so many different ways you can use this. And the beauty is we've got the bundle where it's got all the different dies. Now, the dies are going to help you create the holes and things like that and actually set all of the different pieces in there. I've got a little YouTube video with regards to your press studs, so things that would go on your pockets on your shirts. But the scenario is very similar, whether it's the rivets that you're using or the magnetic clasps. So you've kind of got a series of 4 elements usually that you're using. So that was the bronze one, but we've also got the silver one for you. Nice selection of rivets with this one as well. And you can always go for whichever you like at this stage and then get the additional rivets because we do stock those as well. So you can treat yourself to extra colours. So there you go. Only construction that you've got with this one is squeezing the handle in place, which isn't tricky at all. And then you're good to go. Use it over and over again. So there you go. That is the silver version. Now, Lucy, magpie that she is, she spied the kind of these gorgeous. Let me show you these rivets that we've got in a bundle. So if you fancy a decorative element, then you can do as well. So can I show you these on the camera here, because these are absolutely beautiful. Gorgeous colourways with regards to these. So if you're wanting to actually add beautiful elements with regards to these, so you've got your purples in there as well. Then you've got the black tones, almost like a jet black version in there as well. You've got the red in there as well. Obviously, when you're working with these, you've got multiple layers, so it is useful to have the benefit of the actual elements there. And you can see there you've got the dies there to help you on your way. Really pretty. I didn't realise with these pretty ones.
Yeah, and what you can do, so if I just show you on here, if I just hold them now, how they would look.
Lovely.
They look lovely as a detail.
Perfect.
There we go. Or then if you was going to switch them out, for example, into the clear, they look great.
They look nice,
and what I really like about these as well, let me just give you these back.
Okay.
Is with the die piece, this is where the female would go.
Okay.
And all you do is you get your little cap piece. It's very tiny.
You've kind of got like 2 parts, haven't you, with these?
Parts. you've got a piece that's a bit more open, if you like. It's got open space in it. And you just drop it in there, face up.
Okay.
And then when you press down, it takes the fabric down, grabs it really quickly, and it's just all fastened.
Perfect. There you go. And it comes with a little tool in there as well. So there you go. If you like the look of those ones, then details are on your screen. Very affordable price. Nice addition if you've already invested in your fabulous green machine. So yeah, add those into your basket. Why don't you? So there we go.
Right, back to the bag.
So the construction, back to the construction.
Thank you. So what we've got here, I'm just going to pin this so it's just a little bit out of my way.
That's a good tip actually, isn't it? To keep it out of the way.
So I've got my little V here. I can see it better from the back actually that it's there. What I want here along my zip area is the halfway mark. So I'm just going to flip it over. I just need to take into account that's a bit shorter there. I make this gusset piece so it's longer than it needs to be.
Oh, okay.
So we're going to almost fit this into place. So now what I'm going to do, is I'm going to match my little V up, so it's about there, with that V there. And I'm going to clip her. I might even pin her because I really don't want her to wiggle. And this is all fabric, so we're all good.
So some nice long pins to go through the layers.
Yeah. And what we're going to do is we're effectively only going to sew so much of this bag into place.
Okay.
And I'm going to sew it on a long stitch because, of course, I haven't bound this, so I will want to go back later and correct that, really. But when we get to these curves again, remember, we need to be able to ease this in. So as we hit the curve, just snip into this bit again. And it'll help make a way around there, okay? I would always have this gusset piece so it bends downwards. If it went upwards, it's not the end of the world.
Okay.
And then we'll get to our corner. So I'm just going to start sewing from the middle outwards, and we'll just deal with half it at a time. We're not in a race.
We're not, no.
Apart from we've probably got a time check.
Well, yeah, that is true. Because Catherine's doing her sewy lunges. She's going to be back with us again, getting herself ready for her show that's coming up at 11 o'clock. It's been a lovely morning, I have to say. We've learnt so much this morning from different people. It's gorgeous.
Busy day, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think it's a great day to tune in.
That's it. Now, you wait for one Hayley to come along and then the two joined you in the same hour. I hate the phrase game changer, but a green machine really is a game changer for Poppet. I know I like the, what's one of the phrases that I'm not keen on? Takes you to the next level. That one irritates me for some reason, but anyway. But no, fair play to you. It really does make the difference, doesn't it, that green machine? Yeah. And as I say, the only regret that I've got about it is that I didn't get it sooner. Yeah. Because honestly, I've made so many different kind of botched jobs with the little hand ones that you try and use, or the ones that you hit with a hammer and all that.
Oh, you end up putting more in the bin than you do into your make.
Yeah.
Right, I'm just going to work diagonally just for a couple of stitches, just to get me across. Now this bit, if you want to do 2 rows of stitching to go back again to correct up any messes or anything like that,
Okay.
you can do that.
And of course, this is the inside of your bag anyway.
This is the inside
yeah.
that's going to get bound, but this is where you just need to be checking whether you missed any areas later on. So you'll sew it, do a little peek inside. Do I need to correct anything? But you won't see any of it.
It might be an obvious question to ask, but Aries, where did the name come from? Is it your star sign?
No, it's not, because I write my tales to tell in the pattern.
Ah,
And in it, I talk about the birth of my brothers, who are twins.
Okay.
And
So you
although
have the same birthday.
twins is Gemini, they were born very prematurely, so they should have been Aries.
Ah.
So I just write the story about them.
I see.
Right, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to stop at that point, okay? So you see it's coming together.
It is, it's looking good.
Quick check. I've got
Okay.
nothing peeking out that shouldn't be peeking out. And now I'm just going to go back in the opposite direction and just start having a little look at what I want there. So again, let's get some clips or pins in. We're going to make our way around that curve again.
You've achieved so much in this hour, Lucy. It's brilliant.
I do feel like I've worked hard.
Yeah. Well, thankfully for you, you'll be able to get a bit of a rest in a minute because we are getting to the end of the hour. Sadly, we're not going to complete this one, but we have got the previous shows that we can go back and have a little look at.
Yep.
Have you got videos of this one available as well on YouTube?
No,
and
but I
things?
do offer classes for this one.
Okay, fair
'cause
enough.
I do appreciate it's a bigger make and you might want a bit of hand holding.
Yeah.
So you can come to that.
Perfect. So you can invest in the kits that we've got for you today and get all your bits and pieces and
bring
then
it along.
And then speak to our Lucy as well. So sadly, we are going to have to say goodbye to Lucy at this stage as well. We've got guests every single hour, which is lovely, but it does mean that we have to keep within our allotted time scale, sadly. If it was me on my own, I'd be saying, like, for the next hour, just carry on, Lucy, and I'll just pop up at whatever point.
All you would do here is you just then find the point where they're going to meet.
Okay.
And it's the gusset that you're going to trim down, not the zip. Okay, so you'd straighten this off, you'd find the point they're going to meet, join it, and then you add your little binding bit as you did before. But if I turn it through, it'll give you a good idea now of what this bag
Fabulous.
looks
Gorgeous. And so professional. Looks like a proper bag.
does.
A proper bag.
Turn it around that way.
Beautiful.
There you go. So
Lucy,
we're very
thank you.
nearly there. You're very welcome. I
love
enjoyed
it.
that a lot.
When are you back on our screens? Do we know?
July, but
Oh,
I don't
okay.
remember when.
That's
Not
okay.
long,
We will
though.
keep our
Only
eye
a few weeks
open.
away.
Thank you for everything that you shared with us today.
Very welcome.
And thank you to you as well for joining us. Do not go anywhere because now you've got your stylish bag. We're going to be making a wardrobe of clothes for you to wear alongside your fabulous new outfit. So I will see you the other side of this.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1 P&P with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with Split Pay.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Hello there and welcome back. Welcome back to our penultimate hour. It's our last hour of sewing though today, because we've got an hour dedicated to crochet, which I'm very much looking forward to in an hour's time. But for this hour, I am looking forward to extending my wardrobe. And I have to say, we've got some beautiful patterns to share with you. Lovely Katharine is back again with her own designs of patterns. And I have to say, these are perfect for a capsule wardrobe.
Thank you. That's what I aim for.
Well, you certainly achieved it, because we've got dress patterns that we're going to be sharing with you, some of which are sleeveless. Some have got inset sleeves, as you can see with these as well. But you've literally got everything from summer right the way through to winter with these if you wanted to.
Absolutely, yes.
And that's the beauty of it. So there we go. We've got 2 different patterns to share with you. Now, I know there were 3 garments that we showed you there. The reason being, with one of the garments, you've actually got 2 variations, which we'll touch on in just a few moments. But then you have got that fabulous summer dress, which is beautiful. And this, I think, if you get really elaborate with your fabrics, and maybe if you're using gorgeous fabrics that have got that gorgeous embroidered hemline and things like that, you could turn this almost, if you wanted to, into something like a bridesmaid's dress or whatever. So having a good pattern to start with is the key thing, and that is exactly what you are going to get with regards to these. So you've got your 2 patterns that we're going to be chatting about. Let's start with the Easy and Elegant, because that's kind of the title of the show, and this is one that regularly sells out, and that kind of makes me think it's a perfect one for so many people. Size-wise, we're looking at size 6 through to 26, so lots of multi-sizes in there. Beautiful designs, I have to say. I love the way that Katharine's wearing the sleeveless, but with a little t-shirt underneath as well, whether it's for modesty or whether for that additional warmth. Brilliant idea. But then you've also got the long element here. But I have to ask, pockets.
Oh yes, we've got pockets.
You've got to have pockets,
Pockets.
haven't you? I love a pocket in a dress, I have to say. What a beautiful pattern.
Thank you so much.
I love it. And this has been incredibly popular with our viewers previously.
It has, yes, and it has been out of stock. It is now. I haven't had it at all. I'd sold out of everything, but
that's why we are so busy. That explains it. We're busy with this one. Now, obviously, with your pattern, you've got all of the different elements in here for you to find your body measurements, and we'll chat about that in a few moments. But the thing that strikes me is, for all sizes, we're looking at 3 metres of fabric.
Yes.
Which is my go-to cut when I'm buying any fabric. But you know when you see a fabric that you love, but you don't know what you're going to make with it?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. If you're
3
not sure, you just think, I'll get that fabric because I like it. I always go with 3 metres as well. Well, I try and make it. I always think sometimes you can look at patterns and it can be really confusing about what to get. So if you're making the smallest size, yes, you're not going to use the whole 3 metres, but it will take you up to the very biggest size, including the sleeves. So I always try and just make it straightforward for people.
And also as well, even if you've got extra fabric, you've got the ability to turn that into a little bag or a scarf that's going to work alongside
Absolutely.
it. So I'd rather have too much fabric than not enough when it comes to garment making.
I mean, if you wanted to lengthen your sleeves, it's a
Yes.
3/4 length sleeve, but if you prefer a longer sleeve,
Yeah.
you've got room to do that. There's also lengthened lines on the skirt if you wanted to make it longer as well. So if you've got extra fabric, it gives you that flexibility.
I love this
doesn't it?
crossover that we've got, because that's such a complementary cut that you've got across the bust area there, I have to say. Lovely line where it sits just under the bust as well, which is very, very flattering as well. If you find that you're big in some areas but smaller in others, let's accentuate those. Absolutely beautiful. I mean, the gorgeous fabric that we've got as well. I think, oh gosh, she shrunk in size. Go on, Doris, up you go again. Oh no, she's not going to move. Sorry, that's me touching things. But we have got beautiful fabrics that you could use alongside this as well to get that gorgeous look as well. But this also doubles up with the dress that you're wearing.
Yeah, so this is the same dress, but sleeveless.
Lovely.
Absolutely. I've put a T-shirt on today because it's always cold in
Yeah.
the studio, or I'm always cold in the studio. But also, if you're worried that this is going to gape or anything,
Yes.
a little T-shirt's quite nice. Lots of people quite like to.
Yeah, I
cover
do.
their
I think it's
arms,
lovely.
don't they?
Lovely.
Yes.
Gives you that almost like pinafore style look, which I love. Absolutely
I
beautiful.
wear it both ways, and I do really like. I mean, we're about to have a bit of hot weather, aren't we?
Yes.
Finally, I really like a comfortable dress that's not clinging and things.
Yes,
when
yeah.
it's hot, you get too hot and you just want to feel comfortable. This is nice because it doesn't really touch you anywhere. Although it's flattering around your waist, it's kind of loose over your tummy and your hips.
Now, I haven't looked at the intro. I mean, I have got the pattern here. You were kind enough to let me have your version. So I have got one that's opened up. I love the fact that everything is kept within the wallet as well. You've even got an area to keep little notes if you need to.
Yeah, so if you've made some changes on your pattern, because you've twirled it and you've discovered something, it's really useful to write it down, and then next time you make it, you think you'll remember, but you never do.
We never do. Multi-size patterns, as you can see, printed on there. Beautiful quality with regards to the paper as well. So you're going to be able to create several of these dresses very, very easily. And you can see there are all the markings very clear on there. And you've got a fabulous booklet with full colour photos in here as well that are going to help you along the way. Love it. Everything is explained. So, easy and elegant. We're talking beginners with regards to this?
Yes, I think so.
Perfect.
I've called it easy because I think it is easy. You've got a front piece, a back piece, a skirt, a pocket, and a sleeve if you want it.
That's it. Now, when it comes to actually the construction, are we talking about zips with this as well?
No zips, it's just straight on over your head.
Oh my goodness,
Pull-ons.
definitely beginner then.
Yeah, no tricky zips or fastenings, which is
Love
always
it.
nice, isn't it? Sometimes you just want to whiz something up, I think.
Absolutely. And talking of which, I mean, are we talking a weekend project, a week project, a month project?
Well, I mean, it depends how experienced you are, I suppose,
Okay.
doesn't it?
Yeah.
But I mean, I could easily make this in a day. or
Oh,
less
okay.
than a day.
Yeah.
So if you've done dressmaking before, I mean, when I've taught dressmaking classes, I've had ladies come to do it, and they finished it in the day.
Oh, there you go. So yeah, I mean, you don't win a prize because you make it sooner than the next person. But the beauty is you don't have to invest loads and loads of time. So if you have got that occasion coming up in a week's time or something like that, then you've got the time to actually put it together. And you've got variations, as you can see that. Love it. So £17.99, incredibly great quality with regards to the packaging, the tuition, the instruction, and you've got everything that you need to know. And I love the fact that you've got it all in that wonderful little wallet that we spoke of there as well. So yeah, nice and easy for you to actually keep all the pieces together. Because rest assured, Once you've made one of these, you're going to find yourself making lots of them, because we do that, don't we? When we find something that suits us and is easy, you just keep making them over and over again. So that's where your fabrics come into play, and we've got plenty of those as well. Now, don't forget, we've not seen this in quite a while. It's been out of stock. We've been unable to bring it to you, but today we are pleased to have that stock back again. So if you've been waiting for this to come in and you've not ordered it yet, don't leave it too long, because we don't have a huge amount of these, and when we do get to demo and the end of the show, quite often people will place their orders at that stage. So jump ahead of the game, get it into your basket, but get your basket checked out to make sure that it is on its way to you. The second dress that we've got to share with you as well, very, very quickly, the cool and comfy dress. Straight away, look at that, and I feel like I'm going, oh, I do feel comfortable. I haven't even got the dress on.
Again, it is just a lovely pull on over the head, doesn't really touch anywhere, it keeps you nice and cool. You don't have to have a full length version. There's a shortened line, so you can do a shorter version. It's designed so that the straps will cover your underwear. Because
That's clever.
When you get hot, you maybe don't want to wear a t-shirt or something like that, but you still want your underwear. Well,
Absolutely.
I do. I still want my underwear.
There's no choice in it for me.
Exactly. So it is designed that you're okay. You can still wear
Keep
your
your
bra,
modesty.
and absolutely. And I've worn it before. I have done this in patchwork fabrics, where I've done each panel in a different fabric, and
That's
it
a
works
lovely
really
idea.
nicely like that as well.
The drape of it is beautiful as well. A nice one, I think, if you're going off on your holidays and you want to make it maybe in a few different colours, because it'd be lovely in the daytime as you're walking along the beach, but equally so, grab yourself a nice little pair of sparkly flip-flops and a handbag, and there you go. Good to go.
Absolutely.
Love it. So again, a brilliant pattern, brilliant value for money, £17. Between those two patterns, you've pretty much got your whole wardrobe for the year covered. You've got your gorgeous summer dress there, and of course, as we saw with the Easy and Elegant, going through spring into autumn and winter as well. So there we go.
This one, in fact, Hayley, we've even made up in corduroy and had it as a pinafore.
That's a good
It
idea.
works. It works for that too.
Yeah.
So you really can go all year round.
Love it. There you go. I'm thinking Christmas parties and all sorts. It's all down to the fabric, isn't it? That is the thing, because you can totally change the look of a garment just by changing out the fabric. Talking of which, we have got some beautiful fabrics to share with you. We've got some gorgeous ones to bring in. I'm going to bring them a little bit closer because my arms are not that long. So let's swap things around or rearrange the set, so to speak. So have a look at this. Oh, beautiful. These are gorgeous fabrics, aren't they?
I think that's my favourite one that you've got over there. I love the colours in that.
Gorgeous. It's got beautiful drape to it as well. So if I hold that over my arm, you'll be able to see. I mean, this is obviously folded over, but beautiful. Look at that. So floaty, isn't it?
So it's the digital. So these two on the mannequins here are also digital lawns. So they'll come up very much like the examples I've brought in.
These are gorgeous. Beautiful. Now, the fabric, when it comes to you, it comes as that 3 metre cut. So, you know, it doesn't matter which size it is that you're making. It is all good to go. I don't think you're going to be able to choose just one. And when you're looking at £25.99 to make a beautiful dress.
You can't get a dress for that these
You
days,
couldn't. You couldn't. You really could not. And this is going to be classic. I mean, it's classic style of fabric. It could be this smaller sleeveless version that you created, and you'll have that extra fabric. Might be that you're making a little kind of, I don't know, scarf or shawl or something like that to work alongside it. Beautifully printed, digitally printed, but almost with a watercolour look. So I'm going to pop that back down there so as you can see it in its glory rather than the drape. And also my arm was aching a bit, if the truth be known. But there you go. Absolutely beautiful fabrics, gorgeous purples, beautiful pinks in there, and one that you are loving. So I'm going to pop that one to the side because we've got a few to share with you. Blues, always love the blues. Gorgeous. We've got pinky tones with this one. This is pretty.
It is.
That is gorgeous. If you like your more kind of earthy tones. Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Did you choose the fabrics for the show today?
I didn't choose the prints. I always tell Jess what kind of fabric, so it's the right weight and stuff. But there are, yes.
She's done a brilliant job, hasn't she? Gorgeous. And again, you've got that fluidity. Fluidity, that's the phrase. Beautiful. I'll make the words up if I don't know them. But There we go. So beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. Now, we don't have huge quantities of these. Obviously, you're going to get a 3 metre bundle. So you're looking at £25.99, which I think is brilliant value for money. So does that work out at £8 metre there or thereabouts? That is brilliant value. That is brilliant. Oh, can I just mention as well, I know we've had a few messages come through. Lots of you trying to shop for these but struggling on the website. Just refresh your browser. You know that one that's like the 2 arrows in the corner? Click on that one, the rounded bit ones, and it will just reload the page. Quite often, you need to do that just to kind of get it, it's like giving it a nudge. Give it a bit of a kick, and then it'll be all right. I had a little bit of an issue with the website earlier on. I love this.
That's very pretty.
That is gorgeous.
It looks greener on that screen there than it really is.
It has got, yeah, it's got quite a, more of a kind of olive colour in front of me. But one thing that I didn't notice so much when I was looking at it here, but you can certainly see it on the screen there, you've got that gorgeous purple coming through with the foliage there. Lovely shot of purple there. So again, the fluidity of this one again, I'm sticking with that word. Look at that. So that's going to look beautiful when you're draping that and making that into your gown. Absolutely gorgeous. Beautiful. And again, a bargain at £25.99. You are loving that one as well. Now I'm going to go down the red route with the next one because this is gorgeous. I want to say anemones with this. I'm not sure if they are anemones. As soon as I say anemone, I want to say do-do-do-do-do.
It's a bit blossomy to
It
me.
is. Isn't
It's
it
nice,
pretty?
very pretty.
Let me just open that. Isn't that gorgeous?
Yes, that is nice. I do like a red.
It's so lovely.
Yeah.
But it's not like a pillar box red. It's got kind of got pinky undertones. So, and again, look at that. That is so, so pretty. Beautifully lightweight as well. But enough of a print on there to cover your modesty, if you will. Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Garden party-esque, I think. Little tea dress. Love it. Beautiful. So there you go. That one is your red. Then this one, again, this one, really, I mean, Jess, you've chosen some beautiful fabrics today, I have to say. Gorgeous. Now, this one here, and it's got that lovely lawn finish to it, so I'm making a right botch job of this. What on earth am I doing, Hayley
It's
West?
very soft,
Isn't it
isn't
gorgeous? Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. One thing as well I'm noticing as well, when you kind of, because quite often with a lawn or a linen lawn, you wouldn't want to do that, would you? You wouldn't want to scrunch it up. But with this,
Yeah, I mean, I'd got these in my carrier bringing it, and they've just kind of come out. I've not had to repress them.
not?
Or
Oh,
anything,
wow.
no. So they're
beautiful.
travel,
Gorgeous.
travel well.
So, they do, yeah, which is good if you're going on your jolly holidays and you want it to look gorgeous when you get to the other end. So there you go. If you like the look of that one, this one, what are we calling this one? Lavender. Lavender. So that'll be relating to the backdrop there. Beautiful. One more fabric to share with you, and then we're going to talk lining fabrics. And I know Katharine will want to chat about that as well, because that's an important element with these too. So beautiful. So we're looking at 3 metre cuts, and the 3 metre cuts have been put together for a reason, because the pattern, when you're shopping for the pattern, if you're going for the easy and elegant dress, then with this one, all of the sizes from the size 6 right the way through to size 26 on this one, you're looking at a 3 metre length of fabric. Now, obviously you're going to be working and finding more fabric left over with certain sizes than others, but it's a nice, safe bet to have that 3 metres in your head, really, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah. To work with that one. The sundress, did we chat about the sundress? So the sundress, again, the long version, you're looking at 3 metres, the shorter version, a couple of metres with some bits left over. So, yeah. So, as I say, 3 metres is my go-to cut whenever I'm buying dressmaking fabric anyway. So there you go, £25.99 if you like the look of that one. Love that russet in the background. It's gorgeous, isn't it? It's like a terracotta-y. Yeah, nice. So there you go. So those are your patterned fabrics. Now, we are going to need lining fabric though as well, aren't we?
For the easy and elegant one,
Yeah.
the bodice is lined.
Okay.
That's all. So yes, you do need a little lining fabric.
There you go. And we've got some lovely lining fabrics to share with you. I'll whiz through these as well. Phenomenal prices with these. So this will depend on which of the main fabrics you go for. So dark blue, I know the blues and the lilacs we were looking at were popular. Have a look at the price on this, £3.99, 1.5 metres. Now, is that sufficient for the dress?
It's absolutely heaps.
Okay, fair enough.
So what I would suggest is that you use your lining to make a little toile of your bodice.
Okay.
If you've not made the dress before and you're just not
fit.
quite, just want to check your fit, then you've got enough fabric there to toile the bodice in the lining, and if it's not quite right, to tweak it and cut it out again.
Perfect. There you go. So there you go, if you like that idea. £3.99. You're going to get your 1.5 metres, plenty in there. So that one is the blue. Pink we've got for you as well. So again, same idea. In the pink, if you're wanting to go for the pink, £3.99, details are on your screen. We've got that lovely silver grey tone, which is beautiful if you like the look of that particular one. And this is going to complement your fabrics. It's more about the fabric complementing your outer fabric than whether you like the colour or not. But there you go, £3.99 is the one for that. And then if you do want to go for your white, then we have got the white as an option as well. So whichever you choose to go for, each of them £3.99, a half metre piece. The white on your screen at the moment, but just choose a colour that is going to complement your outer fabric from that lining selection that we have for you. Right, now teach me, tell me what I need to know.
Okay, well, for the easy and elegant dress, the bodice and the skirt are cut on the bias.
Okay.
So that means you're cutting it at a 45-degree angle to the selvage rather than following the grain.
Wonderful.
I'm going to show you out of.
Okay, let me give you those patterns back.
Just because I've realised the one I've cut out with is my tester one, so it doesn't look as beautiful as your
and
as
that's
the
nice. And
originals.
on the bias, it means you've got that lovely drape then.
That's
doesn't
what
it?
gives the skirt such a nice shape. It's a little bit twirly.
Yeah. Oh,
It's
I like
quite
a
nice to
twirly
have a
dress.
twirl, isn't it?
Bit of spinny magic.
So if you have a little look at the piece, at the fabric, at the paper pieces, you'll see there's an arrow on your pattern that shows you that that's got to be parallel to your selvage so that you get it sitting right. The other thing I want to point out is the little lines are your notch placements.
Okay,
So
right.
some patterns obviously have a little triangle,
Yeah.
so they're marked in different places. Mine are marked by little lines because that's what the software does, that my
fair
graphic
enough.
designer does, yes. So that's how they come out. So it's really important to remember your notches,
Yes.
especially if you're going to put your sleeves in. Mm-hmm. I teach a lot of dressmaking, and the ladies they laugh at me because I'm always banging on about notches, but it does make
It's
all
so
the
important.
difference.
You only have to put in a sleeve back to front once. And
Absolutely,
then, yeah. We've all done it.
absolutely, yeah, totally. So it seems like, oh, really? Have I got to cut them out? But it's worth that extra couple of minutes. So so take your time to get it set out right. Cutting out's the most important bit, really, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yes. Now I've already made the little lining up of the bodice. I'm going to do it on the outer, but just to sort of talk through a little bit that we found with this dress, it can come up, it probably errs on the generous side.
Okay.
So it's worth doing that bodice toile just to check your fit, because you might want to take it in here. You might want to, so it's got 2 bust darts. You might want to lower your darts.
Okay.
You might depend. It just depends. Everybody's different.
Shoulders, I often have to go up.
I
at the
often
short.
have to
Yeah,
tweak them
yeah,
up.
Yeah.
But because I've designed this, so the toile gets made for me for the original. You might find that actually your bit here is longer,
Yes,
and you
yeah.
need to extend that a little
Yeah.
bit. Everybody's slightly different, aren't they?
Absolutely, yeah.
And you can only create a standard, and then you can tweak it. But where there's a seam or where there's a dart, they're the places to alter things, really. We've got shorten length and widen lines all over it too. But if you've made up your lining like this, you can tack it together, try it on, see if you need to make any changes before you cut it out on the really nice fabric. That's what I'd recommend.
And it's good advice because it's like when you go looking at clothes in the shops, isn't it? It's not a one size fits all. I mean, you pick up a size 16 or whatever size it is, doesn't mean that it's going to sit on you exactly the same size as somebody else because the draper.
I went shopping yesterday with my girls, and it was very interesting. I hardly ever go shopping in the shops, but I bought a pair of trousers. And I bought a size 8, and I'm never a size 8. And it was like, what's going on? And then in another shop, you can try on what you think is your size, and it's not even close, isn't it? So, yes. Right, so first thing to do, we've got darts to put in on the front. So I've marked the point of my dart with a tailor's tack, because that's what I like to do. I'm a bit old school.
I was always taught tailor tack, I have to say, yeah.
I think it's as quick as doing dots and pins and things, but you do whatever suits you.
I think it's more secure, to be fair, as well, when you kind of moving your fabrics around. They stay where they're meant to be.
Well, I think so. I have a good, if I do it with like a friction pen, then I always iron them off and I have to get my pattern piece back
I'm terrible
out.
for that.
Yeah. Okay, so with your dart, you're going to pinch it up. I like to put a pin through the top, through the point. You've got 2 notches at the bottom to line up for the bottom. And I always say, if you're a beginner, because people can get a bit, not confused by a dart, but because it's a triangle that you're sewing, they sometimes can't work out that it's still a straight line, if you know what I mean. Yeah. But if you're not sure, draw a line with your friction pen, and then you've got something to follow.
And as long as your fabrics are sitting nice and flat, then you're fine, really, aren't
Absolutely,
you?
absolutely. So when you sew a dart, you want to reverse start at the wide end, reverse at the wide end, but at the pointed end, you want to come off your fabric and don't reverse because you're going to tie your pieces in a little knot, so you don't get a point.
That's it. We were learning about darts earlier on as well. Okay. In bag making, but yeah, give shape to all sorts of things, don't they? So.
Yeah. Really, sewing and dressmaking is just engineering with fabric.
Absolutely, yes. So you've got your tails there.
So I've got my tails, so I'm just tying them into I'm attempting to tie them into a little knot.
Do you tend to just do one little knot, or do you do it multiple
I might do, I
times?
just like a little granny knot.
Yes.
Twice, twice over when I'm not all fingers and thumbs.
And it's worth doing this again as well, because it's the finishing touch. This is what sets a handmade garment apart sometimes from the shop bought ones, because it's these little details that really do make the difference. We've been very busy with regards to the pattern as well. And incidentally, the details are on the screen for this beautiful dress that I've got to the side of me, and it's the same dress as you've seen Katharine wearing, except she's got the sleeveless version, and you have got both of them featuring within the same pattern. So it could be that you're making a summer one at the moment, and then as we get to autumn winter, you're making the longer sleeved one. It's 3/4 length, but of course you can extend the length. Equally so, if you're wanting to put pockets in, you can do. If you don't have to. And if you do want to alter the height or length of the skirt, then you've got all the markings in there that are going to help you. Takes you from size 6 right the way through to 26, and you're going to need just 3 meters of fabric for your outer of your garment. So we've got some lovely bundles for you, and also 1.5 meters of the lining fabric, which is what we've got on the show as well. Everything that you need by your thread, really. So we don't need any zips, we don't need any interfacing or anything like that then, Katharine?
No.
Oh, that's good to know.
I'm not a massive fan of interfacing. For things like collars or cuffs or plackets, I do use it, but I don't tend to use it. I mean, this is lined, so there isn't a lined bodice for your edges, so there's no facings that you might put it in. And I often think that it can make them a bit too stiff.
And also as well, I prefer a lined bodice because I think it's got a more professional finish to it as well. Because your fabrics sit beautifully.
I mean, I think if you had, with this, if you had a facing, it would start to flip out.
Yeah.
And then you'd get annoyed.
Yeah, absolutely. And you might as well, if you're sewing the seam, sew it to the way that's kind of going to complement the design. So, yeah.
So we've got our darts there.
Beautiful fabric. We've got this fabric on the show, so if you like the look of it.
Okay. Right. So we've got those two like that.
Look at that.
So already you've got your shape. When I make things, so I have cut my size in this, yeah, I always test it out as I'm going along. You know, is that going to sit in the right place?
Beautiful.
I do a lot of sewing in my knickers at home. Because I like try things on as I go along, and and I'm like
I don't know
up
what
and down.
to say to that. It's not often I'm speechless, but you got me there. And I have to say, looking at this fabric as well, this is the kind of fabric, I've been to quite a few weddings recently, and you're looking for outfits to wear to a wedding. You often see kind of fabrics that pop up and the style of fabrics. These are the style of fabrics that you're seeing out there at the moment. Very, very popular in garments.
Absolutely, yeah.
Beautiful.
So we've got our back piece now, and we've just got a centre back seam to sew. This pattern has a 1 centimetre seam allowance. So just
any tips with regards to the length of the stitches or anything like that?
I've just got the normal 2.4. If you're using a really, really fine fabric, I mean much finer than this really. You would maybe make it a bit smaller.
Yeah.
But this is fine with your standard one.
Cool.
Although it's kind of light and drapey, it's not floppy and insubstantial
tricky
to
fabric,
show.
is
It's not
it?
tricky fabric, no.
Yeah. One thing that struck me.
It's a really good balance, I
And
think.
you can see it presses beautifully as well when you were pressing out the darts there as well. Just make sure that you've got a nice new needle in there. When you're starting a new garment, definitely get yourself a new needle in place.
Right, and then we're going to... Now, I think that this, because you're lining it... Hang on, we're a bit tangled up down here.
You okay there?
Yeah.
Oh, is it
The
twisted
lead-
on
yeah, the
itself?
leads- Okay. Because you're lining it, you don't need to overlock your seams.
Ah, of course, yes.
So I would press this seam open because then it's going to lie nice and flat. It's quite nice if you don't have to overlock your,
That's true.
lock your seams as well. Okay. Then we're going to join it at the shoulders.
Beautiful.
Right sides together.
And I love this, as you've seen, it's quite methodical when you're actually putting a garment together. The construction of garments can be very similar as well, can't it? So when you're actually coming to putting things together, you'll be learning skills that you'll probably find yourself using
Absolutely.
down your journey as well.
Well, so I say to beginner dressmaking, it's the first one takes you ages and seems really, really hard.
Yes.
And then the more you do, the easier and quicker it gets.
Well, you're kind of
doesn't it?
learning everything from nothing, aren't you, to start with? But
Absolutely.
there's a lot of kind of tips and tricks that you'll take with you on your journey. I can't wait to see all the different garments that people wear. Do you have like social media where people share pictures of things that they've made and things like that?
Well, I do have social media, yeah, on Facebook and Instagram.
Wonderful.
And I have a lot of regular dressmaking classes, and lots of people make my things and we put them on there.
Oh, lovely.
But it's always nice if people send us pictures. And we're at Festival of Quilts.
Oh, are
We've got
you?
a stand at Festival of Quilts.
Fabulous.
So it's lovely if people come and show us. If they come wearing or, you know, any of our designs, it's really nice if you come and show us.
Yeah, I'm thinking of, or trying to think of some, like so many people have invested in my shacket pattern, and I'm hoping to see a few of them maybe at Festival of Quilts. So I might kind of do some sort of a thank you if you come and find me. I haven't decided what. I'm on the Madeira stand, and I've already spoken to Madeira and said if people come along with, not Madeira cakes, no Madeira thread. And they've agreed that if you come onto the stand on the Sunday when I'm demonstrating on their stand wearing a shacket, that they're going to organise a little bit of a free gift for you to come and join.
We've got a little gift offer if you come and show us.
I think,
we've got a really nice gift offer. Actually.
Oh, there you go. I need to come and track you down then.
So, come and show me one of my designs that you've made. It could be it doesn't have to be one of my garments. It could be one of our bags. We'll find you a prize.
Do you know your stand number at all for festival?
Well, yeah, I think.
It's always a tricky one. You only look at it the morning that you're travelling, really, don't
I
you?
keep having to write it down on things. In my head, it's either E97 or E37.
Okay.
I keep getting it wrong.
It'll be on your socials, though, won't it?
Okay, so when you get to this point, we are going to do the lining,
Lovely.
which I've already constructed. So you
So-
make that in exactly the same
I was going to say, so
way
it's just a duplicate, which is
Exactly
why
the
it's a good idea to do the lining first, I guess.
and test it out. Absolutely. So we're going to pin it all around this neck edge and all around the armholes.
Lovely.
Just line.
And everything's detailed in there as well. I saw comprehensive instructions there, so you're not on your own at all.
No, and if people do get stuck, they can always send me messages. In fact, somebody sent me a message the other day asking me about something, and I can't find their message anywhere to reply. So if it was somebody on here, I think they're asking about my quilted tool bag.
Okay.
So if
that
they-
sounds like you.
If that was you, I'm really sorry I've not answered, but I went back to look for your message and I couldn't find it anywhere.
I think my computer eats email sometimes because I've had exactly the same
Well,
situation.
I can't. You know what it is? There's so many different platforms, aren't there?
Yeah.
And it's like, was it Instagram? Was it?
Yes,
And I've
yeah.
had a look and I can't find it. So if you've asked me something, I'm not ignoring you. I can't find it. Just send it me again.
Perfect.
So it's right sides together, because then when you turn it round, all your seams will be on the inside.
Now, any top tips, because these might be fabrics that people aren't familiar with, things like lining fabric, it's kind of got that slippy, slidey feel to it.
has,
Any
but-
tips?
Well, just take your time and, pin it carefully. I always pin this way because, especially when you line things, sometimes you can get carried away, sew the wrong bits up. I once had a lady literally sew round the entire thing and then, of course, she couldn't turn anything round. So I always tend to pin so that the tip of my pin is pointing to the bit I'm going to sew.
Okay,
Then
yes.
you can remember.
That's a good way of doing it, yeah.
I mean, although it seems quite slippery, it isn't.
It's not moving
It's
around
not
a lot,
no,
is it?
it's not too silky. It is silky, but it's still
It's got a lovely feel to it.
nice to sew.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not an expensive lining, but it's nice quality. It's
thing
not
is-
static.
And lining as well, lining fabrics, I often think of lining fabrics like in a jacket or something like that, where it can be quite slippy, slidey, almost like anorak type of fabric. But this isn't, because this is going to be next to your skin, so you want it to be a nice feel to it, and it certainly is. And it's, as you're working with it there, it looks so
Yes,
beautiful.
it's not difficult to do. If you are going to wear this in really hot weather though, and you think, oh, actually this lining might make me a bit hot. So actually this one I've worn, I've actually done like a cotton lining.
Okay.
So you could do a white cotton lawn lining if you want to be really, really cool. Although I have to say this isn't particularly. You know how some fabrics can make you sweaty?
No, I was going to say this one, no.
This doesn't
no,
really.
No. Beautiful. It's got a lovely, lovely softness to it. I like that. And I think we do a whole range of different colours of the lining fabrics, but we've got 4 colours featuring within the show. It's kind of dependent on the fabric that you're working with, to be fair. So I'm not going to go through them all with the item numbers, but just show you. If you've chosen your fabric, or you've got a fabric at home in mind and you are looking for a lining fabric to work with it, then 1.5 meters is what we've got for you to choose from. Either you've got your blue, your pink, gorgeous silver grey, or your white. Just choose one that's going to complement your fabric. So for instance, if you've got a lighter fabric, you don't necessarily want to go too dark with it. Although saying that, the blue would work with that one beautifully, as would the grey or the white. So it's kind of whatever you choose, really. But they are all available, and I think it worked out, was it $3.99? I think it was, whichever those you went for. So there you go.
White and grey, the silvery colour, they're always good. Good fallbacks, aren't
Yes, well, it's like when you quilter, isn't it? Grey is always a good one
Yes.
to have, because, yeah, it's quite a neutral tone.
they? I always have grey on my overlocker, so I don't have to keep
Yes, I'm
changing
the
it.
same, yeah. I have a love-hate relationship with my overlocker.
Me too. I hate threading them up.
I love it when it's behaving itself, but yeah, that's why I keep grey on there. Cause it's like,
Exactly.
I always seem to have this knack of going from a very light project to a very dark project. And I kind of look at my overlocker and go, right, are you going to play nicely today?
So I'll just pin around these armholes as well. So if you're going to do this version with sleeves, you don't sew the lining in at the armholes.
Okay.
You do that slightly differently.
But that's detailed in the,
It
in the
tells you
instructions.
in the
Perfect.
instructions. I just thought I'd do sleeveless today since we were actually a little bit summery out there. It's
Beautiful
actually,
out
you
there.
know, warm. I think we're due a really hot day tomorrow.
It's what, sorry?
It's due to be very hot tomorrow, I
is
think.
it?
Yes. So, you know, and I don't know about you, but we're perhaps getting ready to go on our summer holidays soon.
Well, funny you should mention.
Where are you off to?
I'm going to Glastonbury.
Oh, are you?
Yes.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I can't wait. I'm hoping to be bump into Rebecca Reed because she's going to be
I was going
there
to say,
as
she'll
well.
be there in her crocheted
She
trousers.
will be there.
Or-
She was showing me her crocheted elements that she made. And I was like, aren't you going to be hot? I don't care. I don't care. I'm still wearing them. And I don't blame her. So no, but you're right. It is that kind of time now. Even if you're just in the garden and you're wanting to be comfortable. I mean, I was at home yesterday and it just felt so warm and kind of almost like claggy. It was just horrible. But when you're actually changing a garment and you're wearing a garment that's much more floaty, it's just instantly you feel better. Instantly you look better.
Okay. So you can see I've got some notches there. They're lining up nicely. It's always a relief when they do, but it means you're getting it right.
And it means they're your like kind of your checkpoints
Absolutely.
to make sure it all lines up. And it does make a difference if they don't line up, because somewhere along the line you'll suddenly find you've got a bit that's bigger than another, and yeah.
Dressmaking is literally a jigsaw puzzle,
It is.
isn't it?
It is. It's not a complicated jigsaw. It's just you have to make sure that you get things just so. It's one of those things that a lot of people who don't sew want to sew because of dressmaking. So I think having a good pattern to start with and a good teacher, I think are kind of the things that you need. And you don't need a whole range of patterns. Once you've actually got something that you've got that fits you well, that you understand how to put it together, you'll find yourself creating it over and over again. And that is the beauty. Once you've got a good pattern, it's a classic style, this particular pattern that we're looking at. It's going to see you from season to season, year in, year out. And because you've got such a wide range of different sizes on here, from 6 right the way through to a size 26, you really are going to be able to use this over and over. If you increase in size, if you decrease in size, if you're wanting to make multiple sizes, you can obviously go for multiple patterns if you so choose, or you might want to use some of those kind of little tips of how to reuse your pattern. But to be honest, you will find yourself making more and more of these, and just reading you go from a bust, where am I, a 78 centimetre bust for size 6 right the way through to 132. So there's a really good range of sizes here. Obviously you can adjust things if you're wanting to, so if you need to alter the length, then you can do so. The sleeves, again, you can change those if you're wanting to. It's mentioning here 2.5 metres worth of fabric. Obviously with our bundle we've got 3 metres, but that's kind of accommodating for if you're wanting to alter the length of the sleeve or the length of the drape of the dress for you as well. And then of course you're lining fabric, you're just going to need 1.5 metres of that, which we've got off the shows today as well. But it's just a lovely, oh, I've got hiccups, excuse me. Got a lovely drape of this garment, a lovely cross bodice, as you can see, coming across here, beautifully put together, and yeah, it's classic style, never going to go out of fashion. Hey, how you getting on?
I'm getting on all right. So when you stitch around your lining at the back here, you're going to get to that centre back seam. And you just want to make sure that you swivel nicely on that back seam so that you get a good V shape. You don't want to get it off centre. And then you can come back up the other side.
Covered a lot in this hour, actually. haven't you? Even think about all the
I'm
different...
quite a speedy sewer.
I love it. I know. And ultimately, it's straight sewing, isn't it?
Yes.
Nothing complex.
I think it's just really nice, especially when you dressmake. You just want some easy wins sometimes.
Yes, yeah.
You know, something, it's really nice to challenge yourself and learn new skills, but it's good to have some easy wins where you just sort of run something up and it's nice and you put it on and you feel good and go out in it.
Absolutely.
And everyone goes, I like your dress. And you go, oh, I made it myself.
There's a sense of achievement, isn't there, when you say that?
Absolutely.
Are there any fabrics that you'd say to shy away from when you're actually making this dress? Anything that you need to avoid?
I wouldn't go too stiff a fabric. So cotton, so this obviously is cotton lawn. So, I mean, lots of people want to use quilting weight fabric because there's so many lovely designs, but I would say that's too stiff. You won't get your drape in your skirt in quite the same way. So I wouldn't go stiffer than a poplin. We've made it in a chambray, that looks nice.
Nice, I can imagine that, yes, yeah. What about as people go towards winter? I mean, what about things like fabrics that have got a bit of stretch in them, or something that's a little bit weightier, as in like a I don't know, like a velvet feel to it or anything like that?
I don't think I'd make it in a stretch fabric, but maybe a lightweight needle cord would work.
It's nice, yeah.
I like it. I like corduroy.
Yeah, and I think especially if you're making almost like a pinafore version, like the one that you've got on.
Would work quite well. And I mean, all the sort of twills. So like you can get a viscous twill, which is slightly heavier weight than your viscous, and that would work nicely, especially with sleeve for winter.
But like you say, because it's got that lovely drape
You
to it,
still
would
want
lose
to make sure it's got some drape.
You end up sticking out if you're not careful. won't you?
Yes, and then that's not flattering.
No.
And we want it to look flattering. We don't want anything to make us look bigger than we are.
Couldn't agree
But
more.
this one works well in the corduroy and a lightweight denim.
Nice.
Yeah, would work fine. So even
I love the patchwork idea that you mentioned as well with the sundress.
Yes.
Yeah.
Even a wool that's not a stiff wool.
Yes. Yeah.
A wool blend.
Yes.
Would work.
Well, a wool blend would be lovely because then you can wash it, can't you? So you don't have to worry about.
I mean, obviously linen's nice and drapey as well. That would work.
Yeah. Perfect if you're going on your holidays as well, because that lightweight fabric's not going to take up a lot of room in your case. And the beauty is you can make it in a whole range of different fabrics, or plain fabrics that you're dressing up with, I don't know, belts or jewellery or bags, scarves. There's all sorts of different ways you can give a garment a different look, isn't there? So it's about the kind of foundation really that you've got with the garment itself that is the key thing. That's why I love this one so much, because I think you've got such a wide range of fabric prints out there that you could really be making so many different variations.
I'm planning a bit of shopping at Festival of Quilts.
Oh, are you? Have
Well,
you got anything
it
on your
turns
list?
out, I haven't got that much left in my stash at the moment.
No.
I don't know what I've been doing. So last few, well, really since the start of the year, I've been, not buying new fabric. I've been trying to use what I've got because I've got a lot.
Okay, yes,
the stash had become a hoard. But yeah, I've nearly run out. So it's time for some new things, definitely.
Have you got anything on your or within your sites? Have you got any ranges, or you just want to see what takes your
see what
fancy?
takes my fancy. Absolutely. So when you've stitched round your lining, you just want to snip down in that V at the back, just so that it's going to turn through nicely. Just down to the point, obviously not through your stitching.
Lovely.
If it's very curvy as well around your sleeves, you can give it a little bit of a...
What about things like pinking shears? I mean, would you suggest pinking shears, or can they be a little bit like, ooh?
I like pinking shears. When I've fallen out with my overlocker, I often revert to the pinking shear.
I suppose you just have to be careful of you don't get too close to the seam with any snips or pinks that you're doing.
I mean, because this is all going to be enclosed, I'm not worried too much about fraying. But yes, quite often I dressmake and I don't overlock. I just get the pinking shears out. Because most people don't look inside my clothes when I've got them on.
I should hope not. That's how rumours start.
Okay.
Nice sharp pair of scissors.
Nice
as well.
sharp pair of
Yeah.
scissors, absolutely. All right, we're going to pull the whole thing through the shoulders.
Ah, okay, right. So this is again where you want to keep within those seam allowances.
Yes.
Because if you find yourself making your seam allowance a little bit too big, then this
Suddenly
could
going to
be
have
quite-
very narrow shoulders here.
And again, this is where your choice of fabrics is key, because if your fabric's too stiff, then you're going to be wrestling at this point.
Yes, absolutely. But then you've got such a lovely, nice, neat edge.
That's perfect, isn't it?
I do like lining things. I think it gives
It's
such
just
a nice finish. doesn't it?
Absolutely, and of course, if you're trying to do like almost like a twist, not a twist, but if you're kind of doing your facings or whatever, turning over, it can twist because your fabric is kind of laying in lots of different directions, isn't it? So it might sit beautifully in one area, but then as you're going around a curve, because it's not on the bias at that point, it's just So a facing, if you can. Try and do, not a facing, a lining, should I say. Try and do a lining as often as you
Yeah,
can.
I like linings. I like bound edges as well.
Yes, yeah.
They're my go-to finishing methods.
You do some nice funky features, can't you, with a contrast binding, so yeah. But this looks beautiful.
Okay.
Look at this. Oh, it looks lovely. Oh,
So we'll give it a press.
beautiful.
It's coming together very nicely. So then when you've pressed it, you then open out your side seams like this,
Okay,
so that, in fact, I'll sew these because then I can still press it all afterwards.
that sounds good. Well, it gives me an opportunity for me
show you.
to mention a question. Oh, is it a question? Oh, hi, is the fabric for the dress 3 metres or do I have to purchase 3 times the fabric? Right, good question. Patricia, thank you for that, because quite often when we bring fabrics to you, we'll bring you in kind of like an increment, like a ½ metre. So if you need 3 metres, you have to increase the quantity. We've taken the liberty of actually assuming that when the fabrics that we've got in the show, you're going to want to go for the dress pattern, which is why we've done the 3 metres. So with any of the fabrics that you're choosing, whether it's the lining or whether it is the actual dressmaking, you just need to order a unit of 1. Quantity of 1. So for $25.99, you will have enough fabric there for you to create any of the patterns that we're featuring today. So the go-to measurement of fabric for garment making for myself is 3 metres, and that means that you're covering all eventualities, because sometimes you might have a pattern like so, and it's not until part way through that you suddenly think, do you know what, I want to make it a little bit longer, or do you know, I want to make the sleeves a little bit longer, or I want to do this, or I want to do that. So by having your 3 metres, you've got way more fabric than you will need in order for you to kind of accommodate for those. So pattern wise, you are looking at going from a size 6 through to a size 26, all of which the 3 metre fabric that you're buying will be more than enough. Now, obviously if you're making a size 6, you'll have more excess fabric than if you're making one of the larger sizes, but there's always a use for that excess fabric that you've got left over. Could be a scarf that you're making, it could be that you're making a little jacket or a shawl to work alongside. You will always be able to make use of that extra fabric, but if you've got not enough, then that's when it becomes a little trickier. But in answer to your question, any of the fabrics that you're choosing, and we have a lovely array of lots and lots of different fabrics for you to choose from, then you are just going to order 1 unit of whichever it is that you are choosing, and you will have enough for you to make any of those dresses in any size you like. So that is any of the easy and elegant dress, or if you are choosing to make your cool and comfy dress, likewise, you will be able to create those as well. So there you go. Hopefully, Patricia, that has answered your question. How are you getting on over
I'm
there?
getting on all right. I'm just giving this a little press so you can see how nice it looks when it is, because it
Does
makes
make
all
the dif-
it
does
makes
make
all the difference.
It does.
Yeah.
Do you tend to top stitch your lining in place? as well, or
I haven't
don't
on
stitch?
this because it seems to just sit very nicely.
good.
But I do like top stitching
Yes.
and often do it. I just find these seem to sit really, really well. But yes, if you're, I mean,
If you need to, then do it, and if not, you don't.
absolutely. I mean, ideally, you should I've understitched this one.
Yes, that's, yeah.
Have I understitched that one?
Um,
And I bet it tells you to understitch it.
you have, yes, yeah.
if you don't, I'm going to just explain understitching because
please do. Yeah.
because it's the question I get most in,
Oh, really?
asked in all my classes. What's understitching?
Oh, you've got the open patterns there, yeah.
So,
yeah,
and it does say in the
understitching.
glossary, in the pattern, so when you understitch, I've skipped it today, I'm very naughty, you've stitched your lining in and you want to press it outwards like this with the seam towards your lining. And then what you do is you stitch close to your lining edge, catching that seam all the way around, and it helps it all lie really nice and flat. It is worth doing. I haven't stood and done it today because I just have to sew around the whole thing again and it'll get boring. But I would go back and understitch this because again, it makes a difference, doesn't it?
It does. It means that kind of it's invisible when it comes down. I keep leaving.
Doris has collapsed.
It's getting shorter and shorter as we go. Now, I don't know whether I'll be able to show you this because we've got a new face in our studio. He's come for a little bit of experience with us. So there you go. First day, but have a look at this. It's Dan. Dan, welcome to the studio, Dan. It's lovely to be working with you. Now, here you go, making him earn his pennies today. So what we've got is we've got that understitching that we were just learning about. So you've got that stitching on the outside there. So the lining is perfectly in place, but then on the outside you have no visible stitching at all. And that is a really professional finish, not only with the sewing, but with the camera work as well. So thank you, Dan, for that. Poor Doris is getting shorter and shorter as the day's going on.
Bless her. Bless her. Right, so you put your side seam, imagine I've understitched, you put your side seams like that, how I've shown you, and then I haven't done the side seam, and then all you need to do is overlap at the front. This is where I have issues with left and rights, Hayley. I'm not very good at left and right. No, it's that way.
Could it go either way?
It could go either way, and in a way it doesn't matter really. It's just that I think traditionally, isn't it, a lady's thing?
It is, but you know what? If I was making it for TV, I'd probably make it the opposite way because of the way that you stand.
Okay.
So, yeah, I mean, that might be a reason for you to have it going one way or the other. So, yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah, because quite often with buttons, usually with the ladies' jacket, the buttons will kind of go like so. Well, when you're standing on camera, then that's where you've kind of got that little gap there. So quite often I'll wear a gents shirt because it goes the opposite way and it covers your modesty.
Well, there you go. So when you're making for television, everybody.
There you go. And you might think that that's not going to happen, but there's a lot of people that don't expect to be on TV demonstrating, but they do.
And then you can, and you'll see again, there are little notches that are going to line up with the bottom of your darts. And then you're going to just machine tack that in place.
Beautiful.
Doesn't that look nice? That fabric
beautiful.
looks lovely, actually.
Well,
I'm liking it made up. Yeah.
I mean, if you were looking to get a dress for a wedding, this quality with aligned bodice, you are looking probably, well, I mean, this is going to be handmade, but if you're even just looking at off the peg, you're probably looking at, and I've been looking at different dresses for different weddings, and you're looking at £150 at least, and that is in the sale, because I'm a bit of a sale shopper when it comes to garments. So sometimes it's a case of you thinking, well, it's a special occasion, I don't know if I want to make something, I want to make sure that it's perfect, I'm going to buy shop bought. I can tell you now, you will make a better job of your dress making it yourself than shop bought. Oh my goodness, I've just looked at the time.
I know.
Sorry.
No, that's all right.
Lovely
We're having a nice chat, aren't we? But there you go, I've tacked that together. So that's how you put your bodice together.
Beautiful.
Skirt's dead easy.
Yes.
Dead easy. and then just fits in, no gathering, nothing like that. It just fits beautifully.
Gorgeous.
I've shown you the tricky bit, and it wasn't that tricky,
and it wasn't
really?
tricky at all. And don't forget, if you do want that fabric, we have got that fabric available for you. You'll find that on the website. Katharine, thank you so much. It's been a joy working with you. I hope we get to do it again soon. So yeah, and we've learned so much.
If not, I will see you at Festival of Quilts.
You will indeed. I'll come and track you down.
Thank you.
And now you guys, we were right up against the wire there. We have got another hour to share with you, but we're off to Yarn Lane with a little bit of crochet. So I hope you can join me at the other side of this.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1 P&P with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, Now, Virgin subscribers can watch on channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hello there and welcome back. Welcome back to my last hour with you today. In fact, it's everybody's last hour with you today on Sewing Street, because we're running through until 1 o'clock when Hobby Maker will pick up the crafty mantle. And this hour, we have got a lovely hour ahead of it. I know you are going to love everything that we're bringing to you. And I've got the lovely Sam here with her beautiful designs, which are perfect for this time of year. Because although we've got the sun out there, Sam, it gets a little bit chilly in the evenings.
Absolutely. So I was thinking, you know, I've called it a shawlette because a shawl obviously is a bit too heavy for this time of year, but just something nice and pretty to wear around your neck, maybe in an air-conditioned office or of an evening, as you say, after sitting outside with a glass of wine after work, maybe.
Absolutely. I'm all for that. I'm all for that. And the beauty is we've got loads of different colourways to share with you. I'm going to step to the side just a little moment just to show you these beautiful mannequins that we've got behind us. So all you need to do to find everything that we're going to be chatting about is jump onto the website and you'll be able to find those. But we will go through everything individually. And as we're looking at these, Sam, we're looking at gorgeous crochet, but little bead detail with these as well.
Yeah, so for each of the shawlettes, you've got the same body of the shawlette, which I will demonstrate shortly. And then each of them has got a different edging. So we've got lavender, rose, obviously inspired by my garden, dahlia, and I'm wearing the daisy. So the edging varies, and you've got a beading on the final edging, which is really pretty. So
I love it. Absolutely gorgeous. So it gives you a little idea that we've got there. We'll look at them closer detail as the hour progresses, but you can see beautiful kind of ruffles to the edge of these, the main body being exactly the same as you can see there. Does it make a difference, the different colours as well with these as well?
It really does, doesn't it? And it's so pretty. So I think all of them would match a beautiful dress or a nice blouse like I'm wearing.
Perfect.
But yeah,
I love it. Now, before we get into the throws of demonstration, I know we've got some fabulous demonstrations to share with you. Shall I introduce the different kits to you? Because that is the key thing, and this is where you're going to be choosing your preference. So I might need a little bit of help with this, with my eyes. Although this one I can recognise straight away. You're wearing.
That's the daisy.
So this one is your daisy with that beautiful yellow in there, and of course you've got the gorgeous kind of edge detail. Everything is coming to you, so you don't need to go off and find anything. You've got the beads, you've got everything there.
Yeah.
What size hook are we working with?
4mm hook.
Oh, so that's pretty kind of middle of the road.
Yeah, so it's a double knit, so whatever you'd normally use with a double knit, but most people that's a 4mm.
I love it. Yeah. And with regard to this, do we need to have prior knowledge of crochet in order to get into this?
No, it's actually a really simple one for beginners, and there are also tutorials online that Sewing Street have done. They've got a Sewing Street tutorial YouTube channel now, which I've done some tutorials for. So if you are brand new, you can refer to those as well. And obviously my demonstration today.
I love it. So
lovely.
So
it's
soft.
Very luxurious yarn.
Wonderful.
I normally work with acrylics, so it's really nice to work with something different.
Yeah.
This is a cotton silk mix.
Beautiful. Absolutely. I mean, King Colt's one of those names that we know and love when it comes to working with yarn as well. Cotton, just so you know, 77% cotton. You've got 2 to 3% with regards to your silk there as well. No, 23. I was just trying to think, that doesn't add up to 100. So I thought, better put my specs on, and there isn't the decimal point there. It is 23%, so it does add up to 100, which is good. 50-gram balls, and as you can see, beautifully soft as well. Oh, I wish you could put your hands through and feel this, because it's gorgeous. So you're going to get more than enough for you to create your shawlette, I'm guessing?
Yes, plenty to create your shawlette, yes.
Perfect, and the beads as well.
Yeah.
We'll look at closer detail with the instructions as the time goes on, but we'll show you that in a little while. But what are you going to create? Well, here you go. Feast your eyes on this. This is beautiful Perfect alongside the denim that we can see there on our screens.
Yeah, that's my denim jacket, yeah.
Lovely. I like it. Gorgeous. So £29.99, that's all that you're going to be paying for everything that you need in that particular one. But moving on, we are now looking at this beautiful combination that we've got here. So this particular one is your dahlia.
This one's dahlia, yeah. So that one is behind me. Shall I take it off?
Yeah, let's bring it in a little bit closer. Gorgeous lilac tones in there. Lovely kind of teal as well.
Yeah, so it's got
pretty.
opal, the green is called.
Okay.
Tulip. I'm actually holding it back because you can't see the beads, but you've got these lovely blue beads that set off the tulip colour there.
So soft.
It's really lovely, isn't it? It's beautiful to work with. If you haven't worked with a cotton silk mix before, it's just a delight to work with.
And it's lovely because I'm guessing that combination is good because the silk is going to give you that gorgeous feel, but the cotton for the practicalities of washing and the durability.
So light and soft to wear. It's not heavy, so it's just a nice finish to a jacket or a dress.
Thank you, Sam. Let me pass that back to you for a moment. So again, you're going to get your 3 balls of yarn with this one, more than enough, and you're going to get your beads, which I've put in a safe place, never to be seen again, and that beautiful kind of pastel-y blue there, complementing these as well. And of course, full instructions. Now with this one, I have got the instructions open, so let me very briefly show you these, so you know that you've got everything that you need to know. You've got your full colour illustration in there, lots of photographs that are going to help you along the way. Obviously, it's explaining to you the contents of your kit as well, and then you will have your instructions there with photographs to show you what you need to be doing. And I like this because not only have you got the pattern laid out in the words, but the symbols. I don't work with the symbols. I've not got that far yet, but it's nice to know that they're both there.
It's a kind of an aid to reading the pattern. So some people find that really helpful. Everyone's different. Some people don't use them, but you've got both of them there.
And the terminology that you use within here, because of course it's kind of 2 different languages when you come to crochet. So which route
This is UK crochet term.
Perfect.
So,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Lovely. There you go. So if there's any questions I've not asked, you want me to ask, then do get in touch. Message the studio, drop us a line, and I will ask those questions for you. But that is a beautiful kit, I am sure you'll agree. And it's the second of the 4 that we're sharing with you. So next one that we've got for you, we're going down the pinky route with this particular one. So that's the one that we've got in the middle. Lovely, rose. Inspired by the roses in your garden, I heard you say.
Yeah, I love gardening, so any excuse to make something floral to remind me of my garden.
Beautiful colours again, almost like ice creamy colours. Beautiful. Full instructions, and again, you are going to get your little beads to work with that as well. Beautiful colours.
The edge on this one because this is a really pretty shell edge.
Okay, right, let's hold that nice and still for you. Look at that. Isn't that gorgeous? Beautiful. Oh, that's pretty, isn't it, where you've got that other little colour in there?
Yeah.
Put it back to front with the beads. You can just about see the beads on the edge there, can't you? They're just nestled
you're right,
in those.
it is backwards.
I wasn't too sure for a moment then. Oh, there you go. Sitting a bit better.
Yeah.
Beautifully. Just featuring there. The gorgeous kind of ice cream tones, as I say, with the pastels there. It's nice as well, just adding that little bit of weight, isn't it, to those?
Yes, that's it.
So
It's a really lovely
soft.
finish. Because they're wooden beads as well, so they've got a nice little weight to them to add to the edging.
Absolutely perfect. So there you go. Again, £29.99. If you like the look of the rose, then the details are on your screen. I'm going to pop that one out of the way because the last one that we've got for you has got the beautiful tulip colouring with this one and a lovely minty green, which I know you're going to love. And this particular one, whoops, the daisy, is called lavender.
Lavender, that's right.
And you've got lavender in your garden as
I
well?
have.
Lovely.
So when I've designed the edging, I've been looking at the actual flowers and trying to sort of do something similar. Not exactly the same, obviously, so replicate the flower in the edging.
I love it. And I'm guessing in this little sachet that we've got the beads again for this one.
Yes,
perfect.
These pink ones.
Lovely. So everything that you need, again, bar your 4mm hook included within this particular kit. So the moment it arrives, grab your hook and away you go. And if you haven't got hooks at the moment, and this is going to be the first crochet project or to inspire you to get into crochet, we have got some fabulous bundles of hooks as well that you can add into your basket at the same time. But for the time being, the details are there on your screen, £29.99. Absolutely adorable. The pink one that we looked at, the rose colour tone one, that is proving to be very, very popular, which is the one that we've got with a kind of predominantly cream element, but then that gorgeous rose. I love the scalloped edge, so pretty.
Very pretty, isn't it?
Pretty as well. And can I, very quickly, this is purely selfish on my cat, can I just show you, are these not the cutest scissors you've ever seen? These are adorable. Absolutely beautiful. I love these. We've got these on the show as well, and I love that with a little ball of yarn.
Yeah, they're so cute, aren't they? I've got a pair of those.
Aren't they gorgeous? I love that. So yeah, we've got these on the website as well. So they're only $7.99. Very, very affordable. Nice little gift. Oh, I've just oh no! Look at the here. I wonder what the little tabs were. It says 3mm on there, like little knitting needles or little crochet hooks. Oh, love it. $7.99. We've not got huge quantities of those, so if you like the look of those, fancy a nice little treat for somebody, then why not treat them to those? So we'll come back to the hooks and everything probably a little bit later on. Should we get into it?
Yeah, sounds good.
So what level of crochet knowledge do we have in order to get cracking with
most of the actual body of the shawl is really repetitive, so that's just half trebles. So
perfect.
Really, actually, a good task for a beginner. The edging's a little bit more complicated, but there's only 3 rows to the edging, and I'll show you that.
Okay.
I'll show you for the dahlia one, but they're similar, but with slight tweaks in the edging.
Perfect.
So as I say, the main body of it is the same for each of the shawls.
And you can kind of see how the rows grow with these, can't you? 'Cause it's almost, I always liken them to, you know, when you have a wedding cake and you have the pillars. That's kind of how crochet grows in my head. So it's more of an upright, and then you'll have the flat, and then upright and flat, and each one of those is
step up each time with a turning chain. Yeah, absolutely. So I'm going to go through how to make the body of the dahlia one, but that's the same for all 4 shawlettes.
Okay.
So this demo applies to all of them, and then I will explain when it's a bit different.
Okay.
As I go along. So to start, you get your main colour. So you've got 2 balls of your main colour. For the dahlia one, it's this lovely wisteria. And as you said, it just feels so lovely.
It's so soft. I don't think I've ever felt a yarn that's so soft.
No, it's almost got a couple of shades in it as well, although it gives a final solid colour. So it's really fun to work with. So I'm going to do a chain of 3. So if you haven't done any crochet before, I have been in filming some tutorials with the Sewing Street team.
Brilliant, okay.
And they're on the Sewing Street tutorial YouTube.
Perfect.
So if you're thinking, oh, I don't know how to do a slip knot, there's demonstrations for all of that on there. So this is achievable for a beginner, especially with that support. So I'm going to chain 3. And then I'm going to be working with half trebles, so I'm going to make a half treble in the 3rd of those.
Can I just move those out of the way? Sure. For some reason, they're really distracting me from what you're doing.
Are they? Got myself ready to go. Okay, so for a half treble, you're going to put your yarn over the hook, and then you're going to go into that 3rd chain from the hook. So 1, 2, 3, push the hook under that loop for that chain.
Perfect.
Oh, I'll split that there. Sorry, got distracted. And there we go. And pull the yarn back through. So for a half treble, that gives you 3 loops on your hook. And then I'm going to grab the yarn again and come through all 3 of those loops. And that's all you do for the first row of making your shawl, because what you're going to do is you're going to increase every row. So it builds up, as you said, like piled up on top of each other. And so the first bit, which is this bit here on this sample that I've made, is that tiny little triangle that you've done. Yeah, so it's 1 stitch. Your tail is always going to sit at the bottom of this triangle.
Okay.
And you're going to increase on one side, so you can see it grows outward on this side. I'll just hold that under the
and it says continual on that side.
Yeah, and continual on the opposite side.
Right.
So at the moment, I'm demonstrating this increase edge.
Perfect.
So I'll just go ahead and show you what you do next.
Wonderful, thank you.
So then you do a chain 2, and you turn your work around.
Lovely.
And you're going to make 2 trebles into that very first stitch that you've got there. Sorry, half trebles. So you find your V, which is here,
there it is,
yarn over, hook under that V, pull the yarn back through, gives you 3 loops, and where it's a half treble, yarn over and through all 3.
Because on a full treble, you take it part way through.
That's right,
and then
through
go back
2 and then, through 2.
Okay.
And then 1 more half treble in the same stitch. So there's an increase here because you're making 2 in the same stitch. So yarn over into that stitch, grab the yarn, pull it back through. Again, you've got your 3 loops, yarn over. And
So is it the same stitch that you go into twice?
Yes, you've gone into that same hole twice there.
Perfect.
Okay, and then you're going to do a chain 2 and turn it.
So that kind of, the chain of 2 is almost like your
That's
your
like
opportunity to turn it
yes,
the opposite
it
direction.
gives you a little bit of height so that you are ready to turn it. So it's like going that step upwards that you were talking about with your tiers.
Lovely.
Turn it. And then you're going to put, you've got 2 stitches here. So you've got, if I'm going to twist it to show you, a V there.
Yeah, I can see that V.
You see that, and a V there.
Yeah.
So you're just putting 1 in the first V.
Okay.
So always working with those half treble stitches. And in that second V, so if I twist it, you can see it's there with the 2 strands, 2 in that one. And that's your increase. So let me just show you 1, and then going back in that same hole, so working in that same stitch, yarn over, back in that same stitch, make another half treble. So that's your increase.
You've done 3 on that row.
Exactly. So 1 on the first,
yes, you can see that.
2 on the second, 3 on the next. So it's making a triangle at the moment shape that's slowly growing on this side, but staying the same on that side.
That side. And I must admit, in any crochet that I've done, it's the first few rows that the
That's
twiddliest,
so
because it's just not a lot of room there. But it's in no time at all of a sudden
it grows. Yeah, so this bit is fiddly, but once you get going, and there's the same number of stitches on each row as there is for the row number you're on, if that makes sense. So first row had 1, second had 2, we've just done 3.
So again, a couple of chains?
Yeah, 2 chains in the air, turn it, and we're going to increase in this first stitch. So I need to just tell you that that 2 chain that we've done doesn't count as a stitch.
Okay.
So you don't do anything with that, it just gives you a bit of height. So we've turned it, and because the increase is always going to be on the same side, and we finished with an increase on the previous row, we're starting with an increase.
So you've just got to remember, and I suppose it's your odds and your evens, isn't it?
Yes,
It's going to be the same each time.
Exactly, and you're thinking right side, wrong side. So I've turned it, 2 half trebles in that first stitch. So 1, and then another 1 in the same stitch, in that same hole there.
Okay.
So that's 2 stitches made so far. And then 1 into each of the next 2 stitches. So again, if I
the little
twist
V's
it, you've
are.
got your little V's. So 1 in that first one.
Okay.
And then another single 1 in the next one.
Oh, this is so achievable.
It's really fun, isn't it? It's a bit addictive, to be honest.
But he's,
so
look at that.
yeah, so and that was 4th row, 4 stitches.
Perfect.
Growing on this side, staying the same straight edge on that side.
And of course the beauty is if you first time that you've ever done this and you're not 100% happy with it, then all you need to do is unravel it and off you go again.
Exactly. And just take your time, don't panic.
That's
As you
it.
say, it's a bit fiddly at first, but chain 2, before you know it, you've made a triangle. Tail is always at the bottom here. So it just gives you, you have to sometimes kind of orientate yourself.
Yes, yeah.
So 1 in the first, because we're on the straight side now. 1 in each of the next 2 after that. 1, 1, and that brings us to the final stitch. If I just twist it there, you can see the V.
Okay, yeah.
And I'm putting 2 in there. So I'm increasing at the end of this row. So you increase at the end of one row and the start of the next. So this was an increase at the end. 2 in the same stitch, chain 2, turn it, and then I have to increase again at the beginning just to keep that triangular side, that slope on one side of the scarf.
We've got some little stitch markers on the show today, and I'm thinking to myself, if you want to build your confidence or you're a little bit nervous with the kind of flipping over and going back again, I guess you could put like a little stitch marker just on the side, say where you're increasing.
Well, yes, that's
just
a great
to remind you
idea.
that if you've got one on this side, then you're going to be able to, each time you come to this point, you increase or actually it's the other side, isn't it?
No, you're right. You are right. Yeah. No, that's a brilliant idea.
Because then that way, if you confuse yourself, especially at the initial stages, you haven't necessarily got that straight line that you will have, then just put a little stitch marker on the one side. Sorry, I put my fingers in the way there.
It's all right.
On that side, and you know whenever you come to that side, that's your increase. And we have got these little stitch markers, so if you are looking for stitch markers, you can add those into the show as well. So there we go.
They are brilliant. I love stitch markers. They're so helpful for all sorts of elements of crochet. So chain 2 and turn it, and then you're going to go 1 into every stitch along until the very final stitch where you put 2. because that's your increased edge. And if you have marked it with a stitch marker, even better, because then you're just thinking to yourself, 1 in every stitch along, you get to the final stitch.
You don't have to concentrate.
No, exactly. You really don't. And then 2 in that final stitch.
So you're just remembering that at the end of when you get to that marker, just do 2 into the last
this
one.
is going to be your increased side, chain 2, turn, and because we increased on that final stitch, we increase on the first stitch of the next row.
Perfect.
2 in the first, and then 1 in every stitch along to the end. So it's just, it's very...
How quick is this
I
coming
know,
together?
it's great, isn't it? Whoops.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, it's really fun. As I say, a bit addictive. It's hard to put down at night because you're thinking, I'll just do another row of increases.
I must admit, yeah, I've been bitten by that bug, yes.
Yes.
All of a sudden you know that you're there in the week.
Another hour's gone.
That's
And
it.
it's midnight.
But the thing is, with crochet, and this is one of the things that I love about crochet, talk about travelling light with the craft. I mean, literally all you need is your hook and your yarn and your pattern, and that's it, you're good to go.
So easy to put down and pick up again. I mean, again, with your stitch markers, say you've got to the end of your increase row, so I've just done my 2 in the one there, you could just take your hook out, put a stitch marker in there, put it all in a bag.
Yeah, good point. Yes.
And you'll, pick it up again another time. I've seen people do it. I've done it on the train. I've seen other people do it on the train, on a commute to work.
More and more so. And crochet at the moment, it's everywhere when you look at
so fashionable.
Yeah.
It really is. All in the shops. So I'll just do this last row to show you, because hopefully by then you'll be able to see how it builds up.
Wonderful. And of course the main body, there's no colour changes.
No colour changes, all very straightforward. In your kit you've got 2 balls of this main colour, which you won't need all of. So tension doesn't matter because you've got plenty of spare. And you can see you've got that very clear shape.
Going
I just
off now,
compare it to the sample I made earlier. Straight edge here and your increase here.
Perfect.
So you'll increase until you've got 20 rows, 20 stitches and 20 rows of increase.
Okay, yeah.
And then you stop increasing and you just do 1 in every. And that keeps it at 20 stitches and makes this, it turns it more into a rectangular shape.
Yeah, no, that makes sense, yeah.
And then you continue that along to a certain point. I think it's 160 rows, and then you decrease again down the other side. So you've got
just the opposite.
Yeah, exactly. You do the opposite. So I can demonstrate that if you like.
Oh, thank you. If you
don't
mind. Oh, that's good of you.
So I'll just show you how. So on this is the sample I've made just to show that to you. I'm just going to quickly finish. Rejoin this yarn.
Oh, could you show us how to rejoin as well?
Yeah.
'Cause that's something else.
And at some point you will need to do that because you've got your 2 balls of main. So as I've come to my final stitch, but it can be any stitch, when you've got about this much left, so let's say, what's that, about 20, 20 centimetres, what I do when I'm changing colour or putting a new ball in is I start the stitch, so I'm doing yarn over, into the stitch, pull back through, gives you your 3 loops as if you're about to finish it. Final part, get the new yarn, and instead of pulling through the old yarn, pull through the new yarn. So it works with changing colour, but obviously I'm on the same colour. So just grab that new colour and put it through those 3 loops. And that's the new colour joined.
Okay.
Later on, I'll sew these 2 ends in here.
So there's no knots or anything like that?
No, if you want to, you can. I don't knot, but if you wanted to, you could turn it over and do a knot here, just for security. You don't need to, though, because or you could even sew them in now if you're organised.
Yeah.
I tend to do that last because I just want to get to the next bit.
You said the organised word. You've obviously never worked with me before.
So would you be a put it off or
I'd
doing
leave it to
now?
the end.
Yeah, I do it all
leave
at
it
the
to
end.
the end.
Unless it needs to look pretty for something.
That's true. That is true. I love it.
So then, moving forward, imagine you've done a lot of rows with just 1 in every. Now I'm coming to the point in the pattern where I want to decrease back down again.
Okay.
So this is my flat edge. So this is just going to have 1. So chain 2.
Okay, so the same as you showed us before.
Exactly. And now I'm going to do 1 half treble in every stitch along until I get to the final 2 stitches, which it's really helpful. You can see the holes at the back that show you where the stitches are, but it's also really helpful to twist the whole thing over.
It's like those V's
and
sit
look
on
for
the
those
end,
V's.
don't they?
Yeah, so those are the final two. Again, if you've got stitch markers and you've not done it before, you could use your stitch markers here. So I'm merrily going to put 1/2 treble in every one along, but not, I'm going to stop when I get to these last two.
I'm going to let you carry on. When you look at this, you might think that Sam's been sped up for the purposes of the film, but she's not. She's actually crocheting at this speed. So, and it is, because it's a repetitive nature, you will find yourself building up quite a pace when you're actually doing your crochet. And of course, if you are a novice crocheter, or hooker, as sometimes they're called, then it is a case that you will find yourself getting to this kind of stage very, very quickly. So if anybody's done things like granny squares and things like that in the past, they're not going to have an issue with this,
with this, no. If you've done any crochet before, you'll find this a nice next step, really. So,
well, the most complicated is the increase and decrease.
Well,
and
yes,
you've demystified that in front of us,
yeah. So that I'm ready to do the, as you said, I whizzed along there, but that's for purposes of demo. So I've got to my final 2 stitches. So now I need to decrease. So in the pattern, that's written 1/2 treble 2 together. So, but you've got a description of the stitches there as well in the pattern. So yarn over into the next stitch, grab the yarn and pull it back through. So that gives you your 3 loops on your hook. And now I'm going to do yarn over and go straight into the following stitch.
Lovely.
Hook onto the yarn and pull it back through. And that gives 5 loops on your hook.
Oh, wow, okay.
So what you're doing is you're joining these 2 stitches together into 1 V at the top. So yarn over and come through all 5.
Oh, through all of them.
And that just joins the 2 together, but with 1 V on the top.
You can instantly see it drawing back in again now. Yes, yeah.
So then chain 2, turn it, and then because we're on the side that we want to shape, we're going to decrease here as well. So yarn over into the first stitch, pull back through, yarn over into the following, pull back through, gives you your 5 loops on your hook, yarn over through all 5. So you can immediately see that shaping.
It's quite dramatic, isn't it, that shaping, yeah?
And then you're going to do 1 into every one along. So it's the same principle as the increase, but you're doing a slightly different thing in order to decrease it.
Love it. And you're going to get that sense of achievement because you've learned something new potentially.
Yeah, and it's so fun.
I love it. Absolutely brilliant. Now, of course, we are looking at the gorgeous rose version with the details on the screen. The rose version is slightly different to the one that we're seeing demonstrated colour-wise, because obviously it's tricky to colour everything, to show everything during the demonstration. But this particular one has got a lovely, lovely collection of elements. The principle is the same with any of them that we're going for. Have I lost the beads for that one? Oh, there it is. That's the beads for that one. So these come with these beautiful little wooden beads, which are perfectly the right colour to work with those gorgeous rose colours. Now, in any of the kits that you're going for, because the shawlette is very similar with regards to the construction of the main body, which Sam has been showing us how to do, the difference is the edge that you've got with regards to these. So that's where you've got your 2 solid, which are going to make the main body of your shawlette, and then you've got your 2 contrasting. And your 2 contrasting, when they're formed together, are following a theme. We're talking about a garden theme, and that is the beauty. Now, the one that we've got, I'm holding here, is the one that we've got on the red mannequin behind us. Shall I bring it in to show you? In fact, we've got a picture. There you go. That shows you better. So you can see that 2 different tones of the pink being used along the edge there, but the main body being the same. So if you like the idea of this, the stitching on the edging, is that different dependent on which you go for, or is it exactly the same? Okay.
There's a slight variation.
Some of them are more scalloped.
Yes, some of them are a bit more frilly, some of them got more of a scallop edge,
Love it. So there you go. So if you're wanting to create with those, absolutely perfect. And if you bring this into this area, people will see just how quickly, because you can see the actual decrease that you were doing. Look at that. Tapering it off so much already in that short space of time. Phenomenal. I love it. So there you go. Rose, if you wanted to go for the pastel, the creamy tone in the middle, and then the gorgeous pinks on the edges as well. You're liking that one. The colours that you're working with at the moment, though, that is this kit, isn't it? Which is the one that's got.
Dahlia.
Is this the lavender one? So if you like the look of the colours that Sam is working with at the moment, then this is the lavender bundle.
Sorry.
Is this the Dahlia?
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, the Dahlia. The lavender one.
They're a bit similar, aren't they?
Yeah, it's the main colour. So The dahlia, it's got beautiful colours. I love these. They've almost got like a mottled feel to them, haven't they?
Yeah.
Beautiful. So you're going to get 2 of that gorgeous wisteria colour that you've got there. You're also going to get that beautiful kind of teal. What are we calling that one?
Opal.
Opal.
Yeah.
Okay, right, fair enough. I'd never thought of opals being that colour, but there you go. And then the last one that you've got is that beautiful tulip with that gorgeous rich colour, and those are going to form that gorgeous decorative edge when you go down the dahlia route alongside those lovely little beads that you've got there as well. So £29.99 for that one. We've only got 2 more other sets. I might as well show you those as well, mightn't I? Because the one that you are wearing, Sam, is this one that I've got here, which is the beautiful blue tone with that gorgeous, did we say it was called hyacinth, this one? Oh, no, just soft blue. Where have I got hyacinths from? I've got no idea. So you've got the soft blue, and this is the one where you've got that gorgeous yellow in the middle, primrose, and you've also got the lovely white, which is a lovely soft white. Again, you are going to get your little beads, and this is the one that Sam is wearing, which is called the Daisy. And again, you're going to get your full instructions with that one as well. So if you like the look of the colours that Sam is wearing, then this is the one that you need to go for, which is your Daisy. Each of the kits is at the same price, so it's purely down to your choices. Yeah, it's entirely up to you which you go for. £29.99 for that one. The last one is the lavender, and this is the one where you've got that lovely kind of minty green in there as well. Again, you've got that beautiful tulip. This one's featured in a few kits. You like that one?
I do like that one, yeah. I like bright.
You've also got the lavender tone in the middle there, as you can see, and that beautiful minty green there, giving that element of freshness. And a little packet there where you have got your beads in there as well. So £29.99 if you like to take advantage of that colour option. So, yeah, like that one a lot. I'm going to pop that one over there. Shall I mention the hooks to you as well? Because I know I did say at the top of the hour that we have got hook systems that are available for you. So, Knit Pro, brilliant name when it comes to
I love Knit Pro,
knitting needles as well. Got 2 beautiful kits to share with you. Now, this particular one is the one where we've got the details on the screen, and this is where you've got your lovely range of hooks in there, going from your 2mm right the way through to your 6mm. Good range of sizes in
Good,
there,
really good, yeah.
I'm going to open this up and have a look at it as well. And they've got all the different colours featuring with these metal handles on these ones, I think, that we've got as well. I say if I can get into the packet, we'll try, we'll persevere. I like it, comes in a nice little wallet as well. How pretty is that?
Really pretty, and it's great to be able to keep them together. Mine end up scattered if I'm not careful.
Oh, this is a lovely little set. Oh, and you get like a little board in there to put everything on. What a lovely gift for somebody, £28.99. I like the way that you've got the colour coordination for the different sizes.
Yeah.
That's
I've
very
got that
clever.
set actually, and I can see them in my bag ready to go when I want the colour size.
Lovely set. Nice if maybe you are teaching somebody to crochet, and the different sizes are because of the different types of yarn that you use.
Yes,
is that right?
absolutely, yeah.
Beautiful. I like that one. So that's a nice little set if you like the idea of that one. £28.99. But if you want to treat yourself, this is the one to go for. This is beautiful. Absolute thing of beauty. And now I've seen the gorgeous... Oh, no, hold on. This one's been opened, but not actually the seal broken. So let me just... Oh, let me get my scissors. And just to give that a little snip. Have you seen these scissors? How good are these scissors? They're little bally. Oh, very cute, very cute. Anyway, it's all about the crochet hooks. Oh, I need to snip that side as well. Sorry. I will be back with you in a second.
So that's good. I'm nearly done with my decreases.
Oh, perfect. Oh, because we can get onto that decorative edge then.
Yeah.
Right, let's open this up. Oh, this is a real treat. Now, details are on the screen. So this is an investment. But, oh, my goodness, what an investment. If you know somebody, maybe they've got a birthday coming up and you know that they enjoy their crochet, then, oh, my goodness, they are going to love this if you choose to buy this one as a gift for them. Maybe it's a bit of a treat for yourself as well. That's the other thing as well. I don't know if I meant to have opened this up, but it's too late. I've done it now. So let's have a look at these. So straight away, look at that. That is beautiful. But then, of course, Knit Pro do what they do so best, the beautiful crochet hooks that you're going to get in here. Look at that. That is beautiful. Gorgeous set there. It smells lovely as well. I don't know why it smells, but it smells lovely. Lovely. It's almost like a canteen of cutlery, isn't it, when you look at that? And these have got the beautiful little gems in there as well, as you can see. Gorgeous set, deluxe set there. Naturally, if you fancy getting hold of those, then you can do. And again, proper luxury feel for a hobby potentially that you have been crafting with for quite some time, and you fancy a bit of a treat. So there you go. £79, beautiful set in a gorgeous storage box as well. How are you getting on over there?
Just finished.
Yay.
Perfect. So you get like a little miniature idea of what the shawl will be like when it's done. So you've got your increases, lots of rows of one in every, just to keep the consistent rectangular shape, and then decreases down the other side.
Perfect.
So on to the edging.
Yeah, let's do the edging.
Okay, so there's one row where you're going to work a row of double crochets into the ends of the rows, just to tidy it up before you put your colourful edging on.
Okay.
So you'll do one chain, and then you're going to make, if you look at the ends of your rows here, you've got, when you have your half treble rows, if I hold it that way, it's probably easier to see. You've got sets of knots. So there's some knots there, so and there's like a little ridge. Can you see the ridge there? It runs at the bottom.
Yes, yeah.
And a set of knots with the gaps, which are the stitches I worked into. So that's one row. Sitting above that, where I've turned it, the knots look slightly differently, but those are the stitches there. And then there's this ridge up here. So that's one row, that's a second.
Perfect.
So, and another thing to bear in mind that helps with counting is the remembering that there's 2 rows in between these ridges. So that's a set of 2.
You can quite dramatically see those,
You
especially
can.
when you're looking at your work at home, you'll see that very easily.
And because it's cotton and a silk, it's got really good stitch definition, so that helps with seeing it.
Beautiful.
So I'm going to work along the edge now, along the shaped edge. And I'm going to make 1 double crochet in the end of one row and 2 in the end of the next. So it's going to give you a nice even edging. So for double crochet, you don't put your yarn over your hook first. You're just going to go into the end there. So I'm going under the last stitch I made. So just push it through that hole, grab the yarn and pull it back through, which gives you 2 loops on your hook, yarn over through them both. So that's a little short stitch just to give a nice edge.
And that's called a double.
A double crochet.
Okay.
Again, UK terms.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
So, next one is this hole here, looks a bit bigger. And you're going to go under there, and you're going to make 2 double crochets in that space. That was 1 and a second.
Okay.
And you're alternating that all the way along. So as you look at your rows, you've got, if I put it down, it might be easier to show you. You've got a knotty row, so I'm going to put 1 in there, and if I just pull that up there,
oh yes, you can see it's
a bigger
quite a
gap.
sizable difference.
And that's
isn't it?
where
Yeah.
one of the rows ends with a actual stitch, and the next row is your chain 2 where you started
Right,
it.
I got you, yes.
So 1 in that one.
Oh, you're very good at explaining, Sam, I have to
Thank
say.
you. And then 2 in the next. So you'll do this all the way along the edge of the shawl, but I'm just going to show you, just to give you a little demonstration
You can see the
to
bit
refer
that you've
back
worked.
to.
Such a neat
You
finish,
can
isn't
see
it?
how that
Yes.
neatens it off.
Yeah.
And also it gives you a slight increase in the stitches, which works with the next part of the pattern. So 1 in the knotty bit, and then sometimes you find you have to look quite far up to find the next end of row where those 2 chains are.
It's kind of in a little bit as well,
Exactly.
isn't it? Yeah.
2 in there. 1 in the knotty bit. The terminology is...
I love it,
and
but
2 in the
it is what it
hole.
is.
It's just try to help you to identify it when you come to it. 1 in the next, all the way up looking for the hole, it's here, 2 in there. So I won't go all the way, but I just want to give you the idea there of how that edges it. I'm going to whiz along and do a few more, and then I'll show you how to put the edging on.
I love it. So again, neatening that edge in preparation for the decorative element, depending on which you're going for. Loads of different variations, but up until this stage, it's one of those, everything, it's one size fits all really, isn't it? Every single one at this stage is up to that point that we're working at the moment. It's only when you come to the edging where you've got the floral choices, and there you go.
Yeah, so that's that.
So would you go across the
So
flat
you will
edge
then
and down the
continue
decrease?
that all the way along the flat edge and down the decrease.
Okay.
All the way along.
Perfect.
And then I'll just leave that there for now.
I love this. It's like a little shawlette for a little cat or a little dog or
Yeah,
something
a little
like that, isn't
blanket
it?
for something. Okay, so now this is where you'll move on to the second row of your edging.
Okay.
So the bit I just demonstrated was the first row of your edging. So with the dahlia one, you're using the opal here. So rows 1 and 2 are exactly the same for all of the shawls. So this
Okay.
bit I'm about to demonstrate is the same whichever shawl you're making.
So if we, obviously this is kind of adapted for TV, so usually you'd be doing that gorgeous edging up to the top and back here. Would you then work with your new colour going back on itself?
No, you're going to start every row on the
cut it
right
and then
side.
start
Yes,
again.
good question, because
Okay.
yeah, you'll cut that off, you'll have finished that, and then when you rejoin, you do it on the right side. So always where the top of this lovely
Perfect.
edging that we did on row
Thank
1
you.
of the edging is. So I'm going to put my hook underneath that first stitch there. Move it along so you can see. Join the opal, so pull through a loop of the opal and then make 1 chain. And then a double crochet in the same stitch, so hook back in that stitch, pull the yarn back through, yarn over through both. And then the same into each of the next 5 stitches. This is all in the pattern.
Lovely. And of course this will be, it's the same for all of them, isn't it? Because you scallop or your floral accent is after you've done this.
Yes, exactly. Sorry, you actually just put on, just glanced at the pattern to check and you just put 1 double crochet in there.
Oh, okay.
I went ahead in my mind to the next row. So that's 1 double crochet. And then you're going to chain 9 just in the air.
Okay.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So you can see that's a big chain.
Yes.
Skip 9 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And find the 10th one along, which is here.
Right.
And do a double crochet in there. Same as we did at the beginning there. And you can see you get this big loopy bit. That's fine. That's what you're looking for.
Okay.
And then you're going to put a treble in the next stitch. So for a treble, sorry, I should demonstrate that, put yarn over first, into the stitch, pull the yarn back through like we did for the half treble.
Yeah, but rather than going through all of them in one go now, like you did before.
Yeah, you go yarn over and through 2, leaving 2 loops, and then yarn over and through the final 2. So it's a taller stitch.
That's my favourite stitch, you know.
It's really, and it's used for loads. You come across it all the time.
You get into a proper little flow with
Yeah,
it.
it's really fun. And then 2 trebles in the next. So 1, and then back in that same stitch. And then 2 trebles in the following. So it's all written in the pattern, but I just want to show you the effect it makes. 1 treble in the following.
Oh, so you're kind of getting shorter now.
Yes, so
Okay,
you're using
yeah.
the shape of the stitches to make a sort of shell shape. And now just a double crochet in the following. And you can see...
Yes, you can see how
it's
it's
like
gone longer
going
in the
to be
middle.
the centre of your flower.
Yeah.
Okay, and then chain 9. So this is a repeat now. So I chain 9.
So you do back to the stage where you were before.
Exactly.
Right. Oh, I've learned so much in this. Just to give you a bit of a time check, we've probably got about 8 minutes or so left.
Okay, thank you. And then I'm just going to start the next shell, so double crochet there. So it's very repetitive. Once you've done the first part, it's the same all the way along.
Yes, yeah.
So I'm just going to stick that double crochet in there so I can show you the next bit.
Lovely, thank you.
Let's fasten that off and get him out of the way. So you'll do that all the way along and you'll end up with a shawl with lots of these chains and 15 semicircles. So we chain, semicircle, all the way along, which will have made the centre of your flower. Then you'll bring in the tulip in. Again, fasten off, come back to this right side. So all of the fronts of the stitches are sitting on the same side. And you're going to start in that first stitch, join
it like you
tulip,
showed us,
exactly, double crochet in there, and then this is where you make some double crochets in the next stitches, and you're going to work over the chain, that chain 9 that you made.
Okay.
So go into the next stitch, which is from row 2 in the main colour.
Okay, right, so back to the main body.
Push it under there,
Yeah.
and you can see your hook has also gone under the chain.
Yes.
Hook onto the yarn and pull it through to the front, which gives you 2 loops. Yarn over and through them both. And you're just making a double crochet in there.
It's almost like you're couching it in place now.
Yeah, it holds that little chain in place. So just at the beginning, you do 6 like that.
Oh, I like that.
So you can see how it covers the, it does cover it. Okay, and then you're going to chain 3 in the air, skip over to this semicircle, and you're going to make 2 trebles in every stitch along. And so this is your dahlia petals now.
I love the fact that you've looked at the flowers and transferred them
yeah,
into
really,
crochets.
I really tried to. And I'm just making my treble crochet stitches, and I'm putting 2 in every, and you can see that's making the outside of the flower.
It's kind of mimicking it, yeah.
Exactly. So 2 in every one along. So I'm going to speed along this bit because I want to show the beads, if that's okay.
Yes, yeah, that's fine. We'll stick with you.
Okay. And 2 in that one. You can see it's just building up. This is where it starts to get frilly.
It's that fluffiness, isn't it? It's lovely.
Yeah, it's just lovely.
Oh, look at that. Beautiful.
Chain 3 again. And double crochet over, let me just see how, oh yes, I know. So skipping 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and double crocheting in the 5th one along. So skipping 4 on the row 2 row. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and going in the 5th one along, again encasing that chain. And putting a double crochet, just the 1 double crochet there though.
Perfect.
Okay, and then you're turning it. And you're going to do a treble 2 together across the 2 here. So just like we did the half treble 2 together when we did the decrease, yarn over into the first stitch, pull back through, yarn over through 2, yarn over into the next stitch, pull back through,
right, yes, yeah.
yarn over through 2, which leaves 3 loops on your hook, yarn over and through them all.
Okay.
And then you do a chain 2. And you're going to do the same thing again across the next 2 stitches. So you start your treble, but leave those final 2 loops on your hook, start the next treble, and then yarn over through them all. And you can see this gives you a spiky look to the dahlia.
Yes, yeah.
So this is finishing off those petals with more of a spiky look.
Lovely.
And then I'm going to move straight on to showing you the beads, because beads can be, working with beads in crochet can be a bit mystifying.
Okay.
So what I want to show you, I'm going to jump straight ahead if that's okay, so I'm getting nervous about time.
No, that's fine.
And I promised I would show you this on the show. So I've got my little blue beads that I'll use for this shawl, and I've got just a normal yarn needle, just the sort of thing you would sew with, because these beads have got quite small holes in them. So when you come to do your final row, which is, I need to take that out so I can get to it, which is worked with your opal again, you thread the beads on before you start.
Oh, okay.
So it can be daunting, the idea of working with beads, but it's really straightforward.
Ah, so just get them all on to start with.
So thread your yarn onto your needle and then thread all of your beads on. I've only got 4, oh that one's a bit flat, I've only got 3 for the purpose of demonstration. But you'll have all of your beads, 15 of them, ready to go.
Okay.
Put them all on your ball of yarn, like so.
Yeah.
And they're ready for when you need them. So I'm just going to quickly, have I got time to finish this?
Well, you do that, and because I'll very quickly do the menu, and then we'll come back and join up afterwards. Because tomorrow we have got John Scott back from his jolly holidays and his lovely birthday. Lewis and Irene we're looking at 8 a.m. followed by the Miranda dress with the lovely jewels. She's going to be here. Then at 10 a.m. we've got dressmaking tools. The Lavinia dress is going to be being showcased at 11, and then we've got 15% off dress forms. That's good, because we've had some fabulous shows with clothing today. So get your mannequins tomorrow. That is the key thing. Now we've only got a couple of minutes left.
That's
so
fine. It won't take long. Yeah, that's
right?
absolutely fine. So for that final row, you're working in your opal. So this is all written in the pattern, but where we've put chain spaces on the previous row, you're going to put 3 trebles in every space, slip stitch in the top of the next cluster, which is here, 3 trebles in the next space, all the way along until you get to here, which is where you did your double crochet. But what I want to show you is the technique of joining that bead in. So I'm going to do it here, You won't need it here. It says quite clearly in the pattern that you put the bead here.
Yes, yeah.
You'll see from the photograph. But in order to show you how to do it, it's so straightforward. You go into your stitch, slip stitch, do a chain 1, and then when you need your bead, you pull your bead up. So it's been waiting down here with your ball of yarn.
Yeah.
As you've worked, you've just kept all of your beads down by the ball of yarn. Pull the bead up.
Doug, it's your turn.
Yes, come on bead. Hold it right near to your hook. Slip stitch around it, like so.
Okay.
Chain 1 again. And then I tend to pull that bead forwards, like that. And I'm going to slip stitch back in the same place as that first slip stitch.
Perfect.
And there you go. So it's
I
really
love it.
straightforward.
Oh, perfectly timed. And do you have YouTube and things like that?
I
on
do,
the website?
yeah.
So-
Sam Sabido Crochets on Instagram,
There you go.
YouTube, etc.
There you go. And don't forget, do check out, because Sam's been working with us here at Sewing Street to do some fabulous tutorial videos. So go to our tutorial section on the website, of YouTube, should I say, and then you'll be able to find them. But all you've got to do, I say all you've got to do, is choose which of these beautiful shawlettes you are going to go for. You've got your lavender, your daisy that we've seen there, the rose in the middle there has been popular. Sam, thank you
You're
so
welcome.
much.
Thank you for having me.
She's fabulous. I learned so much from Sam in this. Just choose your kit, but make sure you check those kits out. I'll see you soon.